Welcome once again in the year 2051. Today we live in a world where global temperatures have not risen above 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is a different world than yesterday, where we imagined a future of temperatures above 2 degrees, where temperatures have risen for more than 2 degrees Celsius. And the question is, in this world in which we are now, where global warming has been limited, how has this happened? How have we achieved this? One thing that I know from yesterday, that I remember from yesterday, is that our imagination is crucial. Not only artists said that, from whom we can maybe expect that, but also political scientists and economists emphasized how important the imagined future is that we have today. Before we begin this experiment, or while we begin this experiment, I welcome our first speaker, Yolande Bönning from FridaysForFuture Munich. Welcome, Yolande. We are very happy you're here. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. You are a FridaysForFuture activist, as I said, from Munich. Yolande was born in 2005, so you're now 16 and 15.
Yeah.
15. And that means that in 2051 you will be 45. You will be 45 years old. Right now you're in 10th grade. And in 2051, you will be. What will you be, Yolande?
So I don't know.
Yes, you'll play a role. You'll be a little older than I am now, and you'll probably be active and engaged. And you have been active at FridaysForFuture since 2020. You started last year. And at FridaysForFuture, your tasks include organizing the strikes, as well as answering and taking on cooperation and press inquiries. You will be a presenter at the 24th September Global Climate Strike in Munich.
Yes.
And you are currently learning English, but you will read out your statement in English, and we will then have time for some questions and answers, which we will do in German, meaning people can ask in English, but I will translate, and you can reply in German, and in this way I think we can have a good debate together. Good. Yolande, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I will start with my speech. When I look back, I wonder how it got to this point. Why did we let this happen? Why did we ruin our living space against our better judgment? Why did the average temperature on our Earth have to warm up by more than 1 degree before we started to act seriously? Why couldn't the climate crisis be fought with the same seriousness and consistency as other, basically much smaller crises, such as the corona pandemic 30 years ago? Why was there this disconnect between knowledge and action? Everyone knew it, the scientists, the politicians, the business community, the citizens. But in a mixture of selfishness, short-termism, lack of interest and fatalism, we haven't done anything about it for decades, as if we were trusting that some higher power would fix everything. People in charge and decision makers alike did nothing. Wasn't it their job to stand up, not only for short-term needs, but also for future generations, for their own children? Isn't it Isn't it the proof of heavy shortcomings that in some cases the courts had to order politicians and companies to undertake more ambitious climate action? How shameful was it for the German federal government 30 years ago to be requested by the German Federal Constitutional Court to adopt clearer climate protection measures in order to protect future generations from unduly disadvantages? It was an irony of fate that those of all people who had often no political voice of their own and no decision-making powers had to take the reins of action in order to ensure a future worth living in: the children and young people. Where would you have ended up if a courageous girl from Sweden hadn't gone on climate strike and many thousands of young people had regularly followed her example? I would rather not picture that. FridaysForFuture was born and quickly became a worldwide movement that held up the mirror to society and pointed out their fateful inaction. FridaysForFuture was a target of ridicule. The protesting students were maligned as truants, precisely by the people who were unable or unwilling to tackle their problems themselves. FridaysForFuture gave the children and young people their own voice, a say. It was a remedy for the perceived powerlessness in a climate crisis. We were finally able to take the reins into our hands and give those in power the necessary kick in the butt. That was motivating. That was a sense of achievement and a way out of the immaturity imposed on us when it comes to important questions about the future. Back then, 30 years ago, I was also angry. Why don't the adults do anything? Why do you steer this beautiful planet into the abyss with seeing eyes? And that, although we had all the possibilities, ideas and technologies to avert this disaster. The will was lacking. It was the fear of radical change. This is a comfortable position if you're old, but what about the young people and their children? It was the time to make the adults aware that this is not just about their interests. We went out into the street. We ignored the words of warning not to miss any class at school. We protested for the phase-out of coal and more renewable energy, for more cycle paths and fewer cars, for cities that are worth living in. How could we have lived for so long in cities where everything was subordinated to car traffic, including people? And we celebrated success. We exposed the excessiveness of the auto industry and the auto lobby at the last International Motor Show, which took place in Munich 2021. After that, there should never be another IAA. We freed people from their lethargy and made it clear to them that they could push back the metal avalanches in cities and recapture public space for themselves. But it wasn't just about climate protection. It was also about climate justice. Justice between generations and also between the global south and north. A fair intergenerational contract is based on a mutual solidarity. The young people and children who don't have an official political voice must be able to trust that older generations also take the needs of the young into account. The younger generations who are at work find its pension and prosperity of the generation that can no longer work. It doesn't work without solidarity. Even in the corona pandemic 30 years ago, the young showed solidarity with the old. Vaccines went to the old first, the youngest got their turn last. During the climate crisis, however, older generations had given up this solidarity with the younger ones, with fatal consequences. Solidarity between rich and poor countries was at least as important. After all, for many decades it was precisely the rich nations who had built up prosperity at the expense of other countries through their far too high CO2 emissions. But they have not shared this wealth fairly. On the contrary, the poor countries in the global south were and are the main sufferers of the climate change, through droughts, floods, etc., which have destroyed the livelihoods of countless people. At the same time, the people in these countries do not have the means to protect themselves against these environmental changes. The influx of refugees over the past 30 years has shown that the inaction of the global north has become a boomerang, but prevention has never been the strength of these countries. Often there was only aftercare. You wouldn't call this a forward-looking policy, do you? For FridaysForFuture, it has always been a core concern that everyone on Earth should be well. Everyone should have a secure livelihood and live in a world in which human rights are respected. I am proud that back then, as part of FridaysForFuture, I was a small part of this movement that has helped us to limit the worst effects of global warming to this day. Of course, we had to adapt we had to adapt to the changes caused by a global temperature that was 1.5 degrees higher. We couldn't prevent some tipping points, and we still have to fear that our efforts of the last 30 years have not been enough and that we are facing further catastrophic changes. Back then, we and other climate protection organizations were insulted. We want to ban everything, destroy prosperity and divide society. Today, everyone feels comfortable with a car-free Munich, with free local public transport, and with energy that comes exclusively from renewable sources. Everyone is relieved that we were able to prevent further tipping points in the climate for the time being. I am proud, because I know that we were ahead of our time back then, that we were the voice of reason, and that without our commitment, today's situation would be even worse. And it fills me with a certain satisfaction that 30 years ago, despite the headwinds from large parts of society, we had the foresight and imagination, but also the persistence to force those steps that have now saved us from the worst and have led the people in our country into a better future. Sometimes you have to force critics and ignorant people to do what is good for them, even if it's exhausting and not always a grateful task. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yolande, for this passionate statement and for the clarity of your intervention, and also for speaking about 2051 and putting yourself in that situation. Our next speaker has already arrived from Kenya, another passionate climate activist, Elisabeth Wathuti. But before we listen to her, we have time for some debate together. And I want to invite everyone in the room to bring forward comments, questions, either in English or in German for Yolande. And as we wait for comments and questions, I will just begin and want to ask you actually about how 30 years ago in 2021 or 2020, 31 years ago, you found your way to to Fridays for Future. What made you aware that this is the right thing to do for you? Also meine erste Frage an dich, Yolande, wäre, was hat dir vor 30 oder 31 Jahren, 2020, 2021, das Bewusstsein gegeben, dass es jetzt Zeit ist, mit Fridays for Future auf die Straße zu gehen, anstatt im Klassenzimmer zu hocken?
Ja, also erstens die Ungerechtigkeit. Ich war wütend. Jeden Tag in den Nachrichten sehen wir irgendwelche Klimakatastrophen auf unserer Erde und gleichzeitig sehen wir auch, dass die Politik fast nichts dagegen unternimmt, was einfach nicht sein kann. Und es gäbe ja einfache Möglichkeiten, damit anzufangen. Und seit Jahren passiert einfach nichts. Und gleichzeitig habe ich auch keine eigene politische Stimme, obwohl wir ja in einer Demokratie leben. Und durch Fridays for Future bekomme ich auch irgendwie eine politische Stimme, weil ich habe das Gefühl, dass ich Politik ein bisschen mitgestalten kann, indem ich einfach auf die Straße gehe und laut bin. Mit ganz vielen anderen Jugendlichen in meinem Alter.
Danke. So Yolande says for her the crucial motivation to take it to the streets together with other young activists was rage about the injustice and about the inaction. The fact that the problem is depicted clearly in the news, analyzed clearly, but there is an incapacity to follow up. And do you think now, if we continue the imagination, and we are again in the world of 2051, and you are 45 years old, maybe you have children, do you think the rage will still be there? Will you still be angry, or will it have maybe at the same issue, maybe at different ones, or do you think with age your perspective will change? How would you deal? That's another question, of course, with the rage of your children. That's maybe there. So meine Frage ist, wenn wir uns in diese Welt von 2051 begeben, in denen du 45 Jahre alt bist, wirst du immer noch wütend und zornig sein? Meinst du, du wirst immer noch wütend und zornig sein? Und wie wirst du mit deinen Kindern umgehen, wenn sie wütend und zornig sind?
Also ich hoffe mal auf jeden Fall, dass ich immer noch aktivistisch sein werde und dass ich nicht das so akzeptieren werde und dass ich nicht einfach denke, ich kann eh nichts mehr dran ändern. Und ich hoffe, dass wenn ich Kinder habe, dass sie auf jeden Fall auch so sind wie ich jetzt und auch Ungerechtigkeiten wahrnehmen und dann auch, was das bewegen wollen, das verändern wollen, gerechter die Welt machen wollen.
Danke, thank you. Yolande's hope is that her children as well will strive for justice and engage for the issues that they see as pressing. I have a question from the audience, from Isabel in Munich. She asks, what is your hope? Which future do you dream of? How would you describe it? Isabel aus München fragt, liebe Yolande, was ist deine Hoffnung? Welche Zukunft erträumst du dir? Wie würdest du sie beschreiben?
Ja, also natürlich wünsche ich mir, auch wenn es wahrscheinlich sehr utopisch ist, eine Zukunft, also dass wir in einer Welt leben, in der es vor allem Gerechtigkeit gibt und eben Generationengerechtigkeit, wie aber auch Gerechtigkeit zwischen dem globalen Norden und dem globalen Süden, dass einfach alle Menschen dort leben können, wo sie gerne leben wollen und dass sie nicht aufgrund irgendwelcher Sachen ihr Zuhause verlassen müssen, dass ihr Zuhause nicht zerstört wird. Ja, dass wir einfach alle in einer Welt leben können, in der wir einfach so sein können, wie wir sind, in der wir uns nicht verstellen müssen und in der es nicht diese Politik gibt, die wir jetzt gerade haben.
Yolande's hope, her vision of the future is, if I can say so, of a different world. A different world. A world where we can feel safe. A world where we don't need to fake anything, but are more honest, right? In a way, are more honest. A world that has coped and has changed, I would say, not only in the outside, but also in the inside. I'm not only translating, but trying to translate this idea. I want to ask you another question. And that concerns, again, the issue of the rage that is there and how to make it productive. Because you just said it's so important to be honest in a way, sich nicht verstellen. It is so important. And we came across that yesterday as well. There was a lot of, many people voiced their frustration, their utter frustration. Nothing happens. And the keynote yesterday evening was very clear on that. But how do we make that productive so that a fruitful politics is possible? How do we turn that into action? wrath and anger. Meine Frage an dich betrifft nochmal Zorn und Ungerechtigkeit, weil für mich sind die ein erster Schritt, sich nicht zu verstellen. Jetzt nicht zu Hause zu sitzen vor dem Fernseher und zu sagen, das müssen die Politiker doch lösen, sondern etwas zu tun, ja, etwas zu tun, ehrlich zu sein. Aber wir wissen ja vom Privaten, dass Ärger und Zorn auch unproduktiv sein können. Die können auch dazu führen, dass man sich halt die Köpfe einschlägt oder sowas oder Streit hat viel. Wie schaffen wir es, das produktiv zu machen? Wie schaffen wir es, das produktiv zu machen sozusagen? Also ehrlich sein und gleichzeitig was zu erreichen sozusagen. Also fruchtlosen Streit zu vermeiden, aber dem, der fruchtbar ist, nicht aus dem Weg zu gehen. Wie machen wir das?
Also erstmal wäre es sehr schön, wenn es überhaupt kein Wut und keine Zorn mehr geben müsste, weil alles so läuft, wie man sich das vorstellt oder wie man sich das wünscht. Aber das haben wir ja gerade nicht so. Und das ist eine sehr schwierige Frage. Ich denke, wir müssen auf jeden Fall einen Mittelweg finden zwischen, dass wir andere Menschen zuhören, dass wir mit anderen Menschen in Dialog kommen, mit ihnen reden und andere Menschen berücksichtigen, aber auch gleichzeitig eine gewisse Wut in uns spüren und einen gewissen Druck ausüben, damit auch unsere Anliegen, unsere Forderungen auch gehört werden von anderen Menschen momentan.
Danke. Yolande says we need to find a balance, a middle way between articulating our anger or frustration and listening to others. Still be able to listen to others. And she hopes for a world where there's not such a great need to actually be angry. That's your hope, Yolande. And I see Elisabeth again, who has arrived. But I want to ask you a last question. And basically, this is, do you have a question for us? What do you expect? This is an academic and artistic conference where most participants are older than you. I'm myself 25 years older, hard to believe, but it is true. 24 years older. Is there anything you expect, especially from science and researchers? Yolande, als letzte Frage an dich. Hast du eine Frage für uns oder eine Aufgabe für die Menschen, die hier versammelt sind? Künstler, aber auch viele Wissenschaftlerinnen aus ganz vielen Bereichen. Hast du eine Frage, eine Aufgabe oder etwas, was du erwartest von uns?
Also ich denke, dass ihr einen ganz tollen Job macht, dass es ohne euch nicht gehen würde und dass meine Forderung wäre, dass ihr einfach weitermacht, weil die Arbeit existiert ja, ihr seid ja auch laut in gewisser Weise. Es ist ja nur, dass es von den Menschen in mächtigen Positionen nicht gehört wird oder ignoriert wird oder nicht so ernst genommen wird. Deswegen würde ich einfach sagen, macht weiter so, wie ihr bisher gemacht habt.
Yolande says, we are doing a great job. We should go on doing it and should try to be heard with what we have to say. Thank you, Yolande, for the time and for your statement, and which touched me, and I hope I wish you all the best for turning the choice you made, not to sit in the classroom but to do something, right? That's a crisis is a moment for choice, and you made it. And I wish you good luck with the project you are in. Danke, vielen Dank, Yolande, dass du hier warst. Und es hat mich berührt, was du gesagt hast. Und ich wünsche dir viel Erfolg bei der Entscheidung, die du getroffen hast. Nicht im Klassenzimmer zu sitzen, sondern auf die Straße zu gehen und etwas zu tun. Viel, viel Erfolg damit.
Ja, danke schön. Und danke, dass ich eingeladen wurde.
Ja. Yolande says thank you, and thank you for the invitation. See you again. Bis bald. We move on to our next speaker this morning. Also a climate activist, as I promised. Elisabeth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And we listen.
I'm trying on my phone due to the connectivity issues.
Yes, let's try and let's see how it goes. I just said we listen to the statement of a young climate activist from Munich, and we have with you another passionate climate activist from Kenya. You are a little older, I assume, though I don't know, than Yolande, simply from the list of awards and activities that is in your CV, your biography. You are the founder of the Green Generation Initiative, the head of campaigns and coordinator of Daima Coalition for the Protection of Urban Green Spaces at the Wangari Maathai Foundation. And the list of other activities and awards is so long that I won't mention all of them here. I cannot. You have been honored internationally with the Diana Award 2019. You were the regional finalist for Africa for the UN Young Champions of Earth 2019 at the COP25 in Madrid. You received the Young Climate Champion Award for the Green Climate Fund. So there's a wealth of awards for your activism that you have received and for your stance. And so that we have some time left for your statement, I will stop here and immediately give the floor to you for your statement. Yes, you have the floor.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Elisabeth Wathuti, and I'm an environmentalist and a climate activist from Kenya, and also the founder of Green Generation Initiative and the head of campaigns at Wangari Maathai Foundation. And for me, when I was younger, I did witness deforestation firsthand, because all the wild forests I like to play were cut down, and the streams that I used to drink from became flooded with plastic waste. And just that natural world that my friends and I knew as children changed completely before our eyes. And one thing that really connects me to nature is having grown up in one of the most forested regions in my country. And I say that being in this fight as an environmentalist and a climate activist is actually personal, because I have strongly had that connection with nature. And that means that what hurts nature also hurts me as well. And right now, you'll agree with me that humans have been destroying these priceless global commons for decades. And stories of the lost forest or even poisoned rivers are not in any way unique to my community or even my country. This is something that every one of us here shares. And I am determined to stop this destruction. And I'm encouraged to know that I am not alone, like listening to my fellow speakers, sharing all the great work that everyone is doing right now. My work has mostly focused on helping children to fall in love with nature so that they may learn to cherish and protect it. And this is what keeps me going every day. It's actually a very uplifting feeling that I wish everybody in the world and our leaders shared every time. And when I founded the Green Generation Initiative, I wanted to nurture more young children to love nature and to be environmentally conscious at a young age. And especially because I also got an opportunity to plant my first tree when I was only 7. But along the way, I wanted to go check how the trees we planted as children were doing, and I got to this beautiful hill. And what I found were tree stumps and tree logs, which made me feel so angry. But something I always say is that this anger did not stop at the anger, but it also gave me a hunger to want to do something about challenges like deforestation and climate change. Right now in the global conversations, nature is receiving insufficient political attention. This is because the discussions about tackling the climate crisis is only centering around reducing carbon emissions. But we know that to stay within the 1.5 degrees Celsius, we also need to preserve every remaining natural ecosystem on the planet, as well as planting trees and regenerating nature. And it's also clear that politicians are out of step with what people want, because there's a lot of allowing the policy to be swayed by the people who have interest and personal interest, and especially the big businesses and developers. Just recently, we were trying to save our green spaces in the city of Nairobi, which have scientific reports that it might be uninhabitable in the next 50 years. So it shows that our cities also play a key role in tackling the climate crisis. And I'll also reflect as recent survey of G20 countries that showed that 83% of people want to do much more to protect and regenerate nature. And some of the people are even willing to put their lives on the line. Just recently, we lost one of us, an environmentalist in Kenya, Joanna Startberry. She was only trying to protect one of the most beautiful forests in Kenya, Kiambu Forest, but she was murdered because of her fight. So this tells us that our environmental defenders are trying to keep all of us safe, and what we need to be doing is keep them safe as well. And there are so many case studies that I have always reflected on. I was greatly inspired by Professor Wangari Maathai, and she fought relentlessly to protect one of the most beautiful forests in my country. It's called Karura Forest. And she was not only fighting alone, she had so many people that were supporting her fight. And it is through her efforts that today I can walk into that forest and enjoy the beauty of that forest. And it's through her efforts that as well, it remains as one of the most unique green spaces left in Nairobi City. So it tells us that we can do this. The relentless efforts of Professor Wangari Maathai and all the people she worked with led to the conservation of the Karura Forest in Kenya. And we should definitely take heart in this story, but we cannot leave the conservation of nature to just a small group of dedicated environmentalists. This is about the survival of our species. And this moment is calling on each of us to protect every single bit of nature that remains intact. Every time I walk into a school and I have tree seedlings and I give every child a tree each to adopt and plant in the school compound, it's an uplifting spirit. And I really wish each and every person would take this very seriously, because the impacts of climate change are really affecting so many people right now. And what matters is that while we may all be in the same storm, the climate crisis, we are definitely not in the same boats, because there are people that are affected the most and have a least capacity to adapt, and also have the least amount of resources to be able to adapt to this crisis. So I'd like to finish with a quote from the late Professor Wangari Maathai that says that those of us who understand and feel strongly must not tire, we must not give up, because the burden is on us who know. And those who don't know are at risk, it is us who know that get disturbed and are caused to take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisabeth. Thank you a lot for the statement, the concise statement of your vision for how to confront climate change and for what to do today in the world today. Are you available for some questions and answers?
Yes, sure.
Cool. So I invite our guests to bring up comments or questions they have. Think of what you want to know from Elisabeth, or what you have to tell her and communicate to her. And while we do that, I just begin with a first question. And you emphasized in your statements a lot the need to protect the nature in a very everyday sense, the trees, the plants around us. And I want to ask you, do you think we can achieve this change without a fundamental change of lifestyle? Can we still keep our modern life as we know it with streets and civilization? Or is there something very fundamental that we need to give up in order to make the change?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would say it's almost impossible for us to achieve that without fundamental changes in our lifestyles. Because like I mentioned, nature and the fight against nature right now is because of how the human race is disconnected from the natural world. And I think the most important thing is for the human race to be strongly connected with the natural world, because then the fight becomes personal. I would not watch anyone cutting down trees, for example, and if I walk into a stream that is polluted, it will make me feel angry because there's a connection. And the fact that I am an environmentalist is not because this is a duty imposed upon me. It's a natural call to action. It's because I get angry when nature is being destroyed and there's lots of things happening to the environment. But because that's a natural call to action, then I will definitely be, I'll get overwhelmed and I'll be pushed to just take action naturally. So I think what is really happening right now in the world is that lots of people are so disconnected from the natural world. And that is why we wouldn't mind if our actions negatively impact the environment. So this is going to really mean a lot if people also begin to change certain things in their lifestyles. And I think that is how we get to also start treating nature better, because unless we are connected to nature, then we will not develop a love for nature and we will not feel the pain that nature feels. And then in the process, we will not act. So it has to begin with that natural connection with nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You mentioned now again something you mentioned in your speech as well, and that also Yolande mentioned before, and that is anger. You are angry when people are not connected to nature, when they destroy nature. It makes you angry. And something I spoke about with Yolande already is the question of how to make anger productive. Because anger can be something very dangerous also, right? In a relationship you have. If you're angry, the risk is that you end up in endless disputes and people don't feel understand. So my question for you is, what helps you to articulate and make the anger present in your life in a way that is not destructive, but productive, that is not leading to endless confrontation in a bad sense, but to a good sense of confrontation? How do you do that, and how can we do that and achieve that?
Thank you so much. I think many of the times when I receive calls or messages of people who have, for example, spaces that are threatened, there's like a forest that people are about to cut down trees, and I have to always be on the move. And like now, I'm on the move on my way to the field. And the really important thing and skill that I have learned is how to turn my reactions into action. Because most of these stories we hear and feedback that we hear about how the environment is being treated make us feel angry. But what happens is what we choose to do with our anger. There's a lot of things right now that are frustrating and make a lot of young people feel overwhelmed and feel as though they cannot do anything to protect the environment. But again, it's about learning how to turn that anger into a hunger, for example, to want to do something. I mentioned an instance where I walked into a forest and planted trees and found tree logs and tree stumps. It made me feel angry, of course, and I wouldn't understand why anybody would do that to that beautiful forest. But then it also fired me up to do something to protect forests like those that are under threat. So I believe it's all about not stopping at the feelings that make us feel overwhelmed, but then choosing to do something despite how little we may feel, because at the end of the day, it's those small acts multiplied by millions of us that will end up making a difference. And I think many times when people tend to stick to how they feel at that moment, it's because they feel as though they cannot be able to do so much around what is happening to their community, to their countries. But it's also about making sure that as long as what you're doing is the best that you can, then that is enough. And it's going to really help us like move a step forward, rather than when we feel angry and then remain at just the reactions and not do anything about what we are feeling. So I think it's a really important thing as well to overcome eco-anxiety as a young person, because that is what is happening right now. A lot of us are worried about how the planet is going to look like in the next 20 years. But then this worry should fire us up and should give us a hunger to like try and do little small steps and actions, including individual responsibility and using our voices to call out our governments and leaders to be able to do what they're supposed to do as well for us to have a larger impact.
Thank you, Elisabeth. I think that is really a crucial message that you formulate here. Right? Speaking about the connection of human to nature, I think there is a connection to the issue of connection of our feelings to what we do. Right? How to make that connection. And I think if more of us have a good balance between that, as you formulated, between the anger and between what we feel, because we feel in our feelings, I think there is the connection to nature, then we can have a more productive atmosphere actually to tackle the issue. If you have still time, there's one more question from Jean Lars from Munich. And he asks, should we tackle climate change in a scientific aspect or in a social environmental aspect? How can we adjust the system?
So I'm not sure I got the question clearly, but I think it's also about the people that are the most affected by climate change. I would not, for example, expect people that are the most affected, for example, in my country, in Africa, to really understand the science about what's happening, but they know that there's a problem. So if I want to go there with solutions, then I will need to go down at their social level and understand what are the challenges they are facing and how are they trying to overcome those challenges. Because these are people that do not have a reach in technology, for example. Just recently, there was a conversation around holding the COP26 virtually, and you could tell the outrage from countries like mine, like in Africa. There is no way that we are going to hold a virtual COP, and yet not all of us have access to technology, to the internet. So there's that inequality that exists around the world, and the people that are the most impacted by climate change do not even have access to the data that we talk about every day. But they know that there's a problem. They are facing challenges like hunger, the floods, the landslides, the mudslides, and they are not stopping at that. They're trying to see what they can do with their communities to be able to adapt to those challenges. I have been to places like Samburu and seen women who have to walk for like over 12 miles to look for food and water for their families. And these are just things that are out there in theory, and people do not really understand that these things are happening practically. So I think the approach would mostly be in telling the real stories of impact, and that's both negative and positive impact, and the real stories about what is happening in countries that are the most affected. The same way we hear about the Amazon rainforest is the same way we want to hear about the Congo rainforest, and there's so many other forests that are really supporting humanity's well-being. But these stories are never told in a better way. And also, we hear a lot about stories of challenges in Africa, which is correct that it's true to share these stories to the world. But again, we leave out stories of resilience, stories of people and communities in Africa who have come together to be able to see how they can do to address these challenges. There's the Great Green Wall, where communities in Africa have come together to be able to stop a desert. So why don't we hear all of these stories? And I think this is exactly what is supposed to be moving people, the real stories of impact on the ground. And I think if we take that social perspective as well, it's going to really impact and help a lot the people that are the most affected, which is why we are discussing the climate crisis anyway, because if nobody was being affected, then it would not matter in the end. But because people are being affected every day, then they should be the center of the discussions, and we should make sure that we have them on the table and listen to the real stories on the ground that will include their day-to-day activities and their day-to-day challenges caused by the climate crisis.
Thank you, Elisabeth. I'm thinking because of time, but I think there's no more questions right now from the audience. But I think I do want to ask you one more question, if I may, and that is, what helps you personally in the situation where you feel affected when trees are cut down, to basically keep your calm and still find your way into action? Do you have something that you recommend us, a strategy, a thing you do that can help us do that too?
Yes, I have had a really practical instance before, and I think it just happened earlier this year. I think, it was on Valentine's Day. I think everybody at that time tries to show love to their loved ones. And we organized this campaign in Nairobi City, where we went and hanged love hearts to trees that had been marked for felling to pave way for the development of the Nairobi Expressway. So we did that, and I think it was somehow in the news as well. But we were trying to pass a message that those are not just trees that are there. They're helping us maintain the air quality in the city and improve it more, and also really helping support lives in the city, because we really have so much limited green space in Nairobi right now. So we really felt so happy doing that at that point in time. But then we did not know that the trees were eventually going to go down anyway. So a week after we did that exercise, I received photos from my friends, and they were asking me, are these not the trees that you recently hung love hearts to, trying to pass a message that they need to be protected? And it was really sad. I could compare the before and after photos. Somehow people feel proud when, for example, you do a cleanup somewhere and you have a before photo of how dirty it was and an after photo of how clean it now turns. But now this was the opposite. It's a before photo of how we try to protect the trees and an after photo of how our efforts, nobody ended up listening to us and they eventually cut down the trees. So yeah, it was really sad, because the first thing we did was go to that site and really confirm that it's true that the trees are not there. But I think this is a question of what then keeps me optimistic despite all of those challenges. And I think when that happened, it somehow felt to me that, yes, there is something to fight for, because then it shows that not everybody appreciates our work. And the fact that I also hold on to a vision of the kind of world that I want to live in is something that keeps me optimistic. I want to live in a world where humanity is in harmony with nature, and a world where we've chosen to put people in our planet above profits. And unless I put up a fight, then this world is not going to be possible. So I think this is what keeps me optimistic. And then again, seeing the fact that you're not alone, there are so many other young people that are fighting in their countries and their communities trying to do something. And just that community and solidarity from other people is what keeps me optimistic, because regardless, challenges are not going to end. It's not the last green space to be threatened. I'm going to hear more stories, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. And then if I give up, then it shows that it was not worth fighting for anyway, but then it's worth fighting for, because this is about the future and the world that we want to live in. So that is what keeps me optimistic, holding on to the vision and making sure that you don't lose sight of the world you want to live in. Then regardless of the challenges, you will continue to fight, because it's never going to be smooth anyway. There are people that I've mentioned, for example, despite the fact that all these challenges are happening to the spaces, there's still challenges of the people that are on the front line. They're fighting. Activists are being threatened. They're being killed in their countries. And this is reason enough to give up, but then we don't anyway, because you're still holding on to that vision. You want to live in that world, but then if you do not fight, then everybody else is at peace and nobody else is going to fight anyway. You choose to back off.
Thank you. Thank you, Elisabeth. If you imagine yourself in the year 2051, 30 years from now, I will be an old man, 69 years old, I don't know. You'll be an old woman too, I imagine. And you look back at this time today when you were young. What will be the thing you will remember? What will you remember of these days today when you have become old, and what will you tell to, I don't know, your grandchildren or the grandchildren that are around from your family or so? What will you tell them about these days, 2020?
I think I will be, if we will still be around, which I hope that we'll continue to fight and be in a livable world, I will definitely be proud of every fight that I put up for the planet. And I think it's something that I would wish everyone would be doing, so that when that time gets and your children, your grandchildren are asking you, what did you do to save the planet? What did you do to protect this forest? Then you'll have something to say that we tried, we did our very best to protect this forest. And I think that is one thing that I would be so proud of all the activism highlights, that, you know, the fights we've been putting up each and every day. And I think if everybody had that kind of, you know, vision of what am I going to say? Because I know one thing they will ask, if the planet is going to be in a mess, they will ask, who did this? And I don't want to be in that list of those who did this, who messed up the planet. I want to be in the list of those who really tried their best to make the world habitable and livable for the next generations, because then I will be proud to give that feedback.
Yes. I think that is really a crucial message as well. A message about how we are remembered, right? How we will be remembered for what we do now, and when we do that, when we have a vision, as you have it, and struggle for it, I think that is the way to be remembered. That is the way to be remembered then. So I think, as far as I know from the side of the organizers, that we slowly approach the end of this conversation and of this morning panel. Is there something? I mean, we have here at the conference a group of diverse researchers and artists. Is there something you still have you still want to ask us, or something you want to, a message or a word you still have to want to share? If there is anything you have to still to say to us, basically, at this point.
Yes, I think it was a great conversation, and I will just leave you with like 3 or calls to action. I know we are heading to COP26 and the pre-COP in Milan as well. I think it's really important for people to understand what is it that we are asking governments to do. And one of the things that we are asking governments to do, and this is because everyone who's watching right now, you have got the voice and the power to ask your governments as well to be able to do this, because there are people in countries like mine that have to deal with the worst impacts of climate change, even though Africa has only contributed to less than 5% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So I think this is the time when we need to stop investing in the fossil fuels and then start to massively increase nature regeneration, and as well make sure that we protect every remaining natural ecosystem. And they're all have to it's only going to take solidarity for us to be able to tackle this crisis. And then we have to treat both the climate and ecological crisis at the same time.
I think,
and playing this and putting up.
I think we have a connection problem here. I apologize for that. Elisabeth?
Did you hear me in the last minutes?
We somehow, somewhere in the middle, it broke off, unfortunately. There were bits and pieces, like nature regeneration and solidarity and COP. These are the keywords.
Absolutely. Yes. And I think, this was all about making sure that we stop investing in fossil fuels and then begin to now massively invest in nature regeneration and ensure that every remaining natural ecosystem continues to stay intact. I think that is what is going to help us tackle both the climate and ecological crisis, and then stop ignoring the fact that nature has got a key role to play in tackling this crisis. I think, that was my point. And then I just ended by saying that, sorry, I had to join while on the move, but I'm really glad that we've had a very wonderful conversation.
I'm really glad about that as well. And I think, that's one lesson as well. Meaningful conversation is possible in a digital space. It can work for COP as well. Yeah. And I thank you very much, very honestly, for your time and for sharing your insights, the insights of your practice as an activist as well, of your activities, and for the inspiration that comes across from your whole calm and yet decided way of approaching the problem. Thank you very much for this, Elisabeth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good luck. Good luck for your struggles and for the years to come, your action. And I'm sure then in 2051 we'll have good stories to share when we are both and everyone else, when we will be old. Let's hope for it. Yeah. Good. And my only task right now is really to end this panel and to provide a brief run through the day. As you know, it's a day where temperatures in our world of 2015 have stayed below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So something has happened that stopped the rise in temperatures. And in the panels that follow, you can learn about how this happened. You can learn about how this happened. You can learn about quite different perspectives, I would say, on the world of today, viewed from such a different future. Was it action? Was it accidents? Was it something else that happened? And was it a catastrophe? You can hear about that as well. A delegation from Kathmandu, if that was not yesterday. No, I think it is today, the delegation from Kathmandu that will arrive. In the evening, there's a closing. I won't run you through the problem in any greater detail right now, because you have so many possibilities to inform yourself on the website. Where the program is visible, there's the YouTube channel, there's Twitter, You can be in the room in presence at the Bellevue de Monaco. You can still register for sessions if you are interested. And then there is finally the online hub as well, where you can turn into an avatar. I did it yesterday. It's kind of fun to walk around, though not always easy to get into communication. But the more people there are, the easier it is. So try it out and have a day of meaningful conversations and encounters. That's what I wish to all and everyone who is part of the conference today. See you later.
Hello and welcome to the second session of the day, of the second day to be precise. We'll get just right started. We will start with Kees van der Geest. He's a human geographer and the head of environment and migration with main emphasis on interactions and choices. He will tell us a bit about the problems people face on the Marshall Islands. Kees, you may.
Yes, I hope you see my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
You do?
We do.
Great. Yes, so welcome to the year 2051. I'm going to take you to the Marshall Islands, which is a small, low-lying atoll nation in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And in the world, there are only 4 of such nations. There are 2 more in the Pacific, that's Kiribati and Tuvalu, and there's 1 more in the Indian Ocean. Those are the Maldives. So I'm going to talk about the past 30 years of the fight against climate change. in the Marshall Islands. I put here 2021 to 2051. Of course, the real struggle already started before, but I'm going to mainly focus on the past 3 decades. So maybe just a refresher from your geography classes when you were still in middle school. Atolls, what are atolls? And I must be honest, when I started the research in the Marshall Islands, I also had to really look this up. So atolls are kind of ring-shaped islands which form over volcanoes that are extinct. They're made up of coral reefs, and you see that process quite well in the figure on the right. So when the volcanoes submerge, the coral reefs stay right above water. And another interesting thing of coral islands is that they can grow when the sea levels rise, right? Sorry, I have to, there's something blocking part of my view, so let's see if I can drag it. Sorry, yeah. So atolls can grow naturally when sea levels rise, but the process is really slow. So 30 years ago, in around 2020, new research came out that actually showed that despite some sea level rise that had already happened between 1990 and 2020, a lot of the atoll nations in the world, or atolls in the world, had actually increased a little bit in their size. And what we didn't know at that time is whether whether those islands, those atolls, could keep up with the accelerated sea level rise that was caused by CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases. So at this time, the predictions of the IPCC were that between 2020 and now, the sea level rise would amount to around 15 to 25 centimeters. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of a technical thing here. Yeah. So another important thing here is that this growth of atolls, this natural growth of atolls, happens on atolls that are in their natural situation with sandy beaches. And in the capital of the Marshall Islands, which you also saw here on the left, the coastlines have really been altered by humans. The process of growth of atoll nations is not longer working. You see it also here on the picture on the left that this is Wanjiru, the capital, and there is actually almost no beach. So back in those days, it was already clear that with 15 to 25 centimeter sea level rise, the Marshall Islands would not be inundated or submerged, but the extremes would become more dangerous. So during high tides, during coastal storms, when you have an average sea level rise that is 15 to 25 centimeters higher, those storms also have a higher impact. So what used to be maybe a 1 in 10-year flood would now become a flood that occurs every year. And with that salty water intruding the land, there would be problems with drinking water. Trees could die. Agriculture, the production in agriculture would really go down. And more generally speaking, there would be a problem of habitability of these islands. So I just want to take you back to the early days when I started my research, and I did fieldwork in the Marshall Islands for the first time in 2017. And already then, a vast majority of the population reported impacts of climate change on their livelihoods, on drinking water, on their trees, on their food security, etc. When we did a kind of, with 200 households, we did a problem ranking exercise where actually we found out that in their top 5 of most pressing problems facing their households, 3 were related to climate impacts. So at the same time, during the same research I did in 2017, it became clear that there had been a really sharp increase in migration to the United States from the Marshall Islands. And at that time, they also had visa-free access to the United States. And so migration increased sharply from 7,000 in 22,000 to 30,000. And those numbers may not seem overly big, but at the time, the total population of the Marshall Islands was only 53,000. So 53,000 in the Marshall Islands and already 30,000 in the US. So more than a third of the population, the total population of Marshallese people were already in the US. And there was also a lot of internal migration. So mostly people would go from the outer islands, and there were 29 in total, to the 2 bigger urban islands that are in the Republic of the Marshall Islands. And my research also looked at to what extent people were already moving because of climate change. And actually, at that time, it wasn't so clear whether climate change was already really a driver of migration, because people primarily migrated for work opportunities, education, and also healthcare. But already when I was there on the islands, we could really see visually like the signs of migration. You see a lot of this kind of abandoned houses where whole families had relocated to the US. So right the same time we're talking about, there were in the major newspapers in the world, like New York Times, The Guardian, Washington Post, there were these headlines of sinking islands and sinking islands, climate refugees, often with these kind of doomy pictures of graveyards that are flooded. So in general, you could say that in the media in the early 20th century, there was this kind of dominant discourse on the low-lying Pacific islands that they are basically doomed. People are living there, but their days on those islands are counted, and they will have to at some point leave and become climate refugees. And that's a term that the media often used. It's not a term that researchers actually use a lot. So right when this kind of global discourse on sinking islands and climate refugees started becoming dominant, within the Marshall Islands, there was a strong kind of resistance to this. So there was kind of a climate justice movement that said, like, you should not give up on us. Big polluting countries have caused this mess, and we have to receive support to keep our islands habitable for the future. And here's a quote from a famous poet in the Marshall Islands who said, "We are nothing without our islands. We don't want to move. We should not have to move. And we're going to keep on fighting to stay on our islands." So also during my fieldwork in the Marshall Islands, my first fieldwork, we used Q methodology, and I don't have time to explain that in detail, but we sought from our 200 respondents their views on a number of topics, and then we used a clustering analysis to distill like 3 different views on the theme of climate change, migration, habitability, etc. And I'll just go through this a bit quickly, but the main finding was that the third group here, which we call the island pessimists, they really kind of fit in that discourse on climate refugees. They really, they really want to move to the US, and they don't see a life for themselves in the Marshall Islands anymore. They're really pessimistic that their islands have a future. But those were actually a really small group in this population, and there were a much bigger group that really resisted and were critical about moving from their islands. So then what happened in 2026? This kind of resistance to moving was really tested. In 2026, a big chunk of the Great West Antarctic ice sheet collapsed. And this, in a few weeks' time, caused 30 centimeters of additional sea level rise. So a big part of the Marshall Islands and other atoll nations was flooded. And despite this public resistance against climate refugees and relocation, around in the years after the collapse of this ice sheet, around 20,000 people additional left the Marshall Islands. And in 2030, at the census time, there turned out to be more Marshallese in the US than in the Marshall Islands themselves. But in the climate negotiations, the diplomats of the Marshall Islands government, along with those from other atoll nations, they continued to resist this climate refugee discourse, and they continued to demand support for adaptation, to make it possible for their people to stay on the island. So the thing is that it is really difficult to protect atoll nations. Now, you've already seen this figure on the right, but it helps to show that, building a dike here of concrete, a concrete dike, it's the slopes, when you go a few meters into the sea, the slopes are so steep that it's really difficult from an engineering perspective to build any dike there. And the other problem with protecting atolls is that they have these long coastlines. And also, you can imagine there are like 50,000, there were 50,000 people living in the Marshall Islands, and they're spread out over 29 different atolls. So if in each of these you have to build dikes, it just becomes hugely expensive. So what happened? Despite all the difficulties, the group of 4 atoll nations were successful in suing big polluters. So in 2028, the International Court of Climate Losses and Damages was established in Nairobi. And in this court, victims of climate change, which could be countries, communities, they can sue polluters and thereby also force them to be more ambitious in their climate action. So the 4 atoll nations together managed to get a court ruling which amounted to receiving together $128 billion to be paid by big polluters in support of adaptation and coastal protection. So right around the same time, a few years later actually, there was a new technology developed to build floating dikes. As I may have a picture here on the right of what that looks like. So those floating dikes, they are very suitable for atoll nations because they don't sit on the sea floor, so they float. So even if the seafloor drops very steeply off the coast, these floating dikes protect the islands from especially the extremes. So when the average sea level rise increases, the dikes also go up. So they don't protect against average sea level rise, but they protect against the extremes, especially during high tides and coastal storms. A few years after this technology was developed, the first dikes were fixed around the two largest atolls in the Marshall Islands. And at the same time, and this is important, the coral islands were raised with material from the seafloor, at varying distances from the atolls. So the atolls were heightened up and protected with these floating dikes. And in the following years, all the other atolls of the Marshall Islands were protected in this way. So what happened? Sorry, sorry about this. So what happened when the people that had migrated to the US, they followed the developments in the Marshall Islands very closely. But at the beginning, they weren't so sure whether such floating dikes could actually effectively protect their islands. So they were at the beginning reluctant to return. But in 2049, a level 4 storm hit the Marshall Islands and a lot of other islands also in the Pacific, which were quite heavily damaged. But it turned out that these floating dikes had successfully even withstood the highest category storm so far. So then when after this happened, a lot of people decided to move back to the Marshall Islands, and many of them also stayed in the US because they had started new lives there, their children had been born there, but they really saw their islands again as a healthy place to live with a future. So I end here with this positive note, and I also add here to references to published work that I also presented in the beginning of this presentation. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Kees. Okay, I see no questions from the people watching, so I will just start. And in the beginning, you said there were 4 atoll islands, and I was wondering why you've chosen the Marshall Islands. Was there something special which caught your eye, or was it by chance?
Yeah, at that time I was working already at the United Nations University, and in the years before, my colleagues had worked on Tuvalu and Kiribati, so I felt it was good to also expand the research to the Marshall Islands. And at that time, I also got connected with the University of Hawaii, where a lot of expertise on Marshall Islands was bundled. And actually, at the time when Barack Obama was still the president of the United States, his administration reserved money to do research on the topic of climate and migration, specifically in the Marshall Islands. So we were able to do this project for the US government. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. And now that you've mentioned the US, I was wondering why the US was so favorable to a lot of people on the Marshall Islands.
You mean in terms of the visa and their ability to travel to the US, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Thanks, and that's a very relevant question. And in the interest of time, I did not go into details there during my presentation. But the situation in the Marshall Islands is that after the Second World War in the 50s and going on in the 60s, the US tested nuclear weapons in the Marshall Islands because they thought these islands are so remote, there's so few people living there, it's a relatively safe place to do these nuclear testing. And this caused a lot of health damage, a lot of disruption of families and livelihoods, and also people from surrounding islands had to be evacuated and developed all kinds of health problems because of the radiation that was caused by this nuclear testing. And so somewhere in the 80s, 90s, there were also international court cases, which in the end resulted in what we call a compact of free association, which included damage payments to the Marshallese communities and also visa-free access to the United States. Yeah.
I see. Thanks. Oh, you have a question?
Yeah.
Okay, shoot.
Yeah, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I very well remember this historical ruling of the International Court on Loss and Damage. And I was wondering why the big polluters eventually paid up the bill, why they paid this $128 billion to the 4 atoll states, and what would have happened if they had declined to pay. Could you offer some ideas on that?
Yeah, of course they fiercely resisted paying during the court case, and they argued that there was no clear enough link between their activities, industrial polluting activities, and the situation in the Marshall Islands. So they tried to convince the judge that the time that they made these polluting activities, they were not yet so aware of the adverse effects of that. And so they tried all kinds of ways to avoid paying, but those polluting parties were could have been like polluting countries, traditionally industrial countries, but also companies within those countries. And in this case, the court sued companies, actually the 10 biggest companies in the world, which historically had the highest emissions. And these also have their headquarters in different countries, and as part of the internationally supported International Court of Climate Losses and Damages, there was like global support for this court, the countries where these polluting companies were hosted, were headquartered, could really force them to pay, and otherwise threat to shut them down. So there was really a big buy-in from the international community. And thanks for your question.
Further questions?
From this side?
Okay. You named some reasons why people left the Marshall Islands, and I think more job opportunities in the US or other countries were named there as well. So I was wondering, even after combating the problem with the sea level rise with the dikes, was it still livable for the people there? Were there enough jobs?
That's also really an important question, and by the time, like in the 2020s and the 2 decades before, when a lot of people had migrated in search of job opportunities, that was really a different world people lived in then. So at that time, I remember, for example, when I was doing the research there, to find research assistants to work with me during my 7 weeks in the Marshall Islands to do the questionnaires. It was extremely difficult to find anybody who had finished even secondary school. So people with graduate or a college education or a bachelor degree, they were so hard to find. So in the decades afterwards, when the population in the Marshall Islands were more and more highly educated and digital technologies evolved, the dependence on place-based economies had really reduced. So people who had moved also to the US, they really long to return to their homeland and to kind of reestablish those cultural ties and kind of repair the what we call non-economic or cultural losses and damages that they had felt when they had been kind of forced to move out. So the desire to return and then the fact that in the 2030s, 40s, and 50s, it became much more easy to earn a living from a distance through digital technologies and with a higher level of education. It was really relatively easy for them to earn a living on the Marshall Islands.
Cool. Looking back to 2021, I was wondering if it was wrong to only concentrate on dikes to keep the water from the islands, and if the atoll islands should have earlier formed an association to, sue the polluting countries.
So the atoll nations, they are part of the AOSIS group in the climate change negotiations. But around that time, 2021, there was still a lot of resistance to establish something like an international court of losses and damages. So they teamed up in the climate negotiations, but they really met still a lot of resistance. But then, as I mentioned in my presentation, in 2026, when a big chunk of the West Antarctic ice sheet broke off, and the huge losses and damages became apparent, and there was much more support for such an international court, and that is when they could really go beyond asking for kind of voluntary contributions and support to a system where polluters could really be brought to trial. So that made a big difference. In your question, there was also another question about whether dikes were really enough, and that's also really a very, very good question. And actually, right now, the year we live in, 2051, there are a lot of new developments. Actually, those dikes that were first patented in the 30s, in the 2030s, have now become much more nature-based. So it's really part of the family of nature-based solutions, where instead of having those floating dikes made of plastic and cement structures, they're now made of organic materials and also include floating forests. So those dikes have organic material on them and vegetation and shrubs, and not only protect the islands, but also provide a source of food and timber for people on the islands. And at the same time, also besides increasing the islands, there was a lot of new tree planting along the coast to also protect, and there was new mangroves planted along the coast. So a kind of integrated approach was needed, and thanks for asking, because in the presentation I did not have enough time to give you all those details. Yeah.
Very much. Or is there something else we haven't addressed yet which you'd like to mention or go in deeper?
No, I think I'm really grateful for your good questions, and I'm also really looking forward to the other two presenters. So maybe we should just give the floor to them.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll continue now with Jakob Blumenfeld, who is a professor of practical philosophies at the University of Oldenburg and is a philosopher. And he will present now, or he will talk now about climate barbarism.
Hi, thank you for inviting me. So welcome to the year 2051. My name is Dr. Jakob Blumenfeld, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute for the Study of Permanent Catastrophe. I'm here to talk to you about how we succeeded in keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius, but in succeeding, failed. In 2021, there was a common belief that genuine awareness and acceptance of the existence of man-made climate change would automatically lead people to develop political and moral positions which advocate for collective human action towards minimizing suffering for all and adapting human societies towards a fossil-free future. This was a mistake. Scientific awareness of the facts of climate change was not enough to motivate a common ethical project of humanity towards a unifying good. Rather, as we now know, climate change awareness can just as well equally motivate heightened divisions of humanity into anti-egalitarian, xenophobic, class-differentiated zones of competitive survival. I call this climate barbarism and seek to explain its political and philosophical grounds. Now, climate barbarism is a useful concept for grasping the general tendency towards anti-egalitarian climate politics, but it's a bit too broad a concept to capture the specificity of particularly brutal ideologies of climate despair, like eco-fascism. I will thus develop the concept of climate barbarism in relation to eco-fascism. What do these concepts mean and how can they be challenged? In 2051, climate barbarism has become the norm. Perhaps it's time to look back at how we got here. In the late 2010s and early 2020s, a few authors warned us about this specifically regressive form of climate adaptation, but no one listened. That is why it is imperative to return to them now to see the options we had at a crucial moment and the choices we took for better or for worse. Now let me share my screen a little bit. In 2018, Jeff Mann and Joel Wainwright presented 4 potential global political responses to climate change, each of which expressed a different conjuncture between state sovereignty and global capitalism. These 4 social formations were split along 2 axes: planetary sovereignty versus anti-planetary sovereignty, and capitalist versus non-capitalist. They called the planetary capitalist response to climate change climate leviathan, which they saw as the most likely scenario going forward. In short, climate leviathan named the strategy of global capital adapting to a warmer world so as to maintain free markets, the circulation of commodities, cheap labor, high consumption, and economic growth. This is the path of the Paris Agreement, the UN frameworks, the WTO, IMF, and G8. In homage to Hobbes, climate leviathan designated the new form of sovereignty emerging in response to the climate emergency. This sovereign structure reflected an agreement among the wealthiest and most powerful nation states to coordinate climate policy through transitional institutions in order to maintain their hegemony while offsetting the costs and burdens to the poor and future generations. Either in the form of green neoliberalism or green Keynesianism, this was the path of green capitalism, a capitalism conscious of the need to organize itself globally to manage the ecological threat to its financial bottom line. The anti-planetary capitalist response, which Mann and Wainwright feared, was called climate behemoth. This possible social formation intensified nationalism, protectionism, climate denial, racism, xenophobia, and social Darwinism, and international conflict. In this scenario, sovereignty does not expand to the planet in order to confront climate change, but contracts to the protected space of one's own borders. Climate behemoth is a global state of nature against Leviathan's world order, unrelated anarchy to the managed globe. This social formation incorporates radically different interest groups, like wealthy elites and poor working class populations, in order to block any climate policy that would impact jobs, industry, growth, in short, our way of life. Combining scientific denialism with economic protectionism, this anti-liberal, deglobalized response to climate change reasserts national sovereignty as the only legitimate source of authority and protection in a world of diminishing returns. Scapegoating migrants, fortifying borders, withdrawing from international treaties, and protecting domestic companies and workers are climate behemoth's main policies. In this pathway, the extraction and consumption of fossil fuels are ramped up to the max for the good of our economy, irrespective of its disastrous effects on the planet, on others, on the future, and on ourselves. Now, the planetary non-capitalist response, which they saw as possible but unlikely, was called Climate Mao. With reference to China in particular, this potential form of sovereignty reflected a conjunction between a strong authoritarian state and a massive revolutionary subaltern class ready to act decisively and effectively on a world stage to tackle climate change outside of market mechanisms and capitalist institutions. Climate Mao reflects a sovereign power which has a clear and immediate interest in radically mitigating climate change, since its population is disproportionately affected by extreme climate events, droughts, floods, fires, and famines. As a major geopolitical force, Climate Mao would unite the global south and the non-capitalist bloc in order to implement climate measures from above that circumvent fossil capital and Euro-American hegemony. No more futile UN meetings and G8 gatherings about climate. This is mitigation through the brute force of state power. The anti-planetary, non-capitalist response, which they politically supported but also pessimistically doubted, was called Climate X. This pathway named the unknown trajectory of a radical democratic politics from below, which does not sacrifice local communities and transnational solidarity on the altar of economic growth or national sovereignty. Climate X names whatever it is that would meaningfully transcend capitalism and tackle climate change without displacing the costs onto the poor, the future, and the non-human. Combining grassroots forms of communal adaptation with democratic experience and sovereignty, Climate X brings together climate activists, scientists, farmers, care workers, indigenous communities, urban ecologists, eco-socialists, and all those who struggle for a just and equitable carbon-free way of life. This unnameable future was alive in the form of anti-pipeline protests, climate justice movements, degrowth ecology, solidarity economies, and more. Whether it could unite into a formidable force to overcome the power of climate Leviathan was, at that point, unknown. Now, in their insightful analysis, Mann and Wainwright focused mostly on climate Leviathan and why it was likely to prevail. But they also spent ample time on the non-capitalist possibilities of Climate Mao and Climate X. What they tended to skip over was the dangerous power and potential of climate behemoth, a somewhat murky concept that needs some more precision to be useful. This was a mistake precisely because something closer to climate behemoth won out in the end over climate Leviathan, with some key differences. Instead of using their specific term, I will develop the concept of climate barbarism to help explain the ecological transition to our present, 2051. But even that term is not specific enough. We must also distinguish between climate barbarism in general and ecofascism in particular. Thus, there are three concepts that need to be elaborated: climate behemoth, climate barbarism, and ecofascism. What do these concepts mean and how are they related? Recall that climate behemoth names a form of anti-planetary capitalist sovereignty in response to climate change, one that unifies neoliberal climate denial from above with anti-environmental xenophobic resentment from below. While these forces were still real and powerful in the 2010s, their ideological coherence along the lines of climate denialism was shattered in the 2020s. The reality of climate change imposed itself more and more forcefully and convincingly on all parts of the population, due to increased and seemingly constant extreme weather events, explosive IPCC reports, and a constant stream of articles, books, movies, stories, and podcasts. More scientists and journalists were speaking out, more politicians and activists were taking a stand, and even more CEOs, bankers, and investors were signaling the end of fossil fuels. Perhaps the most powerful wake-up call came from the uprising of the future generations themselves, that is the youth, in the form of climate strikes and mass protests, which only paused for a brief moment during the COVID-19 pandemic. After that, their tactics escalated even more to a point where no one could turn their eyes away from the ongoing catastrophes and its causes. Everyone agreed that the world was warming and that it had to be stopped. Everyone thought such universal scientific awareness would be enough to motivate a shift of economic and political priorities to a more just and ecologically sustainable world. Well, the world did become more sustainable, but definitely not more just. In short, climate denial in the 2020s and 30s was no longer socially acceptable, and moreover, no longer necessary. One could accept the irrefutable truth of climate change without giving up one's love of fossil fuels or hatred of immigrants. Just because one understood the reality of climate-induced migration and the suffering of climate refugees, for instance, did not mean that one was now willing to accept them. Welcome to the new climate world, where action on climate change was by no means progressive, left, or radical. Whether framed in terms of overpopulation or austerity, community or identity, safety or necessity, this kind of ecological politics was a terrifying development and should have been a wake-up call for those who believed in the basic value of universal human solidarity. This anti-egalitarian, regressive, reactionary transition from climate denial to climate acceptance can be theorized on my account as a shift from climate behemoth to climate barbarism. Unlike climate behemoth, this political response accepts the reality of climate change, but not the needs of other human beings. So what is climate barbarism? One of the clearest articulations of this concept comes from Naomi Klein in her work from 2019. Climate barbarism is a form of climate adaptation. It's no longer denying that we have begun an age of massive disruption, that many hundreds of millions of people are going to be forced from their homelands, and that huge swaths of the planet are going to be uninhabitable. And then, in response to that, rather than doing all the things that are encoded in the UN Convention on Climate Change, which recognizes the historical responsibility of many of the countries that happen to have a little more time to deal with the impacts of climate change, are insulated both by geography and relative wealth, instead says, look, we simply believe we are better because of our citizenship, because of our whiteness and our Christianness, and we are locking down, protecting our own and pulling aid. End quote. For Klein, this indifference towards vulnerable populations outside one's borders was, or at the margins within one's borders, was present for a while in the USA and the UK, but it was now particularly more ruthless given the West's historical responsibility for climate change. Climate barbarism recognizes climate change and adapts to it by withdrawing from any obligations to others outside of one's own preferred in-group, the boundaries of which can always be narrowed further and further in cascades of violence and disregard. It says, quote, "This is why we need to cut foreign aid, because we don't have enough money to help these other people. We need to help our own." For Klein, this forces a choice upon us all. Are we going to live up to the rhetoric of equality and the idea that we actually believe people are of equal value by right of being alive on this planet? Or are we going to double down and get monstrous? The suggestion here is that climate change puts to the test deeply held liberal beliefs in equality, dignity, and human rights, such that one can no longer abstractly profess them as ideals without acting upon them in reality. In short, you either adapt your behavior or become a hypocrite. No more beautiful souls. In another interview from the same time, Klein puts it even more succinctly. Quote, "We are seeing the beginnings of the era of climate barbarism. We saw it in Christchurch, we saw it in El Paso. We have this marrying of white supremacist violence with vicious anti-immigrant racism." Now, Klein here is referring to acts of domestic terrorism in Christchurch, New Zealand, and El Paso, Texas in 2019, the perpetrators of which expressed concerns about environmental degradation and climate change on the one hand, and far-right ideology, white supremacy, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and anti-immigrant hostility on the other. These horrific acts of violence were certainly symptoms of climate barbarism, yet they should be specified as early expressions of eco-fascism. In an interview from November 2019, Klein distinguishes more precisely between these two. Whereas climate barbarism refers to governmental policies of anti-solidaristic climate adaptation, ecofascism names a specific far-right ideology that rationalizes white supremacist violence by invoking imminent ecological collapse and scarce natural resources. She notes, "What I'm calling climate barbarism is de facto what is happening at the borders. Politicians know climate change is real, whether or not they deny it. They have used the specter of the invading other as a unifying force for their political project. This is a form of climate adaptation that we're seeing with these barbaric practices, such as the construction of concentration camps, whether in Texas, in Libya, or off the shore of Australia and places like Nauru or Manus. This has been the story of the decade." Ecofascism, in contrast, is a bit different. It's more brutal, local, and radical. It is an articulated ideology in which a sector of the far right is no longer denying climate change and is using the reality that we are entering a period where more and more people are going to be on the move as a rationale for extreme violence. The fear of the climate refugee is thus added to the context of delusion, in which Muslims, Jews, racial minorities, leftists, and cultural elites are all colluding in destroying white civilization, and thus must be stopped. In her 2019 book, On Fire, Klein wrote about the rising threat of ecofascism after the Christchurch massacre. Her correct worry was that ecofascism as an ideology would emerge more frequently as a rationalization for violent action if we failed to live up to our collective climate responsibilities. According to this account, the less universal the policy for mitigating and adapting to climate change, the more popular ecofascism will be as an alternative ideology for a particular in-group. And in the same book, with reference to US policies which deny climate aid to vulnerable countries in the global south, she notes, "Let there be no mistake, this is the dawn of climate barbarism. And unless there is a radical change, not only in politics, but in the underlying values that govern our politics, this is how the wealthy world is going to adapt to more climate disruption. By fully unleashing the toxic ideologies that rank the relative value of human lives in order to justify the monstrous discarding of huge swaths of humanity. And what starts as brutality at the border will most certainly infect societies as a whole." Now, climate barbarism takes place at the border, but ecofascism happens within it. Ecofascism then would be something like internalized climate barbarism, xenophobia and hate not towards those outside who want to get in, but to the other inside, those who take what should belong to us. These are classic expressions of racism and resentment towards undeserving parts of the population, phenomena which spike every time the economic pie is seen as shrinking, which it was. With a deepening climate crisis and a major recession looming, and no transformative options on the table, this negative strategy of adaptation was only intensified. But ecofascism is not just a recent side effect of barbaric climate policies. Ecofascism, or far-right ideology, ecology in general, is not some strange blend of intrinsically incompatible worldviews. Rather, it has a long history and developed political vocabulary and ideology. It builds from the theoretical and political traditions which take seriously ideas such as sustainability, protection of nature, localism, bioregionalism, autonomy, veganism, decolonization, and even indigeneity. Now, such concepts may seem to be inherently progressive or even left-wing, but that's an illusion. Nothing about the focus on locality or place, for instance, entails egalitarian principles, beliefs in justice, fairness, or even liberal values. To protect nature, respect locality, and support autonomy can, and sometimes did, mean protecting homogeneity from difference, local community from foreign residence, hierarchy from equality, gender roles from feminism, heteronormative families from queer identity, male authority from deliberative democracy, ethno-nationalism from multiculturalism, racist ideas from anti-racist action. To challenge ecofascism then cannot just entail warding off climate barbarism from infecting society in general, as if the danger was not already inside. And to challenge climate barbarism then cannot just involve criticizing anti-immigrant border policies. Almost all border policies around the world are structurally anti-immigrant, some more than others. What makes climate barbarism specific and deadly is its potential as a real political strategy of adaptation to climate change. This strategy cannot be confronted on the epistemological grounds of climate science versus climate denial, nor even on the moral grounds of human rights versus national sovereignty. but only on the grounds of the political and social power that can articulate an alternative economic and ecological vision of the future and actually fight for it. Or at least that was what we thought in the 2020s. Klein was more right than she could ever know, as the policy of regressive adaptation occurred throughout the next decades all over the world. Climate policy was implemented, but in a racially differentiated, economically hierarchical, socially unjust way that separated out those who were deemed worthy of protection from those who were deemed superfluous. The path from 2021 to 2051 was a chaotic one, in which some individuals maintained their high cost of living, while others were forced to give up on basic necessities, in which some select groups were allowed to enjoy life in protected, luxurious zones of high emission existence, while others had to fend for themselves in abandoned wastelands of industrial ruin. Slowly, as rations were enforced on the majority of the working class, global production levels dropped, emissions lowered, and temperatures stabilized. Most people adapted to needless suffering and avoidable death, which they already learned how to do during the pandemics of the 2020s. Green nationalism, working class austerity, strong borders, harsh immigration policy, these were the mechanisms of the Great Transition. Floods, fires, and droughts continued to increase, but having the right citizenship or enough money could allow one to weather any storm in the newly built zones of adaptation. Most people couldn't enter these private utopian spaces, but everyone thought that maybe they could one day, if they kept working hard enough, maybe giving up more pleasures for the greater good. They still believe that today. And one conclusion of these thoughts is that climate barbarism should have been taken more seriously as a real possibility of cruel adaptation to the reality of climate change between 2021 and 2031. By 2032, it was too late. The walls were built and the new zones of exclusion were imposed. Nearly 20 years later, we are living in the world that was promised, the world of 1.5 degrees, but not the one we desired. Climate barbarism was an anti-social response to climate change. It did not come shrouded in climate denial. Rather, it was precisely the reality and acceptance of climate change that justified its nationalistic social Darwinism, which manifested both at the state level of immigration policy and foreign aid, and at the local level of popular resentment and white supremacist terror. Although we now live in a world with a stable climate, it is more socially unstable than ever. The technical shifts to a sustainable ecosystem are easy, and you don't have to think about the moral claims of other human beings, especially those from outside of one's community. In the end, we should be careful what we wish for. Thank you.
Thanks, Jakob. Looking around, do you have some questions for Jakob? Okay, great, then I will start. In the beginning, you mentioned Climate Mao as well, and said that he was, or the type was pretty unlikely. How and also why is it pretty unlikely, and what would have happened if Climate Mao would have prevailed?
Thanks, that's a good question. So the idea of Climate Mao as a political response to climate change at the global level was that a strong state on the global level like China could unify with other states in the global south to implement on a kind of regional level climate policies pushed by their revolutionary underclass who are feeling the effects of climate change in the short term. The challenge is that this idea is premised on the fact that China is somehow separate from the rest of the global world, that they can pull out of global institutions and the monetary economy of the West. And this seems less and less unlikely. It seems to be that China is slowly more adapting to capitalist practices, more integrated into the economy of the West, that it couldn't just enforce on its own radical climate policies without hurting its own political power in the meantime. This is one of the contradictions or the paradoxes of a strong, powerful state that can seemingly act on its own, but is also so tied into the economic and financial system that it would threaten its own economic and political stability if it was to act on its own.
Thank you. There's a question coming in for you. I just have to wait till it's tipped in. Okay, this question is from Markus Spielmann. Looking back 30 years, what could have avoided climate barbarism? How could they... Okay, these are two questions. Do you want to answer the first one? Do you want to hear both at all?
I can just say a quick word.
Okay.
I mean, one idea is that there was a lot of emphasis right now on clarifying the stakes of climate change, understanding what it means for everybody, and giving timelines and a scientific analysis of what is required. And that's necessary. But my argument is that it wasn't sufficient, right? Without a political and ethical addition to this awareness, then the knowledge that comes from the work of scientists, natural scientists and ecologists, can be manipulated and used in ways that are antisocial, right? So there needs to be just as important to the scientific work that's being done by ecologists and climate scientists, political and social work, to emphasize that it's not just a transition that is necessary, right? It's a particular kind of transition, a just transition, a moral transition that is just as important as the climate transition, right? That's one thing to emphasize, right? Not just the science on the one hand, but the ethics and the politics on the other, as inextricable together, right? You can't just have a technical transition.
Thanks. The second question is always also from Markus Bielmann. How could the UN and other international bodies have done better?
Yeah, how could they have done better? Well, it's hard for the UN to enforce, countries to help the global south. It was hard for them, right, because they didn't want to infringe on national sovereignty. And the national sovereignty argument was used to stop the UN from intervening to tell people to socially transform their societies to allow for a more just way of transitioning to 1.5 degrees. So the UN couldn't break through this national sovereignty argument, right? It was not allowed to do that. And on the second hand, the UN was also controlled in the Security Council by some of the major powers. So it couldn't really, none of these countries would allow themselves to be harmed, right? They saw this as not in their interest. So it wasn't really the UN's ability. The UN couldn't really do anything unless those main powers were removed from the Security Council. And that would have taken a lot of work that was probably unnecessary. So I think it probably wasn't at the UN level that this problem could have been solved, right? It had to be within the countries themselves to challenge their own national sovereignty.
Okay. Thank you. You mentioned that ecofascism builds from political traditions, and you named decolonization and veganism and some other examples. And I couldn't quite understand why these examples were so bad.
Yeah, it's a great question. The point is not that they're bad, right? The point is that they can be used in ambiguous ways, right? They can be used, and this is true, right? This happens in Oregon, for instance, or where you could have neo-Nazi communities that are ecologically sustainable, right? That want to defend their local forest, but they want to do it to protect kind of a white Aryan community, right? And they want to keep out others from intervening. They want to maintain a patriarchal system that can defend their local place because they see themselves as the owners of this local place, right? Because they come from the land. Their blood comes from the land. They're tied to animals and nature. They want to decolonize this region from the U.S. government, but they want to do it in the name of a white Aryan local state, right, or a local community. So my argument is that it cannot just be decolonization or veganism or locality as such that are tools for justice, right? It has to be integrated into a theory of equality and solidarity across borders and outside of one's community. Or else you can have homogenous anti-immigrant communities that want to decolonize themselves against cosmopolitan elites or whoever they think is the real cause of their troubles.
Thanks. We have a question.
Yeah, it has come up in your response right now. So I'm wondering, you're making the demand that there's solidarity and equality that needs to come in order to prevent ecofascism from happening. But I'm wondering, where is the requirement for a liberal society here? Isn't free rights and being liberal and having own choices, isn't this quintessential to preventing ecofascism from happening too?
Not if it allows people in their own, choices in their own private lives to maintain this anti-immigrant, anti-egalitarian relationships to the outside world, right? If it reduces these practices to private behaviors, then liberalism is defenseless, right? Because liberalism has the separation between the private and the public and says, this is just a private affair, it's not a public affair. So how do you challenge these, private local communities or local relations that see themselves as separate from the public sphere, right? Which liberalism would say, okay, it's private, right? We cannot intervene in the private sphere. So I think it challenges this the distinction that liberalism takes for granted, which is the right for individuals to express themselves and to develop their own practices. So it requires kind of a social transition, which cannot, I think, be accommodated by a simple liberal condemnation based on claims of rights, because rights can be used also from the other side to defend these practices. Is my argument.
So we're kind of living in a dystopian movie now, and if it were a dystopian movie, normally by now a heroine or a hero would come in and save us. Who or what could save us now?
Well, so it's a bit ambiguous dystopia, right? Because it's a dystopia in which the planetary climate is stabilized, right? Stabilized, but it's done in an unjust way. So it's utopia for some, dystopia for many, which maybe is always all dystopias have a utopia for the few. So the way to challenge this would be to kind of there's no hero that can challenge this, right? It would be confronting the exclusion of adaptation for some, the exclusion of private zones of adaptation of these private utopias, which are walled off from the majority of the world, right? That would be one idea, is that this idea that some people can adapt what other people can't has to be confronted. And that cannot be done by just an individual, right? That's a social process. It needs to tear down those walls and show that some people cannot be safe in a world where the majority are unsafe.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue now with Michael and the other Michael. Michael Jakob is a researcher fellow at Mercator Research Institute on Global Commons and Climate Change in Berlin. And we will do this now in an interview form. Okay, let's start. Michael, in your research, you analyzed the development of international climate policies. In the last decades, we have witnessed some spectacular developments. Could you please explain what lessons we have learned from history?
Yeah, of course. Thanks a lot, and thanks for having me here. In my most recent project, I focus on the debate on carbon dioxide removal technologies. So that means technologies that allowed us to actually take greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere. So this topic actually came up first with the publication of the IPCC's fifth assessment report. And the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, releases these assessment reports every 5 to 6 years. And I focus on the period between the fifth and seventh assessment reports, so 2014 to 2026. And maybe the key takeaway from this research is that this period was a period of pronounced technological skepticism, that actually many people did not believe that these technologies would come to fruition and were very skeptical of the possibilities to remove carbon out of the atmosphere on a large scale. And as we all know, the last decades have actually shown that this pessimism we had at this time was largely unfounded.
Can you explain this in more detail, please?
Yes, of course. In 2015, there was the landmark Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement actually called for stabilizing global warming to 2 degrees below, to well below 2 degrees, to be precise, below pre-industrial times, and even aim for 1.5 degrees. And people were then calculating what this means for a carbon budget, how much carbon would we still be allowed to emit over the course of the 21st century. And the numbers they came up with is that for 2 degrees we had to restrict our cumulative carbon emissions to about 1,000 gigatons, about 1,000 billion tons in total, and for 1.5 degrees, about half of that, about 500 gigatons. And at the time, like in the early 2020s, we were emitting about 40 gigatons per year. So there was actually this feeling that we only have 10 years left. In 10 years or 12 years, we will have exhausted the carbon budget. So there's this narrative of 10 years to save the world. You maybe remember there were young people taking to the streets, fearing that their future would be imperiled. And Fridays for Future were demonstrating to really make a stark shift at this time. And in some places, you even had doomsday clocks counting backwards the carbon budgets. So it was like everybody was seeing, okay, the end is near, we're approaching zero, and if we overstep this carbon budget, it would be too late to actually do something, and we would actually leave an uninhabitable world for our children.
So you weren't really fond of that idea. Why?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the scenarios in these IPCC reports showed that these negative emission technologies, these carbon dioxide removal technologies, had a role to play to actually achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement. At the same time, these technologies were not really well established. We didn't really know much whether they would actually be feasible on a massive scale, whether it would be possible to roll out these technologies, whether it would be possible to achieve this cost efficiently, because we only knew that these technologies were actually technically feasible, but we didn't really know what the costs would be. And many people actually believed that mitigation of emissions, of reducing emissions, would be much cheaper than to take them out at a later stage. And there were also, of course, important equity concerns that actually we're not paying now and will leave all the costs to future generations to do that. And of course, there were also quite substantial concerns about the side effects of these technologies. So every technology, if it's unknown, has some risks, and many people were quite concerned that actually we're just pushing the risks to the future, that we're leaving the negative side effects to people in the future or to people living in other world regions. And we were also concerned that this would actually also delay emission reductions by shifting the mindset to a technological fix. So saying we don't really need to change our economies, we don't really need to change our lifestyles, we can just use new technologies in the future to solve the problem later on. So to regard this as kind of a delay.
But things have turned quite differently.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, already now we're at the stage where we're removing about 5 gigatons of CO2 from the atmosphere. So that's about half the current emissions. So we've succeeded in cutting emissions by about 75% in the last 3 decades. So we're now at about 10 gigatons that we still emit. And half of that we already take out with carbon dioxide removal technologies. And actually, this has been quite an important effect for climate policies, because this has allowed to use a smoother transition trajectory. So we've been quite successful in decarbonizing the power sector, we've been quite successful in decarbonizing transportation, but there are other sectors that are very difficult to decarbonize. So for instance, we still haven't fully decarbonized aviation, shipping, and also some transport and some industry sectors. And now, actually, these CDR technologies has given us more time. And probably you remember that in the early 2020s, many countries have declared net zero targets. So they actually aimed to achieve net zero emissions, to take out all the greenhouse gas emissions they still emit with carbon dioxide removal technologies. We actually haven't achieved this. We're still net positive, but we're going there quickly, and I'm quite confident that in 2060 we'll have actually achieved the goal of becoming net zero on a global scale. And from then on, the good thing is emissions are falling and the CDR is rising. So from 2060 we'll probably go net negative. So globally we'll take out more greenhouse gases from the atmosphere than we emit.
So what does that mean for our global climate targets?
In 2035, we had the also historical Chennai Agreement, which was the 20th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. And countries actually revisited the goals of the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement called for well below 2 degrees, aiming at 1.5 degrees. In Chennai, they realized that actually now, given the CDR technologies, we have better chances, and actually they ramped up ambition by 0.5 degree. So they are now targeting to go well below 1.5 degrees with a view of getting to 1 degree. And actually, as we see technologies unfolding right now, I'm very optimistic that we can do 1.5 degrees. I'm almost certain, and I'm also very optimistic that we can do 1 degree.
Which CDR technologies are crucial in this regard?
So right now, actually, the largest share of CDR comes from afforestation and enhanced weathering. And there's also a smaller role for biochar. If you look at the role of afforestation, that's actually quite simple. So you actually just need to grow forests. If trees grow, they just take up CO2 from the atmosphere. And you just actually need to make sure that the forests keep standing, that they're not cut down again. Forests also have additional advantages for climate adaptation. So for instance, they're good for soil protection. They help to actually restore local water cycles. If they're not done in a massive monoculture style, they're also good for biodiversity. Enhanced weathering is something that goes on naturally. So if limestone decays, it takes up CO2 from the atmosphere and forms calcium carbonate. And limestone, there's quite a lot of limestone. You just actually have to grind it and speed up this natural process by several orders of magnitude. So technology-wise, that's quite easy, and this is done on a massive scale. And actually, we've seen quite a huge uptake of this technology. And there's also some biochar. Biochar means that you actually take biomass, like wood, and you burn it in low oxygen environments. And then you have the carbon stored in this biomass, and you can actually put it in the soil and it will be stored there. So the potential for biochar is not that huge, but it's actually a good fertilizer, and it has helped to improve soil quality. So there's actually a niche market for biochar right now. In the last few years, we've also seen quite an emergence of BECCS, bioenergy, and CCS. So again, you take biomass, you burn it, for instance, in a power plant, and you do not release the carbon dioxide back in the atmosphere, but you actually capture it and you store it underground with the so-called carbon capture and sequestration technologies. This also has worked very well. There are some issues regarding the sustainable governance of biomass, but technology-wise, this has also been a very important aspect of climate policy. So finally, what we're seeing in recent years, that also direct air capture technologies that use chemical processes to take out CO2 from the atmosphere directly and then store it underground are actually gaining traction. And this could be a real game changer. If you can scale up these artificial tree, You could actually go even to keeping concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere to pre-industrial levels. This would actually mean that we can have 0 degrees of global warming, which would actually be quite impressive.
Indeed. What are, in your view, the main challenges of further expanding CDR?
Well, I think at the end, it's all about setting the right regulatory environment to set the right framework conditions. So one is, of course, financial incentives. For mitigation of emissions, for emission reductions, carbon pricing has been key because this offers a direct financial incentive for firms, for individuals to actually reduce their emissions. But it's not enough to only punish polluters. It's also, on the other side, on the flip side, quite sensible to reward people for taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So actually these payment schemes for carbon dioxide removal have turned out very successfully. What's also important is, especially in the case of biomass, to have like a good governance, because for biomass, of course, you need to make sure that on the one hand, not agricultural land that could otherwise be used for food production is used to produce biocrops, because otherwise that would lead to food scarcities, to higher food prices, which of course would have major adverse impacts, especially for poor people. And also, of course, from an ecological side, cutting down, let's say, native rainforests to plant energy crops is, of course, madness. So you need good governance schemes, certification schemes to ensure that all biomass is grown sustainably. In the last years, we've gained quite a lot of experience with the certification of green hydrogen. And there are all the international institutions, there are all the experiences we have. And I'm quite optimistic that we can actually translate these to the sustainable governance of biomass.
Final question, or almost final question. Why have things turned out much better than expected?
That's a good question, thanks. I think at the end of the day, we've all underestimated what John Simon has once called the ultimate resource. So that's human ingenuity. Actually, people have a lot of creativity, a lot of great ideas. And if people have the freedom to set their minds to work, to finding solutions to global pressing problems, we can do truly amazing things. And like in the last decades, I was really impressed to see all these entrepreneurs, all these business executives coming up with crazy ideas sometimes that some of them actually made a huge change, and you actually have to let people do experiments and see which solutions can actually get the job done. And I'm actually convinced that we would not be in the position we are today if we didn't have these setting of free markets, private property, and to allow for technological developments that actually can make a change. And actually, maybe that's also one conclusion I can offer for other problems as well. So if you really let market free and you have people have the freedom to develop their own ideas, to actually apply new technologies to global pressing problems, this could actually make a huge change.
Do you have maybe some examples for us?
Yeah, well, I mean, first and foremost, as I'm dealing with environmental issues, I'm thinking about biodiversity. But this could also be very relevant for other global issues such as health or migration.
I think I think I'm done. I'm not sure how to quite proceed because we have a question for Kees, but you two wanted to discuss also a bit further. So maybe we should start with you two and then continue with Kees, if that's all right for you.
Definitely.
Okay.
Let me hear your thoughts.
Yeah, fine for me. So, I mean, thanks, Mike, for describing the historical development that led us to the solution of the climate problem, maybe to many other solutions to important problems of society too. So now we know this happened, so it cannot be questioned, but if I would see myself seeing this development in 20 years back from now, so in 2021, I would say this is something like a scenario of the type that the US colleagues would call a unicorn under the rainbow scenario, actually. So it does seem quite optimistic to me, but you explained why you think it, what was the driving force or the ultimate key success factor to make it happen. But still, so my two questions are, so you described CDR as an add-on or playing a complementary role in the policy mix or in the mix of technological solutions. And I was wondering, isn't it actually capable of being a silver bullet too, the way you described it? I mean, why not rely on it in the first place and to a much larger extent and just solve it all with something like that? And in the same way, couldn't we just use other technologies? I mean, if we put a lot of resources into nuclear fusion, for instance, so wouldn't this be in the way you described that relying on innovation and creativity is really the essential force? Couldn't nuclear fusion be a similar solution? So could you tell the same story that you told for CDR also for nuclear fusion? And related to that and connecting to what Jakob brought up, he stated or he stipulated that you can't just have a technological transition. And I think you described the technological transition, and I was wondering, so what would happen with CDR in such a scenario? So would it actually invade everyday life? So, or would it be some large-scale technology? For instance, you would have 3 huge plants somewhere in Siberia, which no one would take notice of. So you could live your life, could continue living your life as it is, and climate problem would be solved elsewhere on the planet where it could be ignored by everybody. So these are the two things of interest for me.
Okay, thanks. So, would CDR be a silver bullet? Well, it very much depends on the potentials and the costs. So if you talk about, for instance, BECCS, of course, it's a huge difference whether you want to remove 5 gigatons or 40 gigatons from the atmosphere per year, how much land you actually need to grow the biocrops, how much storage space for the CO2 you need. So I think it's easier to imagine CDR as a very important add-on than a silver bullet. And I think it also depends on the development of alternatives. So, for instance, a lot of renewable energy deployment right now is not driven by climate concerns, but actually because it's just the cheapest option. So it's like a cost-benefit analysis. And I think actually keeping on the fossil economy wouldn't even be so desirable without climate change because, well, at one point in time we will have exhausted the oil. Maybe this will still last 100 years, but someday we'll have to change. It will become more expensive. So it's sensible to switch to renewables in some aspects anyway. And regarding the nuclear fusion, I think it wouldn't actually be the same story because nuclear fusion would be something that let's start from the other way around. The CDR actually allows you to pay back your carbon debt. So you can overshoot and then take it out again. In order for nuclear fusion to work, it would be already here right now, and then still you wouldn't actually need to change all of our economy, of our society in a way that, let's say, rely on the power. So it's not just about having electricity, you also need to electrify industry and so on. This takes decades sometimes. So I think the CDR has the advantage that they can actually time shift, and you have more time to not only smooth the emission trajectory, but also have more time to have all these social transitions you need to actually go to a net zero economy. And yeah, regarding the question, okay, whether there are huge CDR facilities, I think it might be a mix, that you have some huge facilities, but also in some instances small applications. Like for instance, biochar could be something that's done on a very local scale, that farmers just do this on a very small scale, but then many farmers doing it also adds up to a lot of mitigation or carbon dioxide removal.
So you don't think it would be invasive?
Well, it depends on you could do it in a way that's not overly invasive, but of course it's always the question of governance and of ensuring that nobody's left behind. And that's always the tricky part, of course. Everything you do.
Okay, then I have one final question for Kees from Nico. You mentioned the Marshallese expected the international community to help deliver a solution. Could you expand on what those expectations were in 2020?
Yes, thanks. That's a very interesting question. Yeah, so I think in the 2020s there was also like a global movement of climate justice emerging, which really puts emphasis on kind of historical responsibilities and moral obligations towards from the polluters to the people who suffer the consequences of climate change. So there was also in the discourse around loss and damage from climate change, and after the establishment of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage, these voices became more vocal that this polluter pays principle really does have like kind of legal ground, and the alliance of small island states, OASIS, was especially vocal in the climate negotiations. So there, and among the what we call Annex 1 countries, which you can also say kind of the more historically polluting countries, there was also, especially in Europe, quite a bit of support for this point. There are lots of interesting analogs actually with Jacob's talk, with the four different axes of kind of a more a world of solidarity or a world of barbarism, of course in the talk I gave, I could have also chosen a very different, much more pessimistic perspective. So I really kind of got the assignment to go for the optimistic scenario. But in the case of the Marshall Islands, really, and other atoll nations, I'm really not so sure whether the optimistic scenario is the most likely scenario. It could very well be that some of the other four cells in Jacob's diagram some of them are indeed more likely, maybe. And it's also, linking to a previous question about whether these polluters would actually pay, what would make them to pay. There's actually a very reasonable doubt that it would ever get so far. And I mentioned the International Court of Climate Justice, or the International Court of Climate Losses and Damages. It's also not maybe very likely that such an international court would ever be established. But I think it is interesting, and I really also accepted the invitation to this challenge of thinking about the world in 2051, and kind of like dreaming of what could be possible. And I'm maybe one last thing. I'm also not so sure whether an international court of climate justice is really the way forward, right? Whether you want to live in a world where things have to be decided, big things have to be decided in courts, rather than based on more, how can I say, more a model, that is a bit more focused on solidarity, rather than the legal systems. But I guess there are different opinions around that.
Thank you very much, Kees, and thanks to all the other participants. We are now at the end of our session. And that's it. Please stay tuned for the following sessions.
Welcome to the session 51 2D. Today we're going to learn about the role of consumption within the ecological crisis and possible solutions to it. And we will also look at an initiative that started in a small town in Norway and spread to become a global movement that tried to bring about a more holistic ecological mentality. Let's start with the first presentation on consumption with the title Tracking Unsustainability with the Help of Consumption Corridors, Tracking the Meat System. And this presentation is going to be by our guest Minna Kanerva. She's a senior researcher at ARTEC, the Sustainability Research Center at the University of Bremen. And she's interested, amongst other things, in the sociology of meat, the transformation of the meat system, and the larger sustainability transformation as a whole. So welcome, Minna Kanerva, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Let me share my screens. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So thanks for the introduction, and thank you also for the opportunity to take part in this this event, a special event. And I'm happy to be taking part in today's positive sessions. In my presentation, I will look at a concept which has been transformative in reaching more sustainable societies and keeping to the 2015 Paris Agreement on global temperature increases. This is the concept of consumption corridors. And in the presentation, it's mainly explained in the context of transforming the meat system. Here is an overview of my presentation. Firstly, I briefly go over the two main ways to govern change towards sustainability. Then I go over the basics of consumption corridors. And then I'll move on to applying it to the concept to the theme of meat. And I describe the planetary health diet, which has become an essential guide for transforming the global food system. And then I'll answer the question, why did we use meat consumption corridors for the transformation? And after that, I briefly discuss generating change through metaphors. And then before conclusions, I go over how meat consumption corridors came about, and then look at what the main consequences were. Okay, so first, consumption has been the root cause of both the climate and ecological crises. Therefore, transforming societies towards sustainability has required regulating consumption. A useful distinction within sustainable consumption governance can be made between weak and strong methods. The weak approach, also known as the efficiency approach, has involved giving consumers information, subsidizing sustainable solutions, taxing unsustainable practices, nudging, and choice architecture. If effective, used on its own, it would have led to less resource and carbon-intensive consumption over time. However, it has never been effective anywhere close to the scale it would have needed to be. The strong approach, known also as the systemic approach, has involved the methods used in the efficiency approach, but also reshaping more fundamental patterns of consumption. Additionally, it has aimed to change institutions and paradigms to be in alignment with sustainable systems. This approach has actually led to sufficiently less resource and carbon-intensive consumption in many areas. And however, this approach was initially very unpopular, but it started gaining ground in the 20s as it was understood as necessary. The concept of consumption corridors was born in Germany around 2013. Consumption corridors were originally seen as a radical innovation within the strong approach to sustainable consumption. As we know, consumption corridors applied in various areas of life have ended up defining much of our consumption in the last decades. However, I still want to recap what exactly consumption corridors are. The goals of the approach are absolute reductions in the negative impacts of consumption from especially a planetary viewpoint, and allowing individuals to meet their fundamental needs for a good life. Basically, therefore, consumption corridors are a needs-based approach, and they focus on the positive rather than on restrictions. However, it has also been crucial to make the distinction between objective needs and subjective desires. Finally, consumption corridors aim for both global and transgenerational justice. Regarding the structure of the corridors, the floors have been defined as the minimum that everyone has a right to have access to. And the ceilings have been defined by planetary limits so that they form the maximum consumption levels that let others have their needs met sustainably. Finally, the corridors were intended to be dynamic so that they change over time, depending on changing needs and planetary limits. So as we know, some corridors have shrunken or disappeared over time, while others have become more spacious. And new corridors have also been born. And the presentation that I have here, the background symbolizes these corridors. The corridors have been a product of deliberative processes with citizen consumers. In other words, many discussions focusing on what really is called a good life, what are our real needs, and what can be acceptable limits to freedom. The deliberative process involved in setting up the corridors can be compared to other participative methods of decision-making, such as climate assemblies, which became increasingly popular in the 20s. A bit later, I will explore more in detail how consumption corridors were agreed in one particular area, namely that of meat consumption. But I first explain what exactly the meat system, why exactly the meat system was such an urgent and important issue to tackle in the 20s. The industrial meat system was born after the Second World War and gradually resulted in massive industrial production and high-level consumption of cheap meat that the industrial production enabled. The system became one of the biggest challenges for sustainability at the beginning of this millennium, as it involved not only powerful industries, but also sticky, effective, and polarizing practices. And this made it more extreme in terms of the challenges than most other major areas of unsustainable consumption. These aspects also made transforming the system, which in practice meant less consumption, particularly unpopular among both the general populations and politicians. And so the issue was largely ignored until the 20s. The meat system was therefore very challenging, also at the same time very necessary to tackle. And just to remind you of the biggest issues at the time in the 20s, the remaining carbon budgets made around 2020 and projecting until 2050 under either 1.5 or 2 degree scenarios did not have room for business as usual levels of meat production, even if some technological innovation would have decreased emissions from production. Similarly, and perhaps even more importantly, the meat system was the single biggest contributor to global biodiversity loss. For example, industrial farmland had been replacing nature to the extent that it had, mainly because of industrial animal agriculture. A study from 2018 indicated that 83% of all farmland at the time was taken up in some form by animal agriculture. To address this unsustainability of the global food systems in more general ways, the Planetary Health Diet was developed in 2019 by the Eat Lancet Commission. The main focus on how to feed a future population of 10 billion people by 2050, a healthy diet within planetary boundaries. The planetary boundaries considered included the total global amount of cropland use, biodiversity loss, water use, greenhouse gas emissions, and nitrogen and phosphorus pollution that could be due to food production. This reference diet offered concrete targets for food consumption while accommodating different cultures and different dietary preferences. And for many foods, such as protein foods, the reference diet, however, included large changes to existing consumption levels at the time. But so at a global level, the amounts suggested in the diet were meant to ensure human health within a stable planetary system. The authors also gave detailed recommendations for sustainable food production towards feeding 10 billion people by 2050. And these included making a fundamental shift in production priorities from high quantities to healthy foods. A small part of the planetary health diet is shown in this table. As you can see, the table includes the main 4 types of meat produced worldwide in the late 20th century and early 21st century. The suggested daily amounts were considered small, especially for red meat. Importantly, of course, all the ranges also included 0 at one end. So to conclude, these amounts of meat at a global level were calculated as being sustainable for the planet, and therefore this diet ended up being used as the starting point for developing consumption corridors for meat. But then how was it justified to include meat in the system of consumption corridors in the first place? Well, at a general level in the early 20s, meat was not only a nutritional need satisfier among others, but it could also be seen as a synergistic need satisfier, relating to many needs around daily life and family, but also to being part of a community in connection with social food traditions or social eating, where meat still played a more central role. However, meat was often satisfying subjective desires rather than objective needs, and this difference between needs and desires, or in other words, necessities and luxuries, is particularly relevant when luxuries are unsustainable. The problem with meat in this sense was actually twofold, as the amounts consumed were often unsustainable and unnecessary from a nutritional point of view. But at the same time, meat was often seen as a necessity rather than a luxury, especially in the global north. So meat was a particularly tricky issue, and this fact actually made the corridor approach fruitful, because firstly, seeing that consumers had a right to a low sustainable level of meat consumption, whether it was a necessity or a luxury, was useful and positive. Secondly, consumption corridors do give consumers some freedom. And thirdly, when seen as fair, the approach was expected to generate less public resistance than it otherwise might have done, being that meat was such a particularly emotional and polarizing issue. And fourthly, consumption corridors brought a global view to the meat system challenge. In certain locations in the global south, such as in sub-Saharan Africa, access to adequate proteins was lacking. And so having some access to meat was expected to improve health, while in many other world regions, meat consumption needed to be cut radically. Finally, for many reasons, we faced a very difficult situation in the early 20s. We could not leave the meat system alone, even if restricting production or consumption still was considered a societal taboo. We also could not rely on the ineffective efficiency approach to governing the consumption of meat. And finally, we could not eliminate all industrial meat production and the related consumption right away. The urgency of effectively responding to the climate and ecological crisis, however, required radical action in the very short term. In other words, to be able to reach general global climate and biodiversity targets, we needed to use strong governance methods on the meat system and on meat consumption. Then I want to mention two of the metaphors that have been useful for the transformation process, as one way to generate change in society is by changing metaphors. The continuum of meatways was the first metaphor and refers to the continuum shown in this slide. It incorporates different ways to eat or not eat meat that were still common in the 20s. The left side of the continuum means more meat, of course, and the right side less meat. So then the second metaphor, the journey metaphor, refers to the transformation at either an individual or at a societal level along this continuum. Moving mostly towards less meat, of course, but sometimes also more on occasion. And as we know, societies have now taken this journey, and a societally agreed part on the right side of the continuum has formed the sustainable consumption corridor for meat in the last decades. What became known as the new meats and the new meatways in the 20s fostered the two metaphors. The new meats, of course, include cultivated or cultured meat, new generation plant-based meat, and insects, for example. And the new meatways refer to eating these new meats plus flexitarianism. In the early days of the new meats and new meatways, for example, cultivated meat was seen as a great halfway house on the journey. And plant-based meat was seen as transitional food when on transit, in other words, on a journey towards vegetarianism. And flexitarianism was seen as going as far as you possibly can on the path towards less meat. Using these metaphors in discourses about the transformation in meat was beneficial because they were much less polarizing than the meat, no meat dichotomy that had been common until the 20s. They also reduced the need for negative coping strategies to do with the so-called meat paradox, such as strategic ignorance of the fate of the animals in the so-called factory farms, or ignorance of knowledge of the destructive effects of the meat crisis. And they also allowed for slower and faster journeys along the continuum with less struggle and without potential loss of identity as a vegetarian, for example. Meaning that if you sometimes ate meat, you did not lose your identity as a vegetarian. Applying the concept of consumption corridors in any area has not been an easy task. So I want to go over some detail of how it actually was done in the meat context. This is a very full slide, but the transformation has been a complex process, and I try to go over the main developments. The first part was research, and this started in the early 20s, following earlier experimentation with the idea of consumption corridors. So participatory research projects were carried out with consumer citizens and other relevant stakeholders, including farmers, around the idea of meat consumption corridors. And such projects were able to demonstrate that meat consumption corridors and consumption corridors actually more generally could be acceptable and even positive. The research results were circulated widely. The second part was about bringing the concept into broader recognition in public discourses, while trying to change values, social norms, meanings, and paradigms, with the help of campaigns and actions by civil society organizations and also by governments. Social marketing was also part of this phase. And the goals were to increase public discourses on the nature of the corridors and the reasons for having them, to question and change the existing meat consumption-related values and paradigms, for example, that meat was seen as normal and necessary. And the so-called culture war on meat actually turned out to be a smaller hurdle than was originally anticipated. The goals also included bringing in the journey metaphor to decrease polarization and improving the image and meanings of healthy low-tech plant-based options, such as beans and lentils. Thirdly, trials were an important component, and therefore in the mid-20s, cities and regions ran local level projects to set up consumption corridors for meat and applied the corridors in public food provisioning at the local level, while competencies related to cooking vegetarian meals were increased within the existing food system structures. And further, national level trials of setting up corridors were run, also to justify the upcoming policies on the production, trade, and consumption of meat. And finally came the state level action in terms of actual policies. Governments in the global north started acting first, as there were many protein alternatives available there, and governments in the global south followed later. So governments carried out more comprehensive processes to set up actual corridors for meat. They adjusted the national food guidelines strictly in line with the planetary health diet and incorporated these guidelines into education and other information. And including the general ideas of sufficiency and limits to consumption in school curriculums at the same time influenced not only children and adolescents, but also their parents in accepting the changing paradigms. Governments also applied meat consumption corridors in all public food provisioning, and they used other state-level instruments, such as taxes, subsidies, and regulating advertising. Finally, governments applied the implications from the meat consumption corridors to agricultural policies, including, very importantly, support to transitioning farmers, while also trying to avoid outsourcing meat production to other countries. Sustainable agriculture with radically reduced negative impacts was the main goal. So the actions described in the previous slide fall within strong sustainable consumption governance, as they used not only the methods in the efficiency approach, but also, very importantly, they involved institutional change, for example, with new forms of decision-making, changing paradigms, and ultimately changing fundamental patterns of meat production and consumption. All these actions related to the transformation were partly successive and partly parallel. However, with as effective and polarizing a theme as meat, with a high level of industry power, and with the paradigm conflict inherent in consumption corridors, comprehensive state-level policy action was the hardest to get accepted. It was made much more feasible when societies were already primed for the harder measures, with widened public discourses or even demands for change, and with local level trials that received publicity. Since the mid to late 30s, as we know, we have been able to eat a mix of vegan, vegetarian, and strong flexitarian diets globally within transformed animal agriculture. Then briefly, what have been the general positive consequences of applying consumption corridors in the meat system and incorporating the planetary health diet since the mid to late 30s? The consequences for the climate and greenhouse gases have included a critical and fairly fast reduction in greenhouse gases, especially in methane, occurring partly simultaneously with the energy transition. Transforming the food system has enabled limiting the long-term temperature rise to 1.5 degrees after the overshoot we experienced since the late 30s. Regarding agriculture and nature and the ecological crisis, the transformation of the meat system has led to conventional meat production now mainly involving extensive animal agriculture in the global south and some small organic production in the global north, and no more large industrial systems. But perhaps the most important consequence has been that a lot of land has been freed for other uses. And so we have been able to rewild a large proportion of the former feed-producing agricultural areas. There have also been much more opportunities for nature conservation, and all this has led to reduced species extension. Other new uses of the freed land include much increased agroecological and regenerative farming. And still other consequences include overall better land ownership distribution, smaller farms, and healthier rural communities and landscapes. Results for humans as food consumers include more equitable food systems, greater food security in the global south, better balance for proteins at a global level, less obesity, diabetes, and heart disease, little need for the meat paradox, and more awareness and an even better relationship with nature, which is now less exploited. And finally, some conclusions to the presentation itself. First, regarding meat consumption corridors. When the approach was implemented, also on the production side, it transformed the existing meat system. And the planetary health diet has worked well as a comprehensive plan, including the transformation towards sustainable agriculture. And the new meats and new meatways, and the two metaphors of a journey and a continuum, have been able to disrupt the status quo, reconfigure meat-related discourses and paradigms, and facilitate and accelerate change. And finally, some conclusions regarding the consumption corridor approach more generally. In the areas where it has been successfully adopted, the corridor approach has led to systemic change, as the approach has limited consumption, changed production, and reconfigured both to be much more sustainable. Additionally, it has changed paradigms and driven economic growth to be second in importance as compared to the rights of everyone to achieve the minimum level of consumption and societal responsibility to stay below the maximum level. Due to the participative nature, consumption corridors have been a way for governments and citizens to cooperate, and this has meant less resistance from electorates and also certain empowerment of citizens. The successfully implemented deliberative processes to build corridors started to disrupt the existing practices in the 20s. However, the general challenges within the strong policy approach to making consumption sustainable have been considerable. And here's some literature that I have used. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much for this very important presentation. I also liked what you put in at the end. What was that? Keep calm and stay.
Keep calm and go strong flexitarian.
Very good. Yeah, no, thank you very, very much. Definitely a lot of food for thought. I wanted to start off the question with one very general question. This idea of consumption corridors. Why was the concept of the word of corridors used? Like, what is meant to be indicated with that word?
Yeah, well, it defines a space, first of all. There's always a ceiling and a floor. The other thing is that it goes on, time-wise. It's now, but it's also in the future. So it sort of has the time dimension. So I think those two sort of explain why corridors were used. Mm-hmm. And it also kind of involves this movement. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I guess consumption limits or so would have sounded more negative.
Negative, so
yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's a neutral term. Mm-hmm. That's also important, I guess.
Definitely, and also what you said about it indicating movement, that they also change, that they don't stay the same way forever, but adapt and adjust.
Exactly.
Yeah, very interesting. Another question I had, although you already spoke quite a bit about it, but this question of needs and desires, and objective needs and relative or subjective desires. I guess it must have been very difficult, despite the openness of the concept, to define those, also because they're so different across culture and maybe religion, different areas that people live in. So how has that challenge been worked with in the last 30 years?
Yeah, that's really, it has not been easy, but I think it was maybe beneficial actually to start from something that does vary a lot culturally in terms of talking about food now. It does vary a lot, but at the same time, I mean, everybody eats, and it's something that we all share, even though there are differences. So that sort of got people perhaps used to the idea of having these limits and having the, negotiating them. And yeah, it was not easy, but I think starting from something that is otherwise sounds very challenging, touching meat especially, but because it is food, and because food is something we all share, it sort of helped. And then we moved on from that to other areas such as energy, water consumption, living space, all kinds of things.
Was it something, though, that was discussed locally and that was seen as something that every community has to work out for itself? Or was there also a kind of like ill feelings towards other countries where the consumption corridors were defined differently? Or was that accepted as something culturally specific?
Yeah, I mean, the important part is that everything stays below the planetary limit. So that's the most important thing. And in the beginning, of course, it was difficult because people would claim that, well, their minimum is well above the planetary limit. But of course, when you say that, I mean, how can you say that my lower limit is well above what this planet can sustain? I mean, when you really think about it, and when there's a wide discussion about it, it's perhaps, it started to sink in that, we just have to change things. So the discussion, the discourse, and that took some time. That took a few years actually. And then having these local level projects, indeed, in different countries, that helped to sort of, get some common understanding.
Mm-hmm. There's actually a question from the audience now, and also I want to invite the audience again to pose your questions, ask your questions. You have the opportunity now or at the end of the session as well. But now I'll read to you the question we already got from the audience. Has meat then become a luxury good, and could this be seen critically? I guess, could this be criticized that meat has become a luxury good?
Meaning that if it's a luxury, then it's unnecessary. I guess that's the idea. Perhaps, but on the other hand, I think as long as a luxury is to an extent sustainable, it probably is okay. I mean, all kinds of things can be considered luxury, and they don't have to involve even a lot of resources. So if a very low level of meat is considered sustainable, then I think it's actually can be a positive thing that it's considered luxury. Mm-hmm. At least I would see it that way.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely. Could you maybe elaborate, just to make it more specific, why would in some areas, in some geographies, why would meat be more of a necessity than in others?
You mean right now examples? In 2051 or long time ago?
Even long time ago, like in the last 30 years, even in the 2020s. Are there areas where people are more reliant on meat than in others? In some areas than in others?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, 30 years ago, there were many areas where protein consumption was not adequate and people didn't have access to enough proteins. And meat was obviously never seen, by many people, and they had no other alternatives either to have enough protein. So that was the situation that the corridors actually tried to improve. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, we had the Western societies where meat was cheap and, available at to everybody and at way too high levels and. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What was the original question?
The question was just that maybe you could give some local examples or examples of geographies where maybe meat is more necessary. I'm, for example, thinking of, I don't know, maybe some kind of nomadic peoples just have, there is nothing else but maybe meat and dairy, for example. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I mean, these numbers of these communities had actually shrunken to the, by the time we were in the 20s. Even people like Eskimos, the Inuits, they were eating a variety of foods already by then. And they had access often in cities to the same supermarket food. So yes, there were still some communities that were more reliant, but of course the idea is that it takes some time. Nobody had to immediately adjust. So it takes some time to sort of get there to the levels, and there were some other changes at the same time due to droughts and desertification, and people had to adjust in all kinds of ways in the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, that's why the idea of the corridor, that it's an ongoing process.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
And the approach also, as you said, it depends on strong governance to some extent. But when we look back at the 2020s, there were hardly any governments there that really saw action against climate change, or especially limiting production as a priority. How did we get there? What happened so that priorities shifted, even on that level of governance?
Yeah, I mean, this was really the blood and tears part. But there was the discourses that happened, from the late teens, or whatever you used to call them, to the 20s, and the widening discourses and all the increasing catastrophes and whatever, gradually that changed the approach, that we have to look at also interfering with the way that capitalism works and the normal economic systems. I mean, they just had to be redone in a way that then also included restricting consumption. There was just no other way.
All right. Yeah, I have one last question. Also, please, audience, feel free to pose one or two last questions, and then I guess we'll go to the next presentation and then talk about your topic again at the end of the session. What I wanted to know whether, because we talked about how it relies on strong governance, at the same time you said that it has to be a decision-making process that really includes the consumer citizen. So did this approach also require or envision new kinds of forms of democracy?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. That was exactly this participative method. So citizens were invited to discuss these things in many locations, and initially just as an idea, how would you like about, how would you think about this? And there were studies already done before 2021, where some research projects where people had agreed that, okay, they will use this level of water for their laundry, for example, or this is the minimum, this is the maximum, and then then the people really changed their ways of doing laundry, less often, colder water, all this, and they said that, okay, after the studies, okay, we will continue. And so this gave this empowered also the researchers and the designers that this can work. And then it continued from there with just lots of discourse and discussion.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation and answering the... Oh, actually, there's one more from the audience, sorry.
Okay.
All right, the question is, could this be seen as a way of infringing upon human rights because the culture of some communities is forced to change?
Yeah. The whole idea is that, of course, it guarantees everyone the right to the bottom level. And right now, in many communities, no matter what the culture is, the bottom level of whatever consumption we're talking about is not reached. The minimum level is not reached. So in that sense, it guarantees everyone the right. But it's also, I mean, the sort of concept of right had to be designed, that we cannot have right to something that then takes the same right away from other people. So that was a part of, again, of this paradigm change, that we considered rights differently. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that everybody had to make compromises, basically.
Yeah, it was part of a negotiation process or a paradigm shift, and maybe it was even part of a movement that started very locally in Norway, but then became a global movement. And this is what the second presentation is about, with the title Lessons from the Pioneers of a World-Changing Cultural Shift by Solveig Siem. I'll introduce her quickly. She's a museologist and currently a full-time research assistant at the Department of Education at the University of Oslo. She's interested in using museological methods to tackle issues related to ecology, social inequality, and mental health. Hi Solveig, thank you for being here and looking forward to your presentation.
Hi. It's really nice to be here. This is such a great conference. I'm really excited for this. Okay, so I'm just going to try to share my screen. A second. All right. So most everyone today, I would think in 2051, give me a second, knows about the Mycelium Initiative, and there are tens of thousands of centers all over the globe. There's nearly one in every neighborhood. And then also most historians today in 2051 also agreed that the massive global cultural shift that followed the establishment of these centers might have been crucial, since blind techno-optimism and governmental and political efforts would definitely not have been enough to save the world. It was necessary to transform the attention and spirit of millions and eventually billions of people and change their relationships to their communities and everyday lives. And what better way to do it than through an easy-to-access communal space that's open and connected to virtually everyone? Oops, one sec. The initiative started in the 2020s and was a catalyst for the shift towards a holistic ecological mentality. So indeed, it arguably helped keep global temperatures under the 1.5 degree mark. Of course, it was not the only thing that it helped keep the temperatures down, but it played its part along with the vast variety of political and scientific economic changes and everything in the past 30 years. And in 2029, it was endorsed by the UN, which made the centers free and accessible to everyone. But perhaps, especially young people today in 2051, do not know that these centers started off as a very different endeavor, indeed as an entrepreneurial venture. But before we skip ahead, it may be prudent to give a little bit of a brief overview. So most of you are probably very familiar with the concept of the Mycelium Initiative centers and their place in society today. But to recap, these centers give the public access to the space, tools, and help they need to support the creation of their own climate action projects. So what you're about to see is a ridiculously simplified version of history at its finest, but I find that it helps to put things in a bigger picture perspective. The center that started it all was practically at the top of the world in a town called Ålesund, Norway. This map is by no means accurate, but the town is relatively not too far from the Arctic Circle, so it fits. In the 2020s, Ålesund was considered a medium-sized town from Norway with a human population of about 45,000. The mushroom at the top of the world represents this first center. Then its influence began to spread across the globe after a few years. And as you know, mycelium is sort of like this underground fungal root system. So it kind of looks like this, but I also find that this looks a bit evil. So we can make an argument for the metaphor of the roots in the earth and nature and history of each locality, but it's probably more accurate and fun to represent the spread like this. A chaotic yet beautiful network of rainbows and sunshine flowing everywhere via what tech historians now call the rebellious adolescent days of the internet. And by, the more centers started popping up, stopping a little bit more of global addiction to consumerism as they go. But we don't have time to see all 47,695 centers and counting right now. So on to the thesis. First, I want us to think back to the 2020s and why, as previously mentioned, they decided to start this as a small business. I mean, okay, ironically, hindsight is 2020. So today it might not be so hard to put two and two together. So let me ask you, what was needed to get where we are today? Well, an absolutely explosive exponential increase in people giving a shit about doing something for the environment and sustainability, of course. And what was the tool that could help set this process in hypermotion? Well, the one thing that many leftist, academic, and radically minded people couldn't stomach the most: capitalism itself. Nowadays, capitalism has been put on its head in a way that we've since adopted it to more of a donut approach to economics. And who knows, maybe our next paper will take a more nuanced view of the mycelium initiative's role in that development as well, but I am getting ahead of myself. So the flagship started as a small business, and that allowed the organizers to gain the appropriate foothold in society to focus on exponential growth, as mentioned, as opposed to especially tackling the super bureaucratic sector, public sector that could be found during the day, promoting a broader sense of investment among the community in more ecocentric objectives, and developing a sense of identity in their customers towards climate action and sustainability. This also allowed for greater freedoms within creative marketing strategies that help popularize local group-based climate projects. So, as this is a historical analysis, let's begin with the research question. How exactly did the initial decision to establish this concept as a commercial venture enable its further growth and pave the way for the Mycelium Initiative? The leaf there is supposed to symbolize new beginnings. So let's start by unpacking the founders' museological backgrounds that built the conceptual foundation for these centers. So they felt that museums in general during the 2020s were not using their full potential regarding the establishment of participatory projects, working to preserve the intangible cultural heritage by involving their audiences in its spread, and transferring power and agency to their visitors to effectively transform them into users. The founders were considered to be quite radical for their time, but they weren't alone and drew inspiration from several things that had already been done, including when they participated in an international conference called Reimagining Museums for Climate Action. They didn't win, but it got them thinking. Was there a better way for these ideas to be put in motion to help save the world? They considered three key things. In 2021, there was already an abundance of awareness about climate crisis and ecological disaster. People already knew this. There needed to be a real tangible ways to help more people adapt to an eco-friendly embedded economy. And if you think about it, the future is created from our use of past materials, knowledge, and networks. So maybe the answers of how to put everything together lie outside of the museumscape. So when they thought about it, there was an opening in the quote-unquote market. From what they saw when interacting with museum visitors, especially in science and cultural history museums, there were a lot of people who seemed more than willing and interested to learn how to be more sustainable, or as sustainable as possible, develop new skills and hobbies without having to invest their own tools and or a dedicated space for it, and make new friends or become part of healthy and vibrant communities. And then if you think about it, paying can literally be a way to buy one's sense of belonging and ownership in it. And people pay to get into museums all the time. Sometimes they're treated as the perfect spot to let your kids loose for a few hours every weekend, or go on dates and or solidify relationships. And don't even get me started on those who actually come to every single museum opening every time because they're fanatics. And many of these people are even buying memberships. So what if they made a space that took some of the best parts of museums, like the interactivity, the potential for community building, and the thirst for access to expertise, and put them in a new model? So enter the Klimaverksted. This is the product and service. Basically, it's a space for people to buy day passes or memberships and to a dedicated center for sustainability. It would have workshops and tools, dedicated space, expertise again, to help users develop skills and knowledge centered around eco-friendly projects. These projects could take departures from the latest climate research, while also looking back to past technologies to reclaim tools and practices that are already super sustainable. In the 2020s, we already, as a collective community, had all the tools and knowledge and from decades of scientific research and millennia, really, of objects that we could put the past together to use it in the best way possible. All the tools were already there. So this would help transfer power and create accessibility around a range of skills that help make lives more sustainable and take attention away from mass consumerism. This would also nurture respect for materials, community, and nature, and foster the user's passion and encourage them to teach and help others with their projects. It also protects intangible cultural heritage, which is a museological term, in the form of these skills that are connected to using the materials and these skills that also need to be preserved, and the materials themselves. So here's just a brief mission statement that they came up with. This center is first and foremost dedicated to being an arena for fostering action projects that contribute to the betterment of issues related to climate change and/or ecological destruction. We define action projects as undertakings directly related to the cultivation or conservation of nature and/or projects participating in the circular economy. So this part was tough, I'm not gonna lie. A big part of this flagship business probably only worked because they were situated in a super wealthy country like Norway. There were more than enough funding opportunities for the founders to apply for, which made their first big investments possible. Also, they planned for almost all of the center's profits to be returned into the business to offer quality service in a range of project options every time. And they also looked to local investors and their users to be investors in the actual business. So this magnificent building is where a lot of this initial capital went. This is an artist's rendering, as the founders decided that the real pictures of this place was just too damn ugly and depressing to show. Now it's a nice bright yellow, full of hope and potential. And this building had 3 key points that was amazing selling points to the founders. First of all, it was in a neighborhood of immigrant families and otherwise old industries that needed a bit of a lift, but it was still very central in the city. It was also a rundown building over 100 years old that would be much more sustainable to conserve than to tear down and build anew. And it provided a real project for the beginning of the business. Because according to cultural heritage studies of the time, and which are well known now in 2051, it is much more sustainable to renovate an old building than to tear it down and build anew. This one almost surely would have been destroyed if the Klimaverksted founders didn't take over. But most importantly, it had lots of space and rooms. That'll come in handy later. So in the 5 years from 2021 to 2026, they not only managed to fix up the building, but it also started their business, which led to 3 main issues that we'll be looking at. One was attracting enough clientele. The advertisement and customer development campaigns that happened during the time. 2 was knowing how and when to develop. They had to adapt their product and services to maintain the relevance of their business and cultivate the relationships with their customers. And 3 was securing a brand image, dealing with the problem customers and just defining a movement and defining themselves. Here are just a select few ads they used when trying to bring people together in the first few years. They wanted to heavily focus on action, convenience and accessibility, and a transfer of agency. Just, we are all inspired. Now let's get to work. There's lots of places to go to create inspirational things and to talk to people, but this is a space where you come and actually do the action. They wanted to not only make going to the Klimaverksted a cool thing, but also frame it in a way that lets people take charge of their anxieties about the future, no matter what political background they come from. The climate crisis is scary, but breaking it down into doable projects for your local neighborhood can help it make it more tangible and manageable and get your psyche back on track, if nothing else. They also wanted to show how it can be easy, fun, and collaborative. And that there's not just one solution like going vegan or zero waste, but climate action can come in all types of forms. And that makes it more likely for you to also adapt to other types of forms too. It's a learning process. So the business also needed to do a lot of learning by doing themselves and figure out a way to incorporate all of these ideas and desires that people had when they came in thinking of climate action projects. So they used the one thing they had plenty of, rooms and space. Okay, I'm going to go through a bunch of examples of how the spaces were used and the type of action projects that were connected to them. But keep in mind that this is just a selection of all the different things that were out there during these earlier days. Today, we are well aware of the plethora of projects that can be found at these centers and how you can not only start, but also join any project you like, as everyone is welcome to learn and partake in the knowledge building process. So starting at the top, literally, the urban roof gardening, there was flowers for the bees, sustainable gardening beds with vegetables and fruits for different seasons, an herb garden, they developed irrigation and water drainage systems on the roof. It was a very lively place. The kitchen, bringing all those foods down into the building. They had local food production as well. They would take in not only things they made on the roof, but also from other local businesses and local farms and make products and prepare the foods there. They had a smoking and drying area, fermentation chamber, and working with kitchens and compost, bokashi. They taught all the people who came how to do these things. And also they had lectures about traditional foods and traditionally foraged and cultivated foods, and also thinking about zero waste when it came to both plant foods and meat products, because again, this is supposed to be open to everyone. Veganism isn't always the answer in these days. So they needed to figure out how to use as much of the animals as possible. So it goes without saying that all of the tools and materials they were using were secondhand and reused. So they were effectively establishing themselves as part of the circular economy by not buying new. In the woodwork room, they had tons of those things. Tons, if you think of like your grandfather's basement or attic, there might be tons of these tools that are already there that they were just able to bring in from the people who were around. And here's a space for you to use them. Here's a space for you to learn how to use them as well. So beehives, bird houses, gardening boxes, but not only things for upstairs. There was also shoemakers and whittling days, and you could repair your knives, but you could also come in and make your own skateboards or learn how to make your own skis, which is a huge thing in Norway. And there was just tons of projects that were just popping up everywhere. The sewing room, in there was a spinning wheel that they were making their own wool. There was some islands close by with some of these native old cultural heritage sheep that they were taking it from. They were repairing, making new clothing. Cosplay, oh my gosh, cosplay was a big one. At one point, there was dozens of these people in this tiny room, and it got so cramped, they needed to upgrade the sewing room to something much bigger. It really tapped into something there where you could look like your favorite anime or Marvel character by using your grandmother's own old linens. So, and a tinkering and electricity room. Did you know that at the end of the 2010s, Norway was the country that threw away most electric appliances? Tons of really good usable tech would just lie in dumpsters. I've seen it myself. In this tinkering room, you could learn how to put these things back together and maybe even just get some respect for the tech itself, and realizing that it can be fun taking things apart and figuring how to put them back together again, and maybe even making things that are new. Well, soundproof room. There's a strange story behind this room. A bunch of preteens came in and wanted to make a climate action music. And the founders felt like that didn't fit perfectly with the goals of the Klimaverksted, who was more about the tangible action, but they figured they had the space for it, and the youth were more than happy to makeshift the soundproof wall, so it stuck. And when they were finished, it was also used in really creative ways to make podcasts and climate ASMR videos and stuff that really helped with the center spread of influence. And the library and lounge. This was also used as a space to research and write letters to governments and big businesses, and actually became a quite engaging and fiery space, as well as a really contemplative one. And here's just a brief list of some other projects in the rooms that were happening there. There was a doggy daycare, where they also had these buttons that teach dogs to speak. This was part of this transcending the multi-species boundaries, and some kind of going back to what Donna Haraway has been talking about, Saint Donna. They also had a thrift store in the actual building. There was an insect hotel that got a bit messy at a point, and there's a lot of times we had to learn. But there was also a paint making room using the pigments and not plastics from the beginning. They also used exercise bikes to make electricity. And nowadays, I mean, in 2051, we know that these centers are basically self-sustaining. And they're magical in that sense. And there was also a rage room for the times when materials just needed to be broken down and people just needed to have a bit of fun. So as you can see from just this short list, despite the abundance of rooms, they needed to make a system where they can also switch the rooms or adapt them when and if necessary to keep up with the new ideas and the changing attitudes of their clientele. But speaking of changing attitudes of their customers, there was one issue that gradually began raising its head in those first 5 years among some of the center's users. And it began to pose a problem for the rest of the members and the business as a whole. An increase in climate effects and radicalism led to some people thinking there was only one way to be climate friendly, and some believed it was to rid the earth of the pests that were causing it, people. or some type of pests. These people tried to use the center to spread their ideas, and in doing so effectively bullied a lot of the other members and were causing a hit in morale amongst the center's users. This was not only bad news for the business, but also for climate, hope, optimism, and action altogether. So, oh, 1 second, sorry. The founders realized that they not only had to take a firm stance and not be neutral in this debate, and so firmly ousted any members holding such attitudes or behaviors. And then that led them, with these 3 developments, in 2026 to rewrite their mission statement to include the following bold bits. You'll recognize the first part from earlier. So, as well as the action project undertakings, the center is also willing to support projects with activist goals, including but not limited to arts, poster making, letter writing, awareness projects, etc. But the aforementioned action projects would take first priority. But the center is dedicated to creating an inclusive environment. We demand our staff and users respect the race, sexual, gender identity, political views, religious views, and lifestyle choices of all other employees and users. There are many ways to fight for climate and ecology, and we want to respect everyone's engagement in the center. As a pedagogical arena, we respect that people learn in different ways and at different speeds. Therefore, we aim to foster a community and environment where everyone feels supported and welcome. We're all learning what it means to become more sustainable. Therefore, it is important to be patient with each other and open to new research and knowledge. So these experiences led the founders of the Klimaverksted to be ready to spread their brand and business to more centers using their new model. However, in the course of the last 5 years, there were already several copycats popping up across the country and abroad as well. They would focus on projects that were specific to their own localities and their own members' wants and needs. Otherwise, there were several other types of organizations, and especially in bigger cities, that did similar things as the Klimaverksted. And there were several of these that also existed way before the business got started in 2021. So while the founders began to start up their new locations, they also decided on selling their brand otherwise to some of these pre-established places, and better yet, started creating a network that connected as many centers as possible so the users could share tips and projects with people in different localities. So enter the mycelium, a beautiful analogy to an organic network that is sometimes referred to as the Internet of Forests. But with the spread outside of Norway, Europe, and the West, there was eventually another backlash concerning the business model of this enterprise. The founders believed from the beginning that these centers should be free to access. And while they were focused on the first center, they were able to apply for government funding to subsidize the cost for children and other users from underprivileged backgrounds, so they could get memberships for a very low cost, if not for free. This support was great, but when it spread to places that did not have ready access to such type of government funding schemes, they started running into problems. This is why the talk began in 2028 with increasingly larger organizations to maybe do something about it, until in 2029, after researching how popular and vital these centers had become to so many communities, the UN endorsed the business and effectively turned them into a non-profit enterprise. But overall, these entrepreneurial beginnings might have been vital to help the spread. The business model made it possible to apply several theories from the environmental humanities and radical museology, such as value theory, radical trust, knowledge topographies, multi-species considerations, cross-generational and cross-cultural relationships, and the fierce advocacy for accessibility and inclusion. Perhaps the most important of all was the application of value theory. By putting a price on admission and membership, the center was literally asking its members to put value in their own work and participation in the projects at the center. Over time, the monetary value was not of as much importance as the value gradually transferred to the work in the community itself. Therefore, the feeling of identity and belonging and pride in the center stayed long after the centers became free. But first, it had to kind of have this extrinsic value to play the game of capitalism and win the attention economy of the time. When people began spending lots of their time at the centers, they gradually distanced themselves from this throwaway market and adapted with each new habit and skill into the embedded economy, all while having fun and developing skills, friendships, and memories along the way. These all benefited the social and mental health of the individuals and communities, while also aiding cultural heritage preservation. So in conclusion, this most likely had to start as a business. allowed them the ability to focus on growth, adaptability, and dedication to customers and user interest, and being able to turn on a dime. These funding opportunities in Norway were quite unique and probably helped the business succeed as a whole. But it could have also worked in other nations or with the help of angel investors who are committed to the ecocentric values of this mission. And the creative approach to audiences and empathetic understanding of their notion of value enterprise was just instrumental to this entire operation. So also, just to throw it in there, the corona pandemic of 2020 and 2021 also played a part in that people were dying to get together after months of isolation and lockdown. So, and also that they learned how to do things more locally. So thank you for this talk. This has been a Reimagining Museums for Climate Action partnership activity.
Thank you so much, Solveig. That was really fascinating. I especially like that there was a rage room as well. That was probably mostly used in the early 2020s, I guess, when we still didn't know where we were going. So I'll start with a few questions, but I also invite the audience to think about questions they want to ask. And also, Minna, if you would like to comment on Solveig's work and vice versa, we would very much like that, to see how your work inspires each other. So yeah, one of my first questions is, in your presentation you said that in the early 2020s there were very few places for people who were already convinced that climate change was a big problem to act against it. Why was that the case? Why were spaces so limited? And which ones did exist?
Well, I think that it depends on where you are. Right now, for example, I'm living in Oslo in Norway, Norway's capital, and there are tons of different opportunities out there for people to get engaged with urban gardening or sewing workshops or other types of workshops. And like I mentioned, these concepts that the Klimaverksted came up with aren't necessarily new. They're just put together in a new way. But it's something different that if you come from a museological background where a lot of it is about trying to teach people, it's a pedagogical space that's also being very open and has a lot of, you're supposed to create knowledge together, not just from the academics, but also with the people in participatory processes. There was something that was kind of missing there from the time that the founders were working at these museums. It felt like the workshops that you could go to learn how to sew or to learn how to whittle something out of wood, it only took you so far, or it got you engaged in the climate awareness and understanding that there was something going on, but it didn't really give you then hand in hand next to what can you do next? How can you actually take this and perform something with it? It kind of just stops there and just asks you to do the work yourself. And as much as I believe that there needs to be a cultural shift from the bottom up, I don't believe that the responsibility should fall on individuals. There need to be systems that are out there that allows for everybody to kind of get on board. And a lot of that comes down to making it easier, making it more accessible, but also just making it a bit friendlier. Because as we've talked about during this conference, climate change is a very scary, scary topic. And there's something about showing people that just changing these parts in your life, which are very fun, can be the way to do it.
So was it really also about changing the narrative or the perspective, that it isn't just something negative and limiting, but actually can become active and involved and learn a lot of things and build a community at the same time?
Oh, definitely. I think for a lot of youth growing up in the early 2020s, from children to a lot of teenagers who are activists, there's a lot of anger and fear, and part of that comes from having this feeling that you're powerless and that there's nothing you can really do, and there's only so much that you can do when you're all by yourself. And it's great when people come together in groups and march and or otherwise start their own organizations and stuff, but having something that makes it a little bit more centralized, brings people together in communities, but also then with the actual mycelium network that comes later and connects these communities all over the globe. I think that was really instrumental in helping where we are today in 2051. But not only for young people, but for old people as well, or older generations. Let's say that you have someone who is a staunch conservative person who remembers the good old days and nostalgic about when they were able to eat as much meat as they want, or do all these things that they did before and drive their cars and such. If you're able to take them in and give them a space as maybe a teacher of teaching how to, for example, build watches from scratch, or some of these other like farm things from scratch. And there's so much knowledge that we've used in previous generations that are just kind of being lost. And especially from working in museums, one of the things that retirees love best is when you ask them what they've done with their lives before, and get interested in asking them to show you and teach them. And so having these cross-generational connections really also helps bring everybody on board and makes it less about politics and makes it more about the engagement with each other and with nature and the environment.
You showed us some of the eco projects that were organized or created in those centers. One potential criticism of these centers, or maybe not a criticism of the centers, but something that they're lacking, is that probably many of these projects that were organized or of the things you could do were mostly about people's private lives, and maybe also sometimes a little bit short term. Were these places where people only really engaged in these small scale activities, or were there also places for political mobilization where people then came together and organized rallies or strikes or demonstrations, putting pressure on governments? So was there this other half as well?
Well, like I mentioned in the library and lounge room, that eventually became a space for the transfer of knowledge and writing letters and teaching each other how to become more and more effective after time, and creating basically these more activist groups. But I think there is something to be said about how coming together and focusing more on these, as you call them, like smaller private things, also helps kind of build a culture that is more intimate, that is more connected to realizing that it doesn't always have to be about the anger and showing people that, or showing the government that things need to change. And when you're effectively taking people's attention, taking people's, if you even want to say money at that point, to come to these centers instead of using them in other consumerist ways, then eventually, gradually, when you have more and more people going to these centers, then they're spending less time in the other more destructive attention economy outputs. And so I think it's a cultural shift that's coming from the bottom up in these small ways as well, but also in activist ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I liked about the centers as well is that, unlike in other places where that topic wasn't addressed, you actually looked at the dark side of eco-activism and you engaged with eco-fascism. How much of a challenge was that? Because I guess on the other hand, you're already happy that people come to the centers and work together for a different kind of ecology, and that topic can be very divisive. So was it enough to just exclude people from the centers, or were there other initiatives against that kind of thinking?
Well, it was actually quite a difficult time, because we saw some of our youngest and sometimes even most brightest people eventually kind of fall into this eco-fascism mentality. And it was really sad to see somebody who was so engaged in some of the projects start believing that more radical and dangerous change needed to happen in order for the world to get better. And so it was a process. It wasn't just about ousting them completely. One had to go in and kind of help change them and help let them see that there's a better way, and that people, everyone on the planet, has their own space and place as a steward of nature. And it's about tapping into those roots. But as as Rutger Bregman in his book Humankind kind of points out, that there's goodness in everybody, and everybody really wants to do the best. And if they start going off the deep end, then the best way to kind of pull them back is to take them back and show them the care and the good parts of this, and remind them of how this is helping each other, but kind of tap into more of a psychological the psychological processes of why they're becoming radical in the first place. But yes, it was a very sad and difficult time. But laying down then these mission statements also really helped in the no tolerance policy, basically, towards these types of people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Solveig. Now I would like to open the floor for both of you, and also questions to be asked to both of you, Minna and Solveig. Because there's still no questions from the audience, I'll just start with the first question. Do both of you think that your ideas or your work are at odds with each other? Because the one is also more about strong governance and maybe also a different kind of approach of limiting consumption, while the other one is more about getting private people engaged? Or is that actually, do they both support each other? So how do you read those two projects together? Who wants to go first?
Well, I actually had a question, maybe to ask before that. It's related to it, but wait, I take my hand away. Okay. So I had a question to Solveig. How difficult was it for people to actually adjust, the people who actually then ended up spending time in these centers, especially in the very first center, in terms of, it takes a lot of time, and they have to sort of make this shift, like, okay, this is my focus. I'm not just continuing buying everything new and consumerism and all this. So that's first at the individual level, but then also at the sort of more wider environment. How did other businesses and other actors, societal actors, react to this new movement? Because of course it meant less consumption in the end.
Well, to start with the first part, then with the individual actors, it's sort of, you see your core base at first. It started out with just a handful, you could say, of preteens and teenagers that would come in and start using the space regularly. And so we try to cultivate the relationships with those people, and then tried to get their families on board and their other friends. And it was a very organic, small development in the beginning. But then as it became more of a kind of cool, hip thing to come in and just work on these projects, and it's a place to also just spend one's time. And once you have a membership, then coming in almost every day, that doesn't mean much, So then they it started small, but it started growing eventually. And just to touch on the local businesses part, is that when we focused on also cooperating with some of the local businesses that were also sustainable, then it worked out pretty well. Then we could get people, we basically taught people that if we shop from these places instead of these places, then we're doing something more sustainable. And the users themselves kind of realized this already, but it became this shift then that they started influencing the other users as well, that, okay, let's not shop at, trying to think of one that, Spar or like these Tesco like places, and instead go to the local fishery or butchers or the local farmers market with all the crops that are coming out. And we started using those spaces a lot more, and actually promoting those spaces that could actually grow. So in a sense, some of the businesses around took a hit, but usually those were more chain businesses that had places all over the country. But while local businesses, especially the ones that were already doing sustainable work or that wanted to learn from us how to do more sustainable work, started thriving. So yeah.
Okay, great. Sounds great. What about then the sort of more global level? Did it actually have an impact on the big businesses as well in the end?
Yes, especially by 2051 today, it had a huge impact. People just, the whole movement and the business model as a whole was very much this think global, act local. So the more that people were able to also just talk to each other in different localities over the world about their skills or how their projects were going and such too, the global mentality was very much there, but they were able to use the tools and spaces and the communities that they had locally in order to become as self-sustaining as possible. Of course, there's still tons of trade that's happening, but only the most sustainable businesses are the ones that eventually survived.
Right. So it really happened sort of naturally, the change. And governments had a very small role in this then, I guess.
Well, yes, to go to the question then that Nabila had, in that I think that actually our two projects work quite well together because, as I mentioned earlier, it wasn't this mycelium initiative isn't the only thing that's going to help us get to where we are today in 2051. The global and more governmental decisions and processes were very, very important to it, of course. I had another point that I had to think about, but I can't remember it right now. So did you also have an answer to Nabila's question?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think governments have to have a role, but this could be one way. It's sort of it's a paradigm change, but it starts in a practical way rather than just talking. And I could see that these two would well match each other, but you would need the governments to be on board as well.
I think part of what I now remember was that initiatives like the Klimaverksted and the Mycelium initiative also gets people ready for new government mandates on less.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So then it becomes not as so scary and not something that you'll then get a radical right or other groups that are going to go and march against and maybe like sway politics here and there. So it's necessary to get basically everybody on board step by step.
Right. Mm. Yeah, I think the two really can work together. Yeah.
I was just wondering one more thing about the Mycelium initiative. To what extent, I think, Minna, you also mentioned that briefly, is that also something that is, or is that maybe just something that is available to a kind of global middle class or upper class, and how people from less privileged backgrounds maybe don't even have the luxury to think about these things or have no time to go to such a center and engage in it, and especially if it's paid for, although you said that policy was changed after a while. But what other thinking has gone into making this as inclusive as possible?
Well, yeah, I touched on it briefly in my presentation, but during the first years when it was definitely just a business, the founders also tried to apply to as many of these different governmental schemes in Norway that could help then make the membership fees much cheaper for people from underprivileged backgrounds or from different backgrounds. And actually there are several, as far as I understand, in the beginning of the 2020s, there's trying to be several initiatives that are making spaces for specifically people from different backgrounds to come and even just hang out, really, because these people need some place to just like come and be and feel able to just exist, and sometimes then having the opportunity to also working on climate related projects can be really nice, and just sit there and teach each other how the different skills that they might already know. But yes, that's probably the biggest criticism towards the Mycelium initiative in the beginning, is that it should be free. It should be free for everyone. But also, this middle and upper class people are potentially the ones, especially in places like Norway and America, where I'm from, need kind of this kick in the butt to learn how to consume less. So it's also them that needs to come in and actually go through these initiatives, find out that it can actually be more fun and more entertaining than than all of this extra consumption that they're doing. And so they're also the ones that are able to pay for it. So yeah.
All right, are there any more questions from the two of you? Or comments?
I had a question for Minna, actually. Let me just see. It was about how far-reaching are the participatory projects that you were talking about with, especially, I think it was in the beginning of the 2020s, when you're setting up these meat corridors.
Yeah, I mean, in the very beginning, it was just about discussing the concept, how acceptable could it be possibly, and what to put these different people from very different parts of society, what could they agree on together? So that sort of started the discussion, and it ended public discourses also then eventually. So it started very small, but then from this, then the local projects then started many local projects of similar kind, but then that received local publicity, and then eventually this sort of broadened before any actual corridors were applied. There was several years of this sort of getting people used to the idea. Yeah.
Did this answer your question, Solveig?
Yeah, not sure.
All right, we have kind of come to the end of our time, but thank you so much, both of you, for very, very inspiring presentations. And I hope we get a center like that in Munich soon, because we still don't have one, despite the, what did you say, 49,500? Yeah, so thank you very much. The program will now continue with a session at 5:30 on geoengineering, global climate governance, and climate resilient development. And there is going to be another session in the Vivarium on hydro-meteorological extremes, and a presentation with the title First Contact After the Blank Days, delegation from Kathmandu. And then at 7:30, we're going to have the closing session with a keynote speech and an artist's statement. So I hope to see you all there. Thank you very much again to both of you. To the audience, follow them in their work, support them, support those centers. And yeah, hopefully see you all soon somewhere else. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome to our fourth session of today. We will just get started with a much larger group than we usually encountered. I will give the words right away to Louise Arnal, who will introduce herself and the other members of the group, and what will their presentation be about. They will introduce us to virtual realities of hydro-meteorological extremes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me share my screen to introduce us. All right. So I'm Louise Arnal, as introduced, and I'll be speaking on behalf of many of my colleagues who are spread around different continents. So I'm based in Canada, working at the University of Saskatchewan, working with Maria-Helena Ramos in France, Florian Pappenberger and Linus Magnusson both, and then also Hannah Cloak, all in the UK. And then Bart van den Hurk and Micha Werner, who are in the Netherlands. So we're attending remotely and put together a presentation for you on the virtual reality of hydro-meteorological extremes. So before we get into the presentation a bit more, I'll let my colleague Bart introduce the context in which we're in of 2051.
It's 2051, and we live in a society where people vote on everything for more transparency in the decision-making, including flood responses and preparedness. Flooding happens more often than earlier in the century. It happens at odd places in the season, at all places on the planet. Progress has been made on the way forecasts are produced and publicly delivered, but forecast scale accuracy is still imperfect, for sure in valleys and small towns. And people will still get confused about when to trust a forecast or not, and then what to do, what to take action. That's why we have been focusing on training through the virtual reality of hydrometeorological systems. And we invite you to take part in this training. Try it yourself.
Awesome. That was for Bart. Thank you, Bart, for putting that together. So before we go into the training, as you've heard, you'll all be taking part in this training. I'll let you know a bit more about the science of flood forecasting and what we as hydrologists and weather forecasters do. So close your eyes for a moment and imagine the Earth. We all have a picture of the Earth in our minds. It can be the same picture or a bit different. And this is the picture that we paint as scientists. So we have a representation of the atmosphere, what happens in the atmosphere with the clouds moving high up above our heads. So that's kind of represented with mathematical equations, physical equations. And on top of that, or below that rather, we have a representation of the land. So that's, for example, the vegetation. Is it a desert? Is it full of blossoming trees? And then also what happens in our rivers. So we also represent that using these mathematical equations. And then added to that, we also represent the oceans. So how salty are the oceans, how deep they are, what the currents are like, what the temperature is like in that specific spot of the ocean. So we kind of put all of these together, and then together they give this kind of more global perspective of what the Earth looks like. And that's probably something similar to what you had in mind maybe, or completely different. And so with these, we make our forecasts of what happens in rivers. But these forecasts are not perfect. And one of the reasons is that there is chaos in nature. So you might know this chaos theory also under the name of the butterfly effect. And that's the idea that a tiny, tiny difference right now could lead to very large differences in what could happen in days, weeks, months. And so a famous mathematician, Edward Lorenz, once said, "Does the flap of a butterfly's wings in Brazil set off a tornado in Texas?" That was in 1972. And that kind of explains this whole aspect that we have to take into account in forecasting. And so because we can't forecast things perfectly because of this chaos in nature and then other uncertainties as well, we essentially, instead of having this one single picture of the Earth, which we can see on the map here, we have many pictures of the Earth. And that's because of this chaos theory, among other things. And as Albert Einstein said, as far as the laws of mathematics refer to reality, they're not certain. And as far as they're certain, they don't refer to reality. So that's what we mean here. We can't have this one single representation of what happens because it wouldn't be accurate. So with these forecasts, we can get snapshots of what happens on the Earth, everywhere on the Earth, and in terms of lots of different things. We can tell you what the rain is like now and what it might be like in the future. We can tell you what the temperature and the winds are like, what the mean sea level pressure is like. And then what we're particularly interested in is river flows. So how much water flows through all of the rivers of the Earth. But once you have these forecasts, it's not really a straight, it's not the end of the line, really. Oh, sorry, another slide. So the forecasts have improved greatly over the last decades. And I'll show you how it has improved since the early 2000s up to 2051, where we are. And on the y-axis, you'll see the number of days that we're able to predict in advance. So this is what it has looked like, how it has increased over the last decades. So you can see there are ups and downs. There was a down because of the famous satellite wars in the 2035 that most of you will remember. Then there was a huge boost in how much time we could forecast ahead because of DNA computing. So doing computations using biological molecules instead of the traditional silicon chips that we used back in the past. And then now we're at a point where we can predict quite well what will happen in terms of the weather in about 2 weeks' time. So that's amazing. And that's what our forecasts look like. So if we situate ourselves now between the limit of this gray line on the left and all the red lines on the right, and then at the bottom you have the days that we can forecast in advance, so up to 15 plus days. Then, so you can see the gray line represents what has happened in the past and what we know, so it's a single line. And then you see our river flow forecasts as all the red lines. And because I told you, because of this chaos theory, we can't predict for sure what will happen. So we have lots of representations of what the river flow could be like. And taken together, they show you the possible maximum of what could happen, the possible minimum at the bottom, and then somewhere in the middle, the most likely. And that's what we call a box plot. That's what our forecasts look like. And that's what we'll be using for the training. But the forecasting is not the end of the line, as I was saying earlier. And there are other people after that who have to use these to make decisions. So it can be as simple as you looking at the weather forecast and wondering, should I bring an umbrella outside? But it can be more complex decisions. So we have the weather forecast first, so rainfall, temperatures, and so on. These are passed to us, the flood forecasters, and then we tell you how much water we expect to be in the rivers and if we expect them to flood or not. And then that's passed on to the decision makers who have to take action on the ground and say, we have to evacuate the population because a flood is coming up, for example. But it's not as simple because these decision makers, so the two little men here or women on the top of these mountains are wondering, is it just a little bit of water out of the banks of the river? Or is it going to be a massive floods Armageddon? And so they not only have the forecast to make their decisions, but they also have some information on what has happened in the past, so their personal experience of what other floods have happened in the past. They have some local knowledge of how the land works and how fast it can flood if it rains, for example. They have some simpler methods that they use for forecasting. And they also know how good our models or representations of the Earth are usually. So it's not a straight line of forecasting to decision making. There is a lot of back and forth and discussions between these people. So if that all makes sense, we'll start the flood simulation training now. And in this training, you are going to be the decision makers. So the people that we saw at the end of the chain. And in 2051, to become a licensed decision maker, you have to follow this short training we're giving you now. So the training is going to unfold in 3 different steps. First, you're given a weather and flood forecasts, and that's from us, the weather and flood forecasters. Then you have to vote on an action. It can be either evacuating, putting up temporary flood barriers, or doing nothing. And you'll be voting using your phone or computer at this www.menti.com. So prepare that on the sides for voting later. And while you vote, you'll also hear testimonials about potential impacts from people on the ground, what their own interpretation is and what they would do as decision makers. And we'll go through these 3 steps twice. And then after that, you'll be certified to be decision makers if you've made the right decisions, of course. So to start, we'll first hear the weather forecast from our Android forecaster.
The forecast for next week is unsettled weather for western and central parts of Europe. A low-pressure system is moving from the Iberian Peninsula towards Central Europe, and expected to be stationary for a couple of days. It can lead to extreme amounts of rain over western France, Switzerland, western Germany. It could reach above 150 millimeters, but it is at this stage difficult to say exactly where and when, due to uncertainties in the track of the low-pressure system.
Thank you. So that's the weather forecasts. And of course, you're making all these decisions for Munich because that's where we're all remotely or in person. So now, as a flood forecaster, I'll be telling you what the rivers will look like in the next days. So that's on the x-axis here from now to 9 days ahead. And I'll be showing you the level in the river you're living near. So that's what it currently looks like. And these are the box plots that I showed you earlier. So you can see it tells you what we expect the river level to evolve as. And the different colors here are the different risks of flooding. So you can see how the box situates itself within these different colors. And here, the median of the box or the middle of the box is in about a low risk of flooding. But there's quite a lot of uncertainty, right? You can see the range of the whole box. So we're not quite sure yet. It's quite a long time ahead. So that's what the river will look like. It's very low risk of flooding, but we're not really sure. And now we'll hear from Hannah about the impacts that this could have on the ground and what it currently looks like.
It's quite a sunny day here today, but we do think that in a few days' time there will be some heavy rainfall, and that might lead to some flooding. So housing that is near the river, businesses, roads and agricultural land could be at risk of flooding.
Thank you, Hannah. So based on all this information you now got, you'll have to go to www.menti.com, and then you can use this code here to vote, which is 48104046. And then once you're there, you have 3 options. The first one is evacuating. That's the safest option, but it also costs you a lot of money. So if you're not quite sure, it's perhaps not the best. The second one is putting up temporary flood barriers. This is also a safe option, but it also costs money, and it might not be enough to stop the flood if the river level gets higher than these defenses. And then doing nothing is the least safe option, but it doesn't cost anything, right? So if you don't know that any flood will happen, then it might just be safe or not safe. It might just be sensible to do nothing and wait to have more information later on. But before you make your decision, let's hear what other people think. So we'll be talking now to Janet Lotham, who is a fruits and vegetables shop owner, and see what she would do.
Well, I would vote for doing nothing right now. Maybe the river level will get a bit high, but I don't think there will be flooding. 30 years ago was different. It was horrible. We lost everything. It was really bad. But we also realized that we were too close to the river. So we rebuilt our shop farther from the river. We sell fruit and vegetables from the farm to your table. So people are eating more of them today and much less red meat. So I need to keep business open or I'll lose a lot of money. So I prefer to wait and see for the next forecast.
That was Janet. Let's now see what Jeremiah Clarkson thinks, who is a city planning officer.
If they are choosing to evacuate so many days ahead of the flood event, it probably means they trust the forecast. And also they know they will have huge costs if they stay and flooding does occur. Evacuating will cause a lot of disruption and cost money though. But they must have vulnerable people at risk and costly merchandise in their shops. That takes time to move, so then it may make sense.
That was Jeremiah. Now let's listen to Guy Hurl, who is a retired taxi driver.
Putting up the barriers will certainly cost less nothing than evacuating. We are still days ahead of that possible flood event, so it's good to prepare ourselves just in case. However, if flooding doesn't occur, they'll have to put the barriers for nothing, you know.
Guy Hurl, and the last person is Florian Müller, who is a farmer.
The forecasts seem to see a pretty bad situation, I would say. So doing nothing it's taking a risk. But waiting and seeing does not cost any money, for sure. And how do we know if what they are saying will really happen? The river still seems normal, and last time they got it wrong. Fools. I will make up my own mind what to do.
All right. That was everyone. So I'll give you a bit more time maybe to vote, talk to your neighbor about what decision you want to make, because it's not an easy one. Let's see, I'll give you a couple of seconds, let's say 20 seconds or 30 seconds or so, and you can discuss with anyone you're around, see what you want to do, evacuating, putting up flood barriers, or doing nothing at this stage. And as you know, we'll go through a second round of this, which is a couple of days after. So it's not an easy decision to make, as you saw. Different people have different perceptions on risk, and they have different things at stake as well. Maybe they've suffered from a flood last year and they don't want to repeat it again this year, so they're really nervous about it and will do whatever it costs to get away from it. So let's see what you voted now. All right, so we have got a few votes, and it's clear from them that most people, some late voters, most people want to put up temporary flood barriers. I would probably have done the same. I think it's quite a safe option, but you're not quite sure yet, so you don't want to evacuate everyone really. So let's continue now. And 3 days have passed since you received all of this information and made that decision. Let's see what the weather forecast looks like from our Android again.
The coming days look very wet for Switzerland, Austria and southern and western Germany. Yesterday, Switzerland and parts of France saw 20 to 30 millimeters of rain due to a low-pressure system moving up from southwest. The system will slowly continue to the northeast and become stationary for a few days. The outlook for the following days is heavy rainfall over Switzerland and southwestern Germany. There is a significant risk for more than 150 millimeters over the Northern Alps and the Black Mountains over the coming days.
Right, that was your new weather forecast now. Let's see what this means in terms of the river level and the forecast of that. So you can see now there is a clearer signal that the river is going to increase significantly into a high to very high risk of flooding in about 3 days' time. And let's see what this would mean on the ground now from Hannah again.
We've seen some rain falling now in the upper parts of the catchment, and the land is very wet. And that means that future rainfall won't have anywhere to go. And that means that the risk of flooding for houses such as these near the river is now quite high. And we expect to see perhaps businesses at risk near the river on the floodplain. We expect to see roads underwater, railways underwater, and perhaps even a risk to life. So do take care out there as we head towards this possible flood event.
Thank you, Hannah. So again, same code, same website. You can go and vote. You again have three options: evacuating, putting up temporary flood barriers, doing nothing. This game or this training doesn't remember what you voted first. So even if you already put temporary flood barriers and you want to have them still in action, put them again. So while you're voting, talking to your neighbors and so on, we'll again hear what some people think might happen on the ground and what they would do. Let's hear from Edward Mitchell now.
Yeah, I think I'll move out most of the bikes from the shop that I own. I'm running this shop now for 18 years and never experienced anything like this rain. Terrible. No one buys a bike these days. But these new hydrogen bikes are pretty expensive, but fairly light. So I'll just ask my mother-in-law to help me carry them to the living room on the first floor. But for the rest, I'll need to secure my insurance paperwork because no way I'll manage to take all that bikes in time. So if you excuse me now, I need to pick up my mother-in-law from her OPAD.
Right. While you vote, let's hear from Philip Woodworth, financial and tax advisor.
Barriers can be a good solution because the signal in the forecast is very consistent and has been indicating a flood event might occur for some days now. So better be alerted and prepared. I hope the barriers will actually be high enough to stop the flood.
Right. Jeremiah Clarkson, who you heard from already.
The forecasts are indicating that a big flood event is coming, and the previous forecasts were showing that too. Evacuating is probably a good decision. It costs money, and it will not be good if nothing really happens in the end. But at the same time, it is too dangerous to stay. The barriers are a good option, but what if this flood is so big the barriers get overtopped? That would be a disaster. And if we waited last time, it might now be too late to evacuate everyone.
All right, and last person who we also heard last time, Florian Müller.
Those forecasts are really showing that the situation is bad and dangerous. Maybe doing nothing is too risky. Why do they not take some measures that will not cost as much as evacuating? Just simply putting up flood barriers. If the flood doesn't happen, great. And if it does, at least the damage is minimized. They really have left us out here in the rain.
All right. That was it. So I'll give you a few seconds to finalize your votes based on all this information that you received. And let's see what you voted for this time. So we're getting closer to the events now, the potential events, and there is a stronger signal, but still some uncertainties, and different people see risk differently. So if we go to your vote then. All right, a few votes coming in, mostly towards evacuating. Yeah, there seems to be a consensus towards evacuating. Oh, someone doing nothing. That would be an interesting discussion amongst people now to understand why some people decided to do nothing. Flood barriers. All right. Well, the signal is pretty clear. Most of you want to evacuate now because the flood is getting a bit too close to home, maybe. So to finalize this training, there was indeed a flood after 3 days. And those of you who chose to evacuate and or putting up temporary flood barriers made the right decision. So congratulations on following this training. You're all now certified to make decisions on the ground and helping the rest of the population doing the right thing when a weather or flood forecast comes in. So to conclude the training, we'll now hear from Maria-Helena Ramos, who is going to give you a bit of conclusions on what this means in general.
Thunderstorms and floods are hard to forecast. It's difficult to forecast the exact amount of rain that will fall and the exact location where flooding will occur. To forecast, we need to collect data from all over the world. We need to run mathematical models in supercomputers, and we need to communicate the forecasts to the users. Forecast users are many. They have different background, different knowledge and experience. The same forecast can be interpreted in different ways by different people, and decisions are also influenced by subjective elements. We can use virtual reality to train ourselves so we can better understand how floods might affect us. We can put ourselves in the future, we can experience the forecast and see how a flood event unfolds. Our challenge is to make sure that forecasts reach everyone, wherever and whoever they are. We are improving our ability to respond to hydrometeorological extremes at all levels, from governments to citizens, and in such a way that we can better prevent financial damages and, above all, human losses.
All right, thank you so much. That was our presentation, brought to you from all over the world. And if you like this training game, you can check out this other flood series game at imprex.arctic.tech. And thank you for listening to us.
Thank you guys for making us certified people now. Okay, I was just checking if maybe some questions have popped up. Not yet, so I will ask some questions. First of all, how did you came up with the idea to install a flood forecast, and how did you guys meet? So in the beginning, when you introduced all of you, I noticed that you're from various parts of the earth.
Very good question. We're quite a big and diverse group. Would one of my co-presenters say something about that? They were part of this wider group ahead of me. I know.
Yeah, I can say something on that. Well, actually, it was Louise's initiative to put us together. We worked together in earlier projects on among others, flood forecasting, and we are all, I think, sharing to be intrigued by what this would look like in a very far future, and we just started discussing will the quality of our forecast go so much better that we actually will never experience any danger for flooding anymore, or is this something that will stay? And the last point was actually the thing that came as a common argument. No, that we will always face risks. And so now, and then that's how we actually started discussing on how would that then look like, and also of course about can we also present it in a bit more less technical way with a bit of artwork, etc. But I think the message to convey is that there is always some risk that will be there, even if our technology is nearly perfect. We always have to face the fact that that predictability is never perfect, but also that human interpretation is very diverse, and so there's not a perfect response from a people's point of view. Yeah, and we had very nice online discussions. We worked together for some time, and then we spread out, and some new friends came in. But we had online meetings at decent times for every one of us. Well, Louise sometimes had to get up at very early times, I believe, residing in Canada. But the discussions were very nice, and that's how we came to this presentation.
Nice. My questions goes to all of you, so please feel addressed. My next question would be, why is there a need for a flood forecast? Is a weather forecast not enough? Just telling me there will be, I don't know, 15 millimeters of rain.
I see Hannah making faces. Hannah, you want to say something?
Sure. So yeah, it's very important to know how much rain is falling. Yeah, that is the cause of a flood. But you have to understand where the water is in the landscape too. And you have to be able to kind of track all of those tiny pieces of water. And they take different times to get to the river. So it's not just the rain, it's the whole of the rest of the earth as well, and where all that water is too, that tells you whether it's going to flood or not. So just having a rainfall forecast, it's better than nothing, but you really need to know kind of when and where it's going to flood. Where your house is, you need to know when the water's going to reach there, and whether it's going to be a wall of water crashing through or it's going to be a slow rising flood. So that's what a flood forecasting system can do, as opposed to just a weather forecast.
Okay. Thank you. Since we're already at the topic, could you explain a bit more how exactly the flood forecast works? So do you go around and, I don't know, check how wet the ground is, how high a lake is?
Yeah, so that's exactly right. You need to know all of these things. So there is water in the ground all the time. All of the tiny pores full of air can fill up with water too. And, the groundwater will rise as well. And of course, in winter or in the wet season, wherever you are in the world, that's normally very, very high. And in the dry season, it's very low. So if you can kind of monitor that's really important in understanding whether the rain's going to fall on really wet landscape or on really dry landscape. But we need to understand that all around the world. And to do that, you need lots of things like satellites, sticks in the river telling you how high all the different rivers are, deep boreholes into the ground so you can work out where that groundwater level is. And that's loads of information that you need to suck into these big Earth system models. So that's why we need these huge supercomputers to process all this data. So not only to tell us what the future is going to be, but to process this huge amounts of data.
And once this data is gathered, how does the work continue, and how does information travel? You already explained it a bit in the presentation, but could you go, or someone else, of course, go more in depth?
Yeah, I can do a guess, but as Hannah said, that during you also see from the presentation that the forecast is changing as time proceeds. So information is being renewed actually at a very high frequency during actually the period that the flood risk is building up. So and what we do is that every 6 hours or so we make a new forecast, but then we have seen a new data coming in, new precipitation data, new flood stage data, maybe some floodplains that already flooded and may reduce the peak downstream. Well, all that new information is going up. So that is part of the information that is building up in that whole forecasting system. But another flow of the information is actually the interpretation by the people that read out the flood forecast, because they will for sure say some time ahead they don't have an accurate prediction. They have sort of, there is a probability with so many percent that the flood level that is at this height will be exceeded, something like that. And they have to act in advance of that. So they have to take a risk in a way in how they interpret the information. And for that, we train, say, the warnings that are released by looking at past occurrences of these kinds of information. So for every location, we sort of calibrate at what the probability and at what level we should issue that alert for a certain stage. And that calibration is really a very important piece of information that is built up not just during the past episode, but actually during the past decades of information that we build up and compile. And then the third flow of information, that is whenever you made, say, the decision to release an alert, you also have to tune it to the communication channels to bring it to the people that have to respond. And that you also see that you have to do tailor-made work in bigger river systems with lots of people living in a township. You may use a public broadcasting services or do something, but in the more remote areas you may need other kinds of techniques like SMS texting or horns that are set out, or even people that move out to the remote areas to actually warn people by knocking on everybody's door nearby. That is also information that is traveling from the early stages to the people that have to respond.
All right, thank you. I got some questions, it's two questions from people who are watching. The first one is, to what extent does a wrong decision in a flooding event means that the responsible people are really to blame for lost lives, and how much room for honest mistakes is there? Okay.
Would someone like to speak to that? Should I give it a go? Otherwise,
you give it a go, Lou, and then ask us if you.
Okay. Can you read the question again, just to make sure I'm having it right?
To what extent? Oh, yeah, of course. To what extent does a wrong decision in a flooding event means that the responsible people are really to blame for lost lives, and how much room for honest mistakes is there?
Right. So, I mean, as you saw, it's a very complicated chain of information. So I would say there isn't one person that can be blamed in that chain of information, because there is one or multiple people interpreting the same forecast outputs in the first place, and then passing that on with shades of gray, obviously, to the decision makers, who then also add on top of that their own interpretation, right? Based on their personal experience. Maybe their own house has been flooded last year, and so they make the decision to warn everyone and tell the city to put up flood defenses. So all of these shades of gray means that there isn't one person to blame, really, at the end of the day. It's a decision that is made together as all of these people working there, and also the people receiving that information, right, at the end of the day. They can decide to look at that information and ignore it, or to act on it. And maybe they also have been flooded in the past, and they'll decide to act on it and more. So that would be my answer to it. Hannah, if you have anything else to add.
So you can't blame one person for a mistake in forecasting. That's just not appropriate. Everybody's working within a really difficult context of uncertainty and interpretation, just as Louise said. But what's important to note is that you have to have, if there are techniques available to use to forecast, to communicate warnings to people, and they're not used, then something's going wrong. So you need to look at that system and work out which parts are failing, so that next time it doesn't go so wrong. So that's the really important part, is making sure that everyone involved in this chain is doing their part. and nobody has, ultimate responsibility, but it all needs to work. And if it's not working, you need to know where it's not working for next time, so that you can imagine these huge floods coming and everybody is aware that they might happen, and what everybody needs to do in this big chain, from the big Earth system models, down through the river models, to the making the decisions on whether to put up barriers, to knowing whether to leave your house because a big flood is coming. All of that has to function.
Right, thank you. Does someone else want to add something?
Yeah, a minor thing to this. As Hannah said, we really need to learn. And what we see for sure in Europe and the US, whenever a big flood occurs, there's a lot of evaluation taking place. Sometimes it takes a year or so to really digest what has happened. And it's really serving the purpose to learn for next time. But there's also probably many places where floods occur where there is not a lot of evaluation potential, where we don't have data or don't have time or don't have resources, whatever. So if there's anything in, say, we are now realistically in 2021 and we are looking ahead to 2051, if there's anything that I would wish this field to develop much more prominently in the next 30 years, is to do this post-disaster learning kind of things in order to be even better prepared for the future. I think that's a very important lesson that we need to learn here.
Thank you. There is a second question from someone who's watching. In Germany, the floods were so out of the ordinary that officials weren't sure they could even believe the forecasts. So should they be trained too? Or who should be trained for what specifically?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and indeed very up to date, as we are still in the middle of exactly that training exercise I was just talking about in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Belgium, etc. This was indeed out of any expected range, but it did happen. So and that is part of the learning, and that is both from, say, the model and the forecast developers. We also have we didn't have that event like this in our historical data sets, so we weren't even sure how abnormal, how special this event was like, because we've never seen something like that before. So it's not only the decision takers that need to learn from it, also the system developers need to learn from it. But indeed, there is a devil's dilemma, I could say, because whenever you see something you don't believe, the first psychological response actually is to ignore or to indeed doubt whether it can be true, and that is actually very often causing a delay in a decision. And that's what you see also happen, is that people are seeking for secondary pieces of information, secondary pieces of evidence, whether it's going through. And that is causing a delay. And then in second instance, there is additional information that indeed makes it more convincing. And then people start acting. And that in this case also happened, and in some cases that probably led to a bit too late, say, response to some of the warnings. I don't know, but we are still in the evaluation. We have to find out that. But again, I think we really need to learn from this kind of events. Also, the events that did not take place in this location, but just a couple of years ago, we had similar floodings in other bigger river systems in Germany. We need to learn from that and really. Build up our, confidence to act in future conditions. That's a very important thing, but a very good question indeed.
No, so I'm just going to add to that. The one thing I would like you to take away from this, if you're listening, is the idea of imagining a flood. And we could see at every level, from government level through to people taking decisions, flood forecasters, the people on the ground. Nobody could imagine these floods would happen. So they didn't take decisions. They didn't do what they needed to do. So if we can learn anything from this, it's about understanding what it means to see that happening to your house or your district or your country, to be prepared as we move into a time of worsening floods. And it's not just about floods, it's about heat waves, it's about all natural hazards. We need to be better prepared, and we are not well enough prepared.
Thanks. there was a second part of the question which stated, or who should be trained for what specifically? Oh, should I read the first part of the questions as well, because it stands alone in the room now? Okay. In Germany, the floods were so out of the ordinary that officials weren't sure they could even believe the forecasts. So should they be trained too? Or who should be trained for what specifically?
Well, I think I'm going to give also my piece of contribution. I think everybody should be trained. Train can be different from the different perspectives or expertise people have. What are they going to do in this chain? We have seen that it comes from data, models, atmosphere, until the river, to the people that are involved in making the forecast, in receiving the forecasts, and also in acting in the ground. So I think that all this can be trained, all this can be trained with different targets, and they can be trained also together. So we can understand better what people before us or after us in the chain are doing and why they are doing, the challenges they face, the difficulties, the limitations, and so you can better understand how the information goes from one point to another, because floods will be there. Floods are not going to disappear. Natural disasters will happen. It's just up to us to see how we can handle that in a future climate and what we can do with our technology, with our capacity for training, and as Hannah said earlier, with our capacity to imagine what might happen in the future, in the next hour, in the next 6 hours, in the next 24 hours, in the next season, for instance, so we can adapt our activities, our economic activities, our social activities to face such events.
Thank you. Does someone want to add something? Okay. All right. Thank you guys for your presentation. We'd go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Okay. I will announce now the second part of the session. We have a delegation from Kathmandu here, and I am pleased to announce Shri Hopa Jyote Tuladhar, Extraordinary Ambassador to Europe from the Free City-States of Nepal Mandala. Also from the Free City-States of Nepal Mandala is Mahapandita Gyan Dorje Tuladhar, representative from the research circle. Okay. Welcome to Munich.
नेपाल मण्डला महापत्र समाचार पाठे वो ये येलो खोपो किपु कम्पी पालुङ तेस्तुङ चेतलाङ वो सक्लो नेपाली अले रेफ्युजी खला अले खण्डुपी खण्डुरुपी पशुपन्छी नाडुपी नामरुपी सकुस्या पाठे लसकुस वो नप नप हन बना देछन.
We bring greetings from the several city-states of Nepal Mandala, including Kathmandu, Lalitpur, Kopa, Palung Tistung, Pharpeng. There are many city-states. And we bring these greetings in the name and on behalf of and towards both those beings who speak and those beings who do not speak, those beings with names and those beings who do not have names, those beings who are seen and those beings who are unseen. And we give great thanks to the very brave people at Bureau Grandezza who are prepared to extend an invitation to us in these very difficult times. Joe. Okay. Right. We've been asked to give a presentation that explains something of what happened to us in the Himalayas. It seems that what's happened here in Germany is a little bit different. I think for the past few decades, we've all had a very rough time of it. Events here are not the same as the events that we have endured. I don't think the terrible disasters around the Three Gorge Dam affected you here in Europe in the same way that it did us. but it sounds as though you've had other problems that we'll talk about a little bit later. I think I do need to give some kind of a summary of what happened to us in Nepal, just to contextualize how things are. For us, the blank years really began in the mid-2020s. We tend to date them to 2028. That's when the first monsoon failure happened. That was pretty awful, frankly. But I think most people know that the plagues began in 2019, and they really only got worse. Every few years, something new coming on. In Nepal, we had a bit of a break after the first plague, but in 2026, we had a new disease that we had never seen. We wound up calling it cold hand disease. We don't really know what it was, but it's still around. And then we had further waves of plague coming in pretty much all the way from 2028 through 2035. And there were other disasters. We had highly contagious diseases passing through the animal population as well. We had crop failures. And I think the last really bad round we've had was in 2043, about 7-8 years ago. Since then, there hasn't been anything so bad. But I think that's down to the government's established quite tight quarantine measures around the valley. And we have very strict mechanisms for regulating how people come into the valley now. And I'll talk about these later, but it's part of how we manage this. We also had earthquakes. The Himalayas are prone to earthquakes. We had bad ones. And in 2031, 2037, we had bad enough earthquakes so that most of the infrastructure was lost. We lost, Kathmandu was we had been building roads, we had been building large roads, we had been cutting down trees. We had a government that was determined to follow a kind of model of development that, I guess it made sense from a developing country in the early 2020s, but in retrospect, I don't know how more stupid we could have been. In any case, we had a whole range of large apartment blocks and shopping malls, and they all went down. And they went down as people were dying, as we were seeing droughts. And really, by the time we got into the early 2030s, things were really very bad. By 2040, I think we'd got some sense of what it was we were dealing with. I think the number of people in the valley there were a lot fewer of us by then. I think we went from a population of about 7.5 million in the early 2020s. When things got bad, a lot of people just left. But when the diseases started to come through, a lot of people died too. And so we wound up with far, far fewer people. And I suppose that's part of how we survived. I think it's extraordinary to find that here we are in 2051 and the temperature is actually just around 1.5 degrees above what it was in the industrial background. I think if anyone had looked at what we knew about governance, what we knew about industrial processes, what businesses were doing, you never would have imagined that this was possible. But so much has collapsed between then and now that I suppose it makes some kind of sense. But it was very difficult indeed. Let me think. So that's a rough introduction to some of the history that we've been through. We've been talking to some of the immunologists here in Germany, trying to understand what diseases have actually come here. And it looks as though as the human population started to decline quite rapidly, some of the diseases that we experienced didn't come here, and some of the diseases that you've had here, we have not seen yet. So I don't know if you can, yes, you can see. The Belo Grandezza put us up in really lovely quarantine facilities. This is a beautiful set of rooms you've got us in, and I'm amazed that you're able to allow us to give a conference presentation from here. I'm not sure. It looks like you've been able to scavenge some really nice furniture and architecture from kind of late 20th century, mid 20th century Germany. It's beautiful. we're all scavenging these days, I guess. Let me think. So that's a brief introduction to what the bad things that happened. From 2040 onwards, then we've been steadily trying to rebuild. I think there was a long period of time there when none of us really communicated with each other anywhere on the planet. That's gotten better in the past decade. We were able to make contact with your team through packet radio, and that was good. I'm glad we were able to have that set of communications, and we were just astonished that you were prepared to invite us. I think if you hadn't prepared the conference 2 years ahead of time, there is no way we would have been able to assemble what we had to in order to get here. But thank you very much. I think for us, we had to start from the basics again, really, in 2040. So one of the first things we had to work on was water. Nepal, historically, it always had water, but we really had to rebuild the system. And I think, were you actually involved in some of the rebuilding of the water system? I think.
Yep, yeah, I was, but to build the water system again, we had to sack the museum because they had a lot of manuscripts and stuff about how to rebuild the water system. Like my ancestor who built them and made them, the technology of rebuilding the entire thing was all written in Vivarium, and it was in the manuscript. I think it was around 2029 is when we actually sacked the museum. But before that, I actually worked on the museum for a while.
Wait, you were there?
I was there. I was there. I was a part of the team who sacked the museum because we didn't have a choice. We were going through all these disasters, and we knew the museum did have some of the manuscript that we were looking for. It's because when I was working in 2021, I did my PhD. So I had a chance to work in the museum, and they had all this manuscript, just thrown them in a cupboard because they didn't know how to read them. I saw them and I was like, wait a minute, you can't just throw them like this. They need to be, looked after properly in an indigenous way, sort of, rather than just pouring down a lot of poisons and killing out insects and stuff. There is a proper way to look at it. But they really didn't like what I said, so kind of got sucked out of that. And soon after that, like you mentioned, there was road widening programs and stuff, so all the indigenous houses and people, everybody's, just chucked out of their house. They didn't have a place to live. And of course, the disease and everything come by. And then 2029, when I sacked it, I couldn't use it right away either because we had to save ourselves. We had the heat wave and the disease and all of that was killing everybody. I lost all of my families. So I knew my great-grandmother, the way she kind of preserved her money back then, that she put everything in a clay water pot and then kind of put underneath the house where she was living. So I just used some of her technique to kind of make sure that all of the manuscript that I stole could be saved and then reuse them later. So when 2040, when things were back to normal, we were able to read that, restructure the entire water program so people can live the normal life again.
So they were actually manuscripts. There are diagrams of the old water tap and conduit system.
Yes.
Because I know there were Western studies of this, but they never worked out where the pipes went.
Well, it was all there. It was all written in Vivarium, and also techniques like how do we use like mix of soil or concrete together, and how do you mash them, all of them, and how to bring them all out, and how to carve everything. It was all.
I've seen people doing the work. I didn't realize that.
And we're doing it again.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So you had the manuscripts, but for 11 years, you hid them.
Yeah, we couldn't do anything because it was dying. We had to just make sure we survived for that few years.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry, one learns something new all the time. We've been on an airship together for 6 months. I didn't know that. Okay, so that's water going in. Water going out, so to speak. We've had to come up with new systems. So sewage systems. We've got a completely different way of handling sewage. The Bagmati River, which is you wouldn't know the geography of the Kathmandu Valley, but it's a whole series of streams and rivers that concentrate into one river that then flows out through a narrow gorge. And by 2020, oh gosh, even by 2017, 2018, it was so polluted that, there were ancient rituals that used to be performed along that river. And I think the last time any of those were performed were probably in the 1990s. We've started doing them again now. But we've used multiple stage filter sewage treatment techniques to actually treat the river itself now. So we're very careful with our sewage outflow, but we've discovered that there were some very interesting studies into cultivating bacteria, actually discovering bacteria in waste tips in the developing world. So there were microbiologists working in places like Nigeria, Bangladesh, Nepal, that were actually doing samples of really the most disgusting imaginable waste sites and pulling bacteria out of those. And they started to find bacteria that had evolved to digest waste products that we never thought could be digested. That research was going on really up until everything shut down in the late 2020s. But we had some people working on this in Nepal, and we were able to hold on to that research. So interestingly, we now actually, you will know, you have the same problem we do. There was a society built on plastics, and the plastics all stopped. You couldn't get any plastic anymore. All the plastic there was had broken down. It became toxins in the environment. And we had built a society that depended on plastics for hospital equipment, for medical machines, for everything. And it suddenly became unavailable. But we actually have found a way of treating sewage, the industrial waste of various kinds. And we've got so much junk still in some of the soil that we're still trying to clean. But we've actually got bacterial cultures that allow us to capture some of the pollutants and turn them back into new plastics that are recyclable. So we actually have some good technologies for recovering new materials. I think the thing that most of the refugees remark when they come into the valley, one of the things that pretty much shocks everybody, is the way that we work with the vultures. We had no choice. We had so many dead bodies piling up, and we had to do something. There were terrible problems already in South Asia with rabies. I don't know if you know, but the vulture populations across South Asia, Africa, they crashed terribly. From about 1995 onwards, there was a terrible ecological disaster. First in South Asia, then in Africa, we lost almost all the vulture populations. And it meant that other scavengers came in, and that led to rabies, really bad rabies. We're still quite worried about it. It's one of the things that we screen for very carefully as people come into the valley. But we discovered that, we tried to move all the bodies out of the way. We had to get them away from where we were trying to live. Even in the worst times, we organized labor gangs to try and find places to put the bodies. We couldn't burn them, which is what we used to do. There wasn't any place to bury them. There were too many of them. But the kites and the birds of prey, especially the vultures, they started to come back. The vulture population actually started to rebound. There was agriculture using medicines had stopped. So the poisons that were killing off the vulture populations were no longer a pressure. And so we slowly evolved a system such that, rather like the old Tibetan or the old Parsi way of dealing with the dead, now we have rituals so that we take our dead and very carefully place them on top of, we put them on top of the ruined apartment blocks, believe it or not. And the vultures come and eat them there. We have a simple system of pulleys, and one person is nominated from the family to be the person who says goodbye. We all gather at the bottom, and the body's taken up to the top of the apartment block, and there it's given to the vultures. So those are the kinds of innovations we've had to make these. This is another thing. This is ridiculous. We found a warehouse full of children's toys that were called mood rings. They were these children's toys that you would put on, and it changed color depending on what your body temperature was. But we realized that, first off, the chemistry wasn't that difficult. And second off, if you wore something that told people whether you had a fever, then you couldn't hide it. So all of us, we wear these all the time. These are our thermal bindis. And my colleague, well,
one as well?
she's my boss. She gets a fancier one. Yeah, it's an example of what we've had to do. I'm trying to think. Refugee system. Yes, I think at this point it probably makes sense to talk about how we're integrating people who come to the valley now. We do have a very effective system for integrating refugees because we've become a destination. Oh, yes, that's right. Yes. No, I think we sent something for the museum exhibit. It should be there in the museum. So we gave an example of the refugee welcome pack that we have, which is
which is a thermal bindi
yes.
and a pack of these. I don't know if we've sent there as well. Like some of them would talk about how to say Newari and also a symbol. And if they speak other than just the Newari language, we also put down in their language just in case it's their spoken languages, so they can slowly integrate into like Newari language and understand and learn. So this is for children, this is for parents, grandparents, everybody. So when they come in, first thing they get is like a food and shelter and rest first. So once they're nicely rested, we've got intensive classes to learn both skills, like how to survive, how to make their own water system, and how to be the person again that they would like to be, and then turn them into somebody like they can work for the government, they can work in school, depending on their skills. So so we have this really, really intensive classes going on for everybody, and they're all treated equally as well.
I mean, I think one of the lessons that we learned, when you lose everybody, you start to realize how valuable everybody is. And when you look back at like the media, the press reports from the 2010s, even the 2000s up to the 2020s, there's so much xenophobia. There's so much hatred towards strangers. And that was such a poison across the whole society. It meant that people couldn't act together, even when we saw how serious the crises were. And so we've made that a foundational principle of our society. When people come to us, their worth to us, their ability to serve in government, their right to have a voice, it's exactly the same as any person whose family was there before the blank years.
Yeah. And we do have a really, really good quarantine house as well. And we measure their temperature, if they have, how much mucus they have, what sort of disease they went through, or what language they speak, where they come from. All of that is recorded so that if even they would like to use later on, their children want to see where they come from, they can see that as well, right? So it's
Tashi, didn't we send one of the
yeah, we did.
Yeah, I think I don't remember. It's if you look in the museum, you'll see that there's one old refugee welcoming envelope there, it's unfortunately they were a good friend of our family, but they died. But they helped us for 5 years. They were a brilliant bioengineer. But ordinarily, these documents, the refugee welcoming documents, they become a kind of family memento. It's pretty funny actually, because you see that your grandmother had a low fever and a terrible problem with mucus. Yes. Let me think. Right. Sure. Oh yes. So I don't know. I mean, we have a lot of questions about what's actually happening here in Europe. I mean, it seems as though Munich has done fairly well. It seems as though other parts of Europe have not done so well. I'd be curious to understand why it is that you managed to survive in the way that other places didn't. I mean, Europe's always been a more connected, less isolated place than Nepal's just this valley that sits by itself. It's always been safe and protected in that way. So I think probably your history is a bit different from ours. But if I understand correctly, there were serious problems with crop failures. We were speaking by radio back and forth about this before we came, and it sounds as though there were real problems with blights and crop failures, as though some of the GM varieties failed, and then somehow some of the packaging and the fertilization fell apart, and as though there were real problems with bees. We heard that you had terrible problems losing almost all your bees. I'm really sorry. We tried to figure out a way of bringing a beehive with us. We're fine for bees where we are. We've got loads, but I'm afraid we couldn't figure out a way of bringing bees for that long a journey. But we did bring, let me look. Yes, once we get out of quarantine, we've got quite a few things like this. These are, where's the camera? There it is. Yeah, these are seed potatoes. And these are varieties that we know grow well in cold climates. We're not sure about the moisture levels. Your farmers will have to experiment with these, but we've heard that you've had a terrible problem with seed stocks. We brought what we could. So we brought potatoes, we brought maize, we brought some chilies. I mean, this is the sort of thing that we brought what we could, but I hope that's some use to you. I'm kind of hoping that we'll be able to do some work with you on microbial cultures as well. We also Dukimaru. Yeah. We had to be careful what we brought because these things are incredibly infectious if they're in the wrong place. But this is a bit of one of our cultures for handling waste. This one is particularly good at producing a very strong fiber, which we've been able to use to weave some extremely tough fabric that we use for emergency shelters. So this may be some use to you, depending on how your waste systems work. I've noticed, I mean, the quarantine facilities here are very beautiful, but like us, I think you've got some problems with water supply. I think that's probably about all we've got to say at the moment. I think once we get out of quarantine, we'll be very happy to go through a proper exchange of gifts and that sort of stuff. We did bring some silk, where it's a traditional silk region, and we thought we'd bring some silk for you and some medicinal plants. We found some medicinal plants that worked very well against some of the fevers that we have. Don't know if they'll be any use to you, but we've certainly found ourselves going back to do a lot more work with medicinal plants recently. Anyway, so when we get out of quarantine, we'll be able to make some exchanges and work with your scientists on that. Anyway,
thank you.
Okay, I think that's enough from us for now.
Okay, then I have some questions. First of all, how was your journey, and what did you use to get to Munich? And how long did it take you?
We came by airship. It was the only way that we could get here safely. We've got a set of 3 that we built. I think hydrogen is widely available. This is one of the things that we've learned. We don't have a problem with energy in the valley at all. We've always had lots of solar panels, but we've also worked out that hydrogen is generally fairly widely available. And as I said, we developed technologies for fabric. So we were able to build airships out of a bamboo frame and fabric bags for the lifting gas. The difficulty, well, the reason we had to choose airships is simple. It's too dangerous to go over land.
We would have to quarantine every single place.
Yes, I mean, we for each of the airships, we had a team of people whose job it was to drop down to land when we had to tether and to fit the hydrogen extractors. I don't know if you're using this technology, but we've got very lightweight extractors. Every place where there's a good-sized city that had a kind of pre-2030 tip, a waste dump, those are magnificent sources of gas. And we've got a simple rig that we just stick into the ground, and it pulls methane and uses the methane as a fuel for a process that cracks the methane and gives us hydrogen. So we more or less traveled, let me think, we came down into northern India and then moved across kind of Delhi, let me think, then towards Karachi, across through. Coming through Persia was difficult. There were some places where we ran into
Lost people as well.
Yeah, there were. I don't know if you have this problem here, but there are some places which have pretty much been taken over by packs of wild dogs that have really serious rabies. And so we've had to be very, very careful about dropping down, putting our hydrogen extracting kit down and then getting up again. But more than once we lost people.
Oh, sorry.
So, no, we knew it was dangerous. I mean, my boss is a fairly serious person. I was regarded as the person in the research team who was expendable, which is why I got sent. But yeah, so I think if you look out, you'll probably see the airships tethered. They're not very far from the Bura Grandezza just now. But that's how we got here. That's also, it took us, I think in total it was about 6 months. It was a year to build them and 6 months to get here.
Oh my God, okay. That's been a while.
Well, that's why we were so glad that you contacted us 2 years ahead of the conference. We needed the time to prepare.
Yeah. Okay, I just got a question from a viewer on YouTube. Where can one find information on the traditional waterway engineering techniques you spoke of, without having to sack a museum, preferably?
Well, come to our place, we'll teach you, you know. You basically have to come to us, and we have entire manuscripts, and we can study together. We have craftsmen and all these people who have a lot of skills. You basically need a spare couple of years of coming down to study with us. You'll learn language, culture, and you will understand how to build the water techniques. Yes. You've got to come to our place, though.
I mean, we can also answer that question out of frame if you want.
Yeah, sure, why not? I think be in their interest.
There are some studies that have been done of traditional water architecture in the Kathmandu Valley. There are similar water systems in Afghanistan and in other parts of the Middle East. There are similar water systems in some parts of Africa. Part of our purpose in putting together a presentation like this is to argue that what people mean by indigenous knowledge is, certainly in the conservation discourse, when we talk about how IPBS or the IPCC think about indigenous knowledge, they think of it as much less than it actually is. And many traditional societies around the world, but especially in the Kathmandu Valley, have actually been able to build incredibly sophisticated water management systems that cover dozens, if not hundreds of kilometers, and ensure clean supplies of fresh water from water sources that are a long ways away. So, you know, civil engineering, hydraulic management, those are also kinds of indigenous knowledge.
If you say indigenous knowledge or talk of or speak of the indigenous people, who exactly do you mean? Do they have a name? Are there more indigenous people you drew your information from?
Nou is the one.
Well, the word indigenous is actually a term, umbrella term. You basically put, I think it's scientists probably created that word. So basically everybody who comes from certain part of the world, they just put all in the same umbrella term. So it's easy to talk about the word indigenous, whereas everybody, like in Yawar, for instance, have a different culture and different way of preserving stuff and seeing things.
Okay.
And similarly, like, I suppose, I guess, people from Canada or people from Australia, like indigenous or Aboriginal, have a different way of doing stuff. It's just a word, it's very complicated because it's all put together in one umbrella term. And we just have to be very careful how we use that term, even when we use the word indigenous. So here we're talking about especially Yawar people from Kathmandu who are used to this kind of techniques, which is probably not the same as, say, Aboriginal from Australia or people from Canada, for instance.
I see. Earlier you mentioned that you've used vultures for how do I say that now nicely? Removing corpses. And in doing so, you've increased the population of the vultures. Now I'm asking myself, if you have now a problem of overpopulation of the vultures now, or does it regulate itself after having like a huge meal?
I think it would be hard to speculate on how this would actually play out in the future. But the vulture population genuinely has crashed in South Asia, and it is crashing in Africa. This is a real ecological disaster that we're basing our work on. In South Asia, the vulture population has plummeted by something like 99.9%. And it has actually led, and this is no joke, there are serious public health threats around rabies and the plague coming back in South Asia. And the same thing is playing out in some parts of Africa as well. So in Africa, the mechanisms are slightly different. Poaching, you see poisoned corpses, poisoned carcasses of animals, and because the vultures are the first thing to get there, they eat the poison which is being used to target high-value, large game animals, and they die. So we're seeing a different social mechanism, but a similar ecological crisis playing out now. And vultures are extremely social. They have very slow reproductive rates. So they're like us. They have a hard time recovering from a serious crisis. But in the case that you're describing, my guess is that the vulture population would level out relatively quickly, in part because we would have, we would, if we did scale back human population to that extent, we would have a lot of feral livestock and a rebound in large mammals in the landscape. And so there'd be plenty for them to snack on.
I see. Thank you. Okay, there is another question from the audience, or maybe from the person previous. So, to an extent, is your message back to the roots with sustainable technology?
I think we argue about this a lot ourselves. I think there's a piece of the message which is that when we objectify indigenous knowledge in current conservation discourse, we're missing a lot of the value that's there. And so, we talk about how important it is to ask indigenous people to be the stewards of highly diverse landscapes in Amazonia, for example. And there's a lot to be said for that. There are land management skills that travel within specific communities. But no population, whether it's people who have chosen to label themselves as indigenous as a political strategy, or whether it's people living at the edge of a big city in a mixed slum, or whether it's people in a university or artists in a warehouse in Munich, nobody's static. People are constantly innovating. People are constantly grabbing what they can to build new tools all the time. And so to forget what we already know and have learned over thousands of generations is very, very stupid indeed. But to pretend that somehow there is this romantic community that's lost in time and are beautifully primitive and somehow magically understand how to be at one with nature, that's straightforward political oppression. You can chuck that one out too, please. So you need to be careful what you mean by going back to a sustainable past. I think the problems we face are problems that no humans have ever faced before.
All right, thank you. Okay, sure how to proceed. What I was wondering as well is in the mountains region of Nepal at all, at least to what I have in memory, some people were still living a very basic life. So were they able to help you after you had the blank days, years, because they were used to living more basic, I'd say?
I would say yes, they were definitely helpful. Right? Partly because they were observing the way, I mean, I suppose their ancestors lived, because they were very simple part of life. They didn't have this kind of technology or this, that. Yeah, so Vikas Noble. So yes, they were helpful.
But I mean, at the same time, you know, you do have this problem that Nepal, like many developing countries, development almost never proceeds equitably in poor countries. So when development happens, it benefits elites first. It benefits the people who have connections to international networks of capital. And so to say, you know, there are folks living, you know, up on the edge of the Kathmandu Valley, or folks living up high in mountains, and they have this wonderful life that they genuinely want. No, they don't.
Yeah.
They would like their kids to go to university, please. They would, you know, they want the radios and the televisions, and what they want is cell phones. The irony is that cell phones work much better up there than they do down in the valley, but that's a separate question. So, you know, again, I think we've got to be very careful about the political ecology and the politics of. It's far too easy to romanticize traditional knowledge.
Thank you. Okay, we're coming close to the end. Yeah, what's your first impression? I know you haven't seen much of Munich, but what's your first impression on Munich, and how long do you intend to stay?
Well, we are in quarantine for another
2 weeks.
2 weeks. So we basically just arrived. We are fascinated with the buildings and this amazing furniture, as you mentioned, and also food. And I suppose air quality in some sense. We are very happy with what we got, because we haven't got someone like this back home. So we are very happy, right?
I mean, we're going to be here for a while. The winds are against us right now, so we have to wait at least a half a year before we can try and make the homeward journey.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't know whether we'll try it this year or we'll try it next year. We have a lot of work to do here. There's a lot we need to learn from your scientists here, from your activists here, and I mean, you have maps and connections to communities that we've lost any connection to. And really, this is the terrible challenge that we all face, is that we did have this connected planet and we lost it.
Indeed. What do you hope to take back from Munich? You already said you want to get in touch with farmers, for example, or activists. Do you maybe want to take seeds or something in that area as well?
Yes, I'd love to take seeds, so long as they don't have a neonicotinoids or something like that kind of stuff on it already. Because I've heard that neonicotinoids are kind of problem in Germany, so I'll have to make sure they don't contain any of those, because I don't want to take disease back home, especially for the people who are refugees who just came in, and we don't have all the technology like you have here too. So I would definitely like to talk to the scientists here to see if it's safe, and yes, we would like to take some seed back as well.
I think also some musical instruments.
Yeah.
There are some amazing musical instruments here. I remember hearing them when I was a small person in Nepal, but they all got destroyed. And there are some beautiful musical instruments here. So I'm hoping we can take some back and start to build some there.
All right. Thank you for giving us some insights from Kathmandu, or the lifestyle in Kathmandu nowadays. We've reached the end of our session. I'm thankful to the other group before, And yeah, let me check. Okay, genau, I wanted to have the names. Okay, thank you to Louise, Maria-Helena, Florian, Bart, Hannah, and Linus. Okay, do you have any questions or do you want to say something?
No, I'd like to thank you all for this session. It's a great session we had. And it's really interesting to project ourselves to the future, so we can probably better act now. And it's very interesting to do this exercise. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for giving up the space for imagining, as we mentioned earlier.
Thank you, guys. All right, then I will end the session now. Stay tuned for the last session, which is in a half an hour.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the closing session of this conference. We have actually now, after 2 days of talks, discussions, networking, come to the end of the 2051 Munich Climate Conference. But we're not saying goodbye yet. Before that, we're going to listen to one last keynote and an artist's statement. And we will start with the keynote by Elena Gualinga. A couple of words about her before you get to see her. She's a 17-year-old climate and human rights activist of Quechua native and Finnish origin. She spent a large part of her childhood in the Ecuadorian Amazon in a community that has been fighting the oil industry and oil companies for decades. In 2020, she was one of the founders of the youth movement Polluters Out, that fights against the influence of the fossil fuel industry in climate negotiations and on indigenous lands. So please, Elena, let us hear your keynote.
Hi, thank you all for being here and taking part of this conference. My name is Elena Gualinga, I come from a small community called Sarayaku in the Ecuadorian Amazon. Because of the threats and the persecution that my community has lived, because of the threats of the oil industry that that we had when I was a child, I, from a very young age, was involved in advocating for the Amazon and for the rights of indigenous people. When I was growing up in the Amazon, my community constantly faced the threats of the oil companies entering, and ever since we have been fighting. In 2002, my community received an attack. I would say it's an attack when they, without our consent, landed on our beaches with helicopters and said, "We're gonna dig oil here." After that, a long process of fighting began. The people of my community had to go out to the cities, leave their families behind, leave their traditional way of living behind, to go to the cities to fight these people in these industries in their own spaces, because that's what we had to do. We had to go to all these offices, to the lawyers, to courtrooms, to be able to keep them outside of our territories, because it wasn't enough anymore to just keep them out of our territory with our bodies. We had to take other steps. So a very long process of fighting began with 10 years of a 10-year legal battle against the Ecuadorian government, because they allowed this to happen to my people. And because of all the atrocities that happened during this time, we were able to, in 2012, to win a historic lawsuit against the Ecuadorian government, which now has led to a lot of communities, being able to do the same thing, because now the courts in Ecuador have to support indigenous communities, which didn't really happen before this case went to an international level. So this happened in 2012, but we understood as a community that that wasn't enough. Keeping the oil companies outside of our own territories wasn't enough. And we also needed another layer of protection, because even though we had this very powerful sentence that benefited us, that wasn't really a guarantee for my community to be safe. That was never, because the governments change every 4 years, and depending on the government was what our existence depended on. So we understood that we have to do something else, something bigger, think outside what is seen as normal in the modern world. And we came to the answer, which was very simple and very easy. And it's the way that we see life, and how we needed to share that with the world, so that people would understand why is it that we are protecting our territories, and why we are we almost risk our lives and put our own bodies there to defend it. For other people to be able to see the why, we needed to share how we view the world and how we live in balance and in harmony with nature. So we made it public, our cosmovision, our vision of life. And this is something that they used to tell us every morning by the fire while we're drinking wayusa, which is a tea we drink every morning by the fire. This is something that the elders used to tell us, and something that we live every day. So it wasn't something that we created, it was something that was always there. And it's called Kausaksacha, which in my language means the living forest. So we created this proposal that is called the living forest. And we deeply believe that it was going to be the answer to or the solution to everything that was happening in the world. So as the name says, the living forest, we believe that everything in the forest is living, and that indigenous people, we're not just indigenous people, we're not something that is opposite to nature. We are nature and we are part of it. So the Kausak is universal and proposes a legal recognition of the reivindication for territorial rights and Mother Earth, which is necessary and essential for the balance of the planet and preservation of life. And what this means for us is that we believe that when we go out to the forest, we, the trees, the mountains, the waterfalls, they all have a being, as we have we are beings. And that is how we have this mutual respect of being able to live in harmony with nature, because we do not see them as something that is inferior to us or something that is opposite to us. We see it as something that we are part of. So we can have this balance. And seeing life that way is what has permitted us to protect and to fight. That is what has inspired us and what has been pushing us to protect it, because this is also something that is very extremely sacred to us, the relationship with the natural world. So today in 2051, I'm so happy to be announcing a lot of good news for my people, for the Amazon, and for the entire world. Because when something good happens to the Amazon, it's something that benefits the entire world. The first one is that it's the 5-year anniversary of the Kausak proposal being recognized by the Ecuadorian government, which means that we can now actually use this as a legal tool, because within the proposal, we understood also that we need to translate this proposal into this world that we're living in, which means that we need to create laws around it. There's legislation that needs to be changed. And after the implementation of the proposal, of the way that we live on a statal level, we're finally seeing the results. And that brings me to the second item of good news. And it is that indigenous people in the Amazon are no longer being persecuted by governments and extractive industries. The transition to renewable energies and this shift in our mindset and perspective have completely changed our existence and our fight. We're finally seeing the fruits of this fight. It was never in vain, and we're understanding now that the solution that we put out is finally working. This is something that comes from years and years and years and years of fighting. There's a long way to go still, but I truly believe that this is a huge step into for a better world. So I thank you for listening to me, and thank you for the space.
Thank you so much for your speech. Just a quick message to the audience. If you want to ask questions, you now have the opportunity to. I'm going to start with one or two, but please send your questions in if you have any. So yeah, thank you so much for your inspiring speech. And what you were talking about is also something that we came back to again and again during this conference, which is that we most of all need a paradigm shift, which is not finding a new way to treat nature or to engage with nature, but to actually understand that we're part of it, and that if nature is affected, we're affected just as much. And many scientists all around the world already in the 2020s were starting to get inspired by indigenous ways of seeing the world. And 2 days ago in the opening statement, Salim ul-Haq from Bangladesh actually said he thinks that what changed was that those who were before the most marginalized were listened to, and the whole world learned from them a new way of being part of nature. Were you surprised that that happened, that suddenly the whole world was listening to you and your community and other communities?
I think that back in the 2020s, the change was actually very fast. From me being a child and being used to the persecution and no one listening, and people really looking down at the people that were defending the Amazon, from actually on an international and in big spaces, people actually started saying, okay, the vision and the knowledges that indigenous people have are essential, for example, to combat climate change. That is vital that we listen to indigenous people. I think that transition was very fast. Just even though it wasn't really something that we saw with action, it was still something that was being said, which in 2000 something, it did definitely not happening, especially in countries like mine. We were called eco-terrorists. And that type of stuff. And then it started to be recognized, and the work that we have put in is what is giving the results. But it's also just because it comes from a very genuine place. It comes from the heart. And I think that is definitely what has created this change.
And what also played a big role was global solidarity. So people from countries that weren't maybe immediately affected by climate change or didn't see the changes affecting them, were in solidarity with people on other ends of the world, and were ready to limit themselves and live in a different way. What do you think how did this international solidarity, this global solidarity come about, and what were the biggest challenges?
I think that there was a lot of access to knowledge and a lot of access to information, and also this empathy of seeing how people were suffering in other parts of the world. I think the generation that I belong to was one of the key, the movement that we started was one of the key things happening to change this perspective as well. I think there is also when it came into, okay, we need to listen to indigenous people as well. So I think there, as you said, there were a lot of global solidarity, which permitted us to change.
One last question from my side. So in 2008, Ecuador was actually the first country in the world to enshrine the rights of nature in its constitution. Do you think that was an important first step, or was that just ink on paper?
In the beginning, it was definitely just ink on paper. We did not really see it. We tried using that as a legal tool in many cases, but more than of how on which scale it was implemented in the courts, it was more of that it was there, and just it being there changed the entire conversation, because a judge couldn't tell us anymore, now this, you're not right in this, because it was in the Constitution. Of course, they tried to go around it. Of course, they tried to manipulate the cases with, other excuses, but it was still a very powerful, thing that happened to our Constitution and to our country, and very slowly that has started to give results. In some cases, you can see that is one of the things that have been used to protect indigenous territories, even though it might have not been the the biggest defense, but it still was something. And it takes time to implement something in the Constitution and to implement that into the courtrooms. But now we are seeing the results, and proposals as the living forest are being recognized because we have this type of things in the Constitution.
There's actually now a question from the audience to you. Where can we find more information on your work?
On my work? Well, you can all follow me on Instagram. It's my name, Helena Wallinga. I share a lot of my work there. You can all, if you want to find out more about the proposal Living Forest, you can look it up on the internet, the Living Forest proposal from the Sarayaku people. So yeah, you can find me on social media, where I do share a lot of my work, but also when action is needed in the Amazon, which happens a lot, even though it's just signing something, or when there's an oil disaster and people need help, and they need international solidarity. A lot of times I share it on my network. So if you want to keep up with that, you can follow me there.
Thank you. One last question from me, especially in the 2020s, working to protect the climate or to protect the Amazon was also very, very dangerous. People getting killed every week all around the world for defending their geographies, their territories. How did you back then support each other in this threat?
That is something that happened a lot, especially in Latin American countries. There were a lot of networks that surfaced actually because of these threats, and one of them is something that my mother and my aunt is a part of, which is they're called the Amazonian Women. It's a collective, but this was actually founded because all these women received threats. And what happened, because of they united and they filed a lawsuit and asked for an investigation from the government, and said, okay, we have received death threats, we have been persecuted, this is what has happened, why is there no investigation? But after this, what happened was also that this network of women that had received threats to their lives actually started working for their communities. And for a very long period of time, were the main one of the most important leaders in the Amazon, because of the work that they were doing for their communities, protecting their territories, but also making sure that women's rights were respected. When the pandemic happened, making sure that people actually got help, that there was medication, that people were able to get medical attention. And working, on the internal issues that we have while protecting our territories. And that is something that is very, very hard to do, because it's so time consuming to be working outside the community, advocating or going to all these big spaces to legally protect your territory. That is very hard to do while you're working on the internal issues that our communities have. But these women were able to do it. So that's just one example of what can happen when women get together, but also what the strength and I guess also fury of the threats and everything that happened to these women, what it provokes. And it's very beautiful to see how from something so hard and so ugly as the persecution of indigenous leaders, developed in something very beautiful.
All right, Elena, thank you so much for sharing the space with us and sharing your knowledge with us. And I get from your words that international solidarity, global solidarity was important in the 2020s and is important now. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move on to the artist statement with which we will conclude this conference, which is going to be by the artist Claudia Robles Angel with the title Lichen. Before we show the first few minutes of her video, I will introduce her to you. She's a new media and sound artist born in Bogota, Colombia, but currently she resides in Cologne in Germany, but is active worldwide. Her work and research cover different areas of visual and sound art. A lot of very different, her art is very varied, and she also has art that interacts with biomedical signals via the usage of interfaces such as, for example, the BCI, the brain-computer interface, which measures brain waves activity. So very exciting, very interesting stuff. And now we will move on to the first 6 minutes of her video and then talk to her about it. Thank you very much. These were the first 6 minutes. Claudia, do you want to share some introductory words with us about your work?
Thank you, Nabila. Thank you for this presentation, and thanks for inviting me to this conference, fantastic conference. Thank you, Helena, for this fantastic presentation too. I really love it. Yeah, okay, I will start my presentation here. We'll share my... stop, okay. Okay, now you're looking at the presentation. Huh? Yeah, okay. This is Lycan. This is the work you have seen. This is an audiovisual experience inspired by a symbiotic relationship. So 30 years ago, so we are now in 2051, and 30 years ago, I specialized in the usage of biomedical signals, for example, using brain waves, muscle tension, etc., in interactive audiovisual performances and installations. I don't know why it's not working. Okay. So my work with biomedical signals was driven by the idea of how to perceive the imperceptible, and particularly related to the human body and those internal fluctuations that are usually imperceptible in our daily life. These works invited visitors and audiences to raise their awareness about the imperceptible fluctuations inside the human body by creating audiovisual environments. There is an analogy between these works and climate change. The day-to-day changes in climate are also imperceptible and only can be perceived through their consequences in our world. Today, I will focus my presentation in this installation. In this installation, I propose a reflection upon the influence of the internal signals or fluctuations in our bodies, which are manifested through, for example, emotions or physiological reactions, and the impact that they have on others or the habitat. So for this installation, I use a biomedical signal. There was the BCI, there was the measuring brainwaves activity. And I created this work in 2018, driven by the idea how to raise awareness about both the other and the habitat. For this, I created a special interactive installation inspired by lichens, which back then were very resilient organisms and very sensitive to human pollution, so important for the ecosystem because they were indicators of air pollution. Today, 33 years after its creation, climate has drastically changed, becoming warmer and drier. And even if lichens could have survived to extreme conditions such as cold, heat, and drought, unfortunately they have completely disappeared from the face of the earth due to air pollution, which is linked to climate change. In the next session, I will describe this work in full detail, and I will show you pictures of those fantastic today extinct organisms, and I will also explain the technology behind the project, with which I hoped at that time to contribute in raising awareness about our habitat, our planet. So lichen is the Greek word for lichen. Lichen was the result of a hybrid partnership between a fungus and an algae. The symbiosis in lichens can be considered mutualistic because both organisms profit from the exchange. But why lichens? So, as I mentioned at the start of this presentation, my main artistic goal was and still is to make perceptible imperceptible occurrences in our daily lives. And by 2018, I had been already interested in lichens for a long time because they closely match my artistic goals of imperceptible occurrences. Lichens were those small organisms growing on tree barks, leaves, stones, etc., to which usually not too much attention was paid, but which were, however, very important for the ecosystem due to the vital role they played in biodiversity, as they could resist very harsh environmental conditions and were very sensitive to human pollution. Their diversity in shapes and colors were often ignored, but they played a key role in ecology. Thanks to their plasticity and biodiversity, they were used as indicators of air quality and inspired scientists for alternative, highly sustainable ways of life. For example, strategies to manage the water content or temperature changes. The colors of the lichens you are looking at are the original, so I took some of these pictures, some of them in South America and others in Europe. So the lichens were also very resilient and had revival capabilities. They also contributed with organic matter to the soil, enriching its formation so that other plants could grow there. The purpose of this installation was twofold. On the one hand, the installation reflected upon this interaction and mutualistic relationship between two organisms and how this union impacts on their behaviors within a created audiovisual space. And on the other hand, it invited visitors to raise their awareness about these composite organisms which were so vital to the ecosystem. You have seen already some minutes of this of the documentation of this installation, and the installation was developed at the Immersive Lab at the Institute for Computer Music and Sound Technology in Zurich. And so they used to invite artists to create works for this special space, and which consisted of a panoramic video made by 4 video screens arranged in a cylindrical form, with a full-scale interaction surface which tracks the visitor's touch from behind the screens using infrared cameras. And the audio consisted in 16 loudspeakers of 2 subwoofers, so an immersive sound. The space was developed by Daniel Wiesig and Jan Schaha from the ICST Institute. So the visual part of the project, the environment, was created by close-up images from different types of lichens. The acoustic part was composed of sounds from crickets, cicadas, and thunders, recreating a nature reserve. The installation consisted basically of 2 types of participants, the host and the guest. The host is the central figure who sat in the middle of the panoramic video space, as you can see here in the circle, and this is the host. And the purpose of the host was to influence the audio and visuals with their mind by measuring their brainwaves using this device, the brain-computer interface device. So as you can see, this is the interface I used for this installation. So the second type, the guests, were visitors who, by touching the screens, influence the host brain activity and consequently also the audiovisual environment. The touchscreen sensors at the Immersive Lab consisted of a tracking system composed by 4 infrared cameras behind the screens, scanning the whole panoramic screen. This system measured the duration of each touch and registered the number of touches. So with regard to the visual changes, so touches from guests on the screen could be long or short. If the touch remained for a certain period of time, a lichen appeared on that point on the screen, and the image of that particular lichen increased substantially in size, as you can see in the picture. So when otherwise the screens were touched quickly, then no lichen appeared. The manner in which guests touched the screen produce a reaction on the host, which could be either relaxing or disturbing, depending on how visitors touch the screen. So long touches by guests produces low frequencies to be sent to the back of the chair of the host via a tactile transducer. As you can see here, this is the tactile transducer attached to the chair of the host, producing a pleasant massage feeling. If, however, visitors touch the screen nervously, so they make rapid and short touches in different sections of the screens, so the frequencies sent to the host were converted by the TENS, this is the TENS device, transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation, and then they send subtle electrical current, which could be felt as uncomfortable by the host. So as you can see, it's attached to the arm of the host. In both cases, the reaction determined changes for both image and sound because the different stimulus sent to the host affected directly his/her brainwaves. Image and sound reacted accordingly to the host brainwaves, inviting guests to be aware of their behavior towards the host habitat. In this way, the screens became the skin of the host. A simulation of the body sensor system in which when the touch receptor in the skin is stimulated, electrical impulses are sent to the brain. Hence, the interaction between visitors and environment happens through the host as an intermediary, whereby visitors touch the screen. Each touch sends data transforming frequencies to the tactile transducer or the TENS device, which, when received by the host, influence his/her brain activity. The sound of this installation were from field recordings from crickets, cicadas, and thunders to recreate a nature reserve, all of which I record myself in different locations, mostly in South America. Thunders were used only for the moment in which a visitor's touch remained for a certain period of time, that moment in which the lesion increased in size, and then sent low frequencies to the tactile transducer attached to the chair. Crickets and cicadas were used for the whole environment and the variation of the effects, so filters and changes of pitches and all the algorithms I wrote for the sound were constantly modified by the data received from the host brainwaves. So the sound environment went from a quiet night nature environment with sounds of crickets to a sunny midday when cicadas were more active. The more relaxed the host was, the quieter the acoustic space became. To conclude, so the audiovisual environment Lykken was a hybridization of a host and a guest, where the guest actions impacted on the internal reactions of the host, transforming together the audiovisual environment in a mutualistic relationship. Although in my past installations, I usually raise the visitors' awareness about their own bodies in regard to the internal fluctuation and mental states, in Lykken, I went a step further. Due to the mutualistic relationship, I wanted to extend this awareness to the other and therefore to the habitat, the environment. So 33 years after the creation of Lykken, of this work is now merely an archive of species, not only of some lichens, but also sounds of cicadas and crickets that don't exist anymore. So lichens grew in extreme conditions, as I mentioned before, anywhere in soil, in cold, heat, and drought, but their Achilles heel was poor air quality, since they absorb water and nutrients from the air. Therefore, my questions nowadays, in 2051, are: was the message awareness about the other and the habitat appropriate at that time? If so, what went wrong in the last 33 years since the creation of this work? Were most people in the 20s not able to feel and be aware of the usual imperceptible? were at that time enough people fully conscious of the ecological disaster we are living in 2051? Could I have more influence on people with my work to avoid a climate change catastrophe? So to be honest, I don't have answers for this at this moment, but there is something I think I think it is never too late. And if we start now paying attention to subtle events in nature, perhaps we will discover in a hidden place the last legion, the most resilient, the survival, which we can now help to reproduce. Thank you. We can, I will start and I will show, maybe because you can maybe now understand better how the installation works, I will show you this this last 2 minutes with this for this installation, in which you can maybe understand better how it works when people touch the screens and what happened with the installation when people are in the middle, and how the reaction of the host in the installation. Okay.
Right. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. Yeah, I wish I could have seen it, not just on video, but in real life. And that is actually my first question. How did people back in the 2020s, how did they react to your artwork? What did it evoke in them?
Yeah, as I remember that time, yeah, there was, people in this installation were curious, or they were, in fact, they were trying to understand what was the host feeling at that moment, and they took care about it, and they really asked him what is happening at this moment, and they really trying to pay attention on that. That it was interesting to see this better, yeah. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Catastrophe.
And how do people react to it now in 2051? Do you feel they are more in touch with their habitat or with the other when they go and experience your installation now? Has something changed after all the terrible experiences that we've been through?
I'm very old to see that at this moment, but no, okay. So I think it's anyway that people learned, yeah, about this. And that's they really, with the time, they really learned, yeah, with that we have to pay attention. And then we are, as Helena said, we are part of nature, and we can. It's not something different from us. We are one with the nature.
So during this conference, we've seen a lot of presentations about different attempts of how to bring about a paradigm shift for people. And this is also how I understand your installation, to feel not separate from nature, but as you said, but as part of nature and interconnected with everything. If one part of nature is affected, everything is affected. So kind of shattering this illusion of independence. So do you think art or installations like that, experiences, do they maybe sometimes have more power in changing people's mindsets than facts and figures, for example?
I mean, this is the idea. This is the hope. Yeah, I had and I still having. Yeah, that is that art can produce changes in mind, in the way how people react or how people act. Yeah?
All right. Thank you so much, Claudia, for sharing this with us. Thank you so much, Helena. Now we've really come to the end of our conference. Almost, because before we say goodbye, let's take a quick look back at what we did during these last 2 days. We learned how since the 2020s, states achieved to develop climate resilience, how academia helped to build a sustainable society, how black swans surprised us with positive outcomes of the climate crisis, how the idea of Earth operations management transformed how we engage with our planet, how we managed to remove carbon dioxide with innovative technologies, how we recreated our relationship with nature in a holistic way, and how a world-changing cultural shift happened in Norway and spread to the rest of the world, engaging millions of people in positive climate action. Or did we not? There are many versions of the last 30 years and of the present moment, 2051. We will know more about it in another future past. Many thanks to all the contributors, and goodbye. See you all very soon.